Attention! Attention! You are listening to a pre-recorded episode of The Curious Realm. Curious Realm is busy traveling the vast void of time and space to find the best paradigm-changing content the universe has to offer. Enjoy the following transmission, and remember, stay curious, curious, curious. Coming to you from the City of the Weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's official coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We are very pleased to welcome our first guest, Elly Molina. She is the author of Children Who Know How to Know, as well as the amazing children's book, Annabelle and the Domino. She is also the founder of Psi Kids Academy. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Let's start at the beginning, Elly. How did you first come to the world of, I guess, psychic knowledge, psychic teachings, things like that?
Well, first it started as a child, and I had experiences, and many children have experiences, and it's what happens to children with their families that either allow them to develop or it gets shut down. In my case, my mother kind of encouraged it, and then because it was kind of, I started playing tarot cards at age 12 and playing with them. And my mother handed me an astrology book when I was 12, Linda Goodman. And then I started learning how to cast charts the old-fashioned way.
Wow.
So by the time I got into school and by the time I graduated college, let's go back there.
Sure.
And I landed my first teaching job, I started noticing, I was teaching ESL, English as a Second Language, and I started noticing that the children were really very psychic, so I started capitalizing on that, their ability, and we started doing psychic games during our English class, and that just continued to go and grow. And I was joking around earlier at the presentation. I said I always wanted to write a book called Yes You Can, but Louise Hay beat me to it. So then I ended up later writing Children Who Know How to Know.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, the work with the children became stronger and stronger, and by 2005, I was working in inner city school, New York City, and my principal saw what was happening in my classrooms just by using affirmations and who we are being, ontology. So she allowed me to create a program called Power to Create, and in that program, for 1 year, I worked with children to remote view and see without their eyes and start to manifest and learn how to use language as a tool to access the unknown and the create reality. And then from there, that grew even more, and I found a school out in Washington State where I could teach it was called the Magic School, is what we called it. And the book Annabelle and the Domino is actually based on a true story of my experiences there. So what we did at that school is we did remote viewing. We did telekinesis. We did blindfolded archery, working with random generators. Telepathy, I think I said that. So basically, and neuroscience. And then we did a regular curriculum as well. So from that, when our school lost funding, I started working privately with parents and their children, which then led to the book, it led to the research, it led to the developing that. And that's where I've been at. In the meantime, now I work with adults and I teach adults. I'm doing a program now in Irv. I'm doing a class to teach the parents and educators how to teach this ability to the children.
You know, you've brought up a few things that we touch point on regularly on this show, and especially with this show, this event in particular, it's one of those, the thing that I love most is the next generation concept. One of the things I bring up in my talk is that the idea, I'm coming on 50 this year. Whenever I walk into a Knights of Columbus meeting, people are buying me beer. Because they're like, look at this young guy. And I'm like, I am 50. I am not the demographic you need to be courting. Like, we need to be looking at people my children's age, 8. We need to be looking at 12-year-olds to get interested in the science end of this.
I agree.
Because if not, then who's going to be investigating the science part on behalf of us? You know, because this is one of the only parapsychological disciplines that began in a lab. You know, and it's really interesting to look at it that way and to see that science has been hand in hand with remote viewing the whole time. And the idea that you brought up as somebody who worked in youth ministry for many years, the idea of the Montessori concept of let the kid tell you how to teach them, let the kid tell you what they're into, and nosedive into that. You know, lean into it because that's how they're going to learn. And yeah, the cultural aspect, especially here in America, of squashing those talents, of saying that's just imagination, let it go, of not giving it credence. When you start looking, especially Latin American cultures, things like that, this is a familial bloodline thing for them. This is something that if Nana had the gift, then Mom more than likely does, and you have connection to it. So especially Eastern Europe, things like that, the whole world over just about accept us. Even England with the past history of tea leaf reading and things like that. These are all concepts that to an extent tie into remote viewing and are very much shunned in our society.
Yes. And that touches upon the work that I'm doing now also. So what I'm doing now as an extension of the Psi Kids work, because it goes hand in hand, and I teach this also to the children, I just teach it differently, is the concept that I coined now, Scientology. Now, this is not to be confused with Scientology, Ron Hubbard. This is PSI ontology. So who are we being as psychic beings? That is who we are now being. That is what I teach the children first. Before we do the phenomena, we want to understand who are we being, what language are we using that will allow us to create the access to the unseen. Yeah, well, and that was even a topic that came up a couple years ago at IRVA and came up again last year on the IRVA cruise, was the idea of international remote viewing. And much like in science, you know, it's funny because, of course, here in America, we do not use the metric system unless you're a scientist, because it's an international language. You know, much, it's something that I explain to my son all the time is you can read music. You could go to China, and whether or not you speak Chinese, you and that flute player both speak music. That's right. You both speak a universal language that every person here understands. So the idea of, are we using nomenclature that, let's say, translates properly as a cognate between English, Spanish, Romanian, things like that? You know, is the word that we're using to describe something, does it describe the same thing in the same way in another language? And especially as an ESL teacher, you know, that's a big part, the idea of cognate and how do we shake hands between these languages. And even with remote viewing, how do you get the average person to shake hands with the language? Right. Are you asking me? Yeah. How do you begin to get people prepared to shake hands with the language and nomenclature of remote viewing? Because there is some protocoled language inside of there in some techniques. Right. So that's where my work differs a little bit from your typical remote viewing, the protocols of remote viewing, CRV, ARV, all of that. So I work differently. It's even from different, it's basically like very similar to Mindsight. So it doesn't, we don't need to have all those protocols. We don't need to have that language. What we do need to have is understanding the world view that we have been dropped into, which is a worldview historically of there's something wrong and we need to fix it. And that is the world that we've been dropped into. And the world of remote viewing and mind sight and feeling energy and being super psychic exists in a world where anything is possible.
Yeah.
So that is what I start to teach, and how to reframe that mind, that worldview from the existing one they're dropped into, we're all dropped into the new worldview model that I have been working with, which is called which I call Scientology.
Okay.
So that is how that is the way that I begin to do it, through language first, through language, storytelling. Again, whenever I'm doing a class, I always read Annabelle and the Domino, which is based, even to adults, it's based on a true story of a little girl who chose to go perform telekinesis and had no boundaries of, oh, I can't, this is not possible. She was raised in this way that anything is possible. This is what we do in our family. We know how to move energy. We know how to do this. And it's just practice, sweetheart, and practice. So I've had two of my own students do it, and then again, this was a girl from another class. So in my experience with this, I've seen three children perform telekinesis of this kind, moving dominoes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And once again, the idea of dropping the preconceived notion of the box that we live in, the box that we've been dropped in, and using that language to free things, because it is hard. Once again, I have an 8-year-old, and I try to keep to everything open concept for him, and especially because he's a very, very high energy individual, not like hyper or anything like that, but he's got a big energy.
Right.
And that can affect a room when you walk in, you know, and kind of making him present of mind of, Need to reel the energy in a little bit. Bring it in closer, because there are some people who will respond lovingly and amazingly to that energy, but there's some people that may shy away from it, you know, because it's a little too intense. And if you're trying to make friends and be friends right off, you need to keep that energy close, buddy. You know, how do you begin that conversation with a kid of learning to get in touch with that energy that is moving through and from them?
Well, it really depends. Again, it depends on the class that I'm working with. It depends on the children that I'm working with. For the most part, we do a lot of, in the beginning, the initial stages is language, is feeling. What are we feeling? Getting in touch with our emotions, and discerning, again, from stories that we create about, I call it what's so. So basically, your son comes into a room and he's very, let's use the word active, if that's an appropriate term. And so if he's being active and interacting with other people, and then what I teach children is not to create a story about what that means. Okay, so he's just interacting with children, and that's all that is.
Yeah.
And the perception of what other people think about it is not necessarily reality. So it's perception. So then I start working from that point, and we start looking at the individual children, and it goes into detail, right? And
Sure.
And then from there we start to create a language that we're going to use for our abilities, like basically almost like affirmations about what we can do, what is possible. And so that framework is created that this is possible, this is doable, I'm calm, I'm relaxed, I can do this. And then the children just do it because they can do it anyway. And they don't have the fears necessarily. It depends on the child, unless they're raised, from that way. And
well, because there can be a lot of religious hurdles if you're brought up in that way. Exactly. There can even just be a lot of social hurdles if you unfortunately are a child that is not necessarily encouraged and rooted in encouragement. I mean, sadly, that is the fact of a lot of kids. That I'm very fortunate for the fact that me and my wife own and run our business, so we're there.
Right.
Like I was brought up by a single mom who went to college.
Right.
She worked 2 jobs. Like I was an '80s latchkey kid.
Right.
I'm lucky to be here.
Right.
But at the same time, getting somebody to unweave that and getting them, because it can be very hard for adults, I think, the way I explain it to people with remote viewing is you have to drop the preconceived notions of I can't or it's not possible. Those things that pop in and out of your head while you're driving your car, stuff like that, like pay attention to it. You'd be surprised the threads that it's actually pulling, the places that you're going, because we are non-local consciousness. We are one of the things I talk about on my show and in my talk regularly is we go through the majority of our day in a state of rote hypnosis.
That's right.
From the time you've learned to become ambulatory, you no longer think, let me get up and walk to the refrigerator. You just think, I'm thirsty, and your body moves and goes.
That's right.
You know, so we are always getting and receiving these cues and information from the world around us. The difference is whether or not we're actively processing them and paying attention to them.
Right, exactly. And it takes a lot. It takes education. This is another level of what I do. Again, you know, and in 30 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, you know,
it's tough. It's tough.
Well, it's years of working.
Absolutely.
It's years of working with children and undoing. And I was a middle school teacher for over 30 years. Okay, so even in the classroom, this has nothing to do with psychic abilities. Now, this is creating the safe space so that they can continue to learn, and teaching them consciousness and awareness and becoming present. And I have all of those exercises, like what does it look like to be present, to stop the monkey mind for all of us at each moment? What does that look like?
I had a Spanish teacher in junior high who realized that it wasn't that I didn't know Spanish. I just got worked up before a test. Like worked up, like nauseous, sick, go to the nurse, worked up. And she was the one who took me aside and showed me some breathing exercises. I think that, like, looking back, it's really one of the first times that I could actively say, like, I was exhibiting anxiety. And what I now know through years of therapy, like, see it, recognize it, don't fight it, acknowledge it, keep moving forward. You know, give it its space. Much like any person, give them their space, give them their respect. Understand that that's an integral part of you. That's an important thing. You know, you don't have to be afraid of your anxiety, because your anxiety may actively be leading you down these roads. You know, and it's really interesting when you start breaking that apart, the way that, once again, our preconceived minds and the way that our culture has put these things onto us.
Right, and the language that we use, that we've inherited. My story is we speak dead people's language. Okay, we speak the same things that Shakespeare said, and even before Shakespeare, we use the same words, the same vocabulary, the same concepts. And so even every time we label something, also like, oh, I have anxiety, or I have this, we're creating another construct around our abilities and who we are. So we really need a complete re-education, which is where I'm going with this. So I'm re-educating the people that I speak with. I'm re-educating the people that read my newsletters, that read my blog posts. I'm re-educating the children. I'm actually re-educating the children, all right, from where they've come from into what is now possible. But I have to work with the parents. One has to go together, because I remember a long time ago, one of the kids went home and he said to his mom, oh, Miss Elly, this is what little kids are, Miss Elly says, we don't use should. And she came back to me and she goes, what do you mean? I use should all the time. And, you know, it's like, oh.
Let's talk about that,
That's
Mom.
right. That's right.
Should you be using should?
That's right.
How'd that feel?
That's right.
And, you know, that brings up a really huge psychological point, and that is the idea of being blocked, and the idea of being told what to do and how to do it, because we once again have that preconceived notion, and it's really hard to unprogram that.
That's right.
And you know, one of the things, as somebody who substitute taught for years, I come from a family of teachers. I did youth ministry for a decade of my life and taught in classrooms, and that's something that I bring up all the time, is that we all learn in different ways. And the only difference between a 4-year-old and a 40-year-old is technically by 40 you should know better than to pull people's hair. I didn't get out of it because of the kids, everybody. It was the parents, because it does take a training of the parents. And even with my kid in his classroom, my rules at home are: can you do that at school?
Right, right.
Would that be acceptable in your teacher's classroom? Then we can't do that here. Because there is no separation of that boundary really before the age of 10. You know, it's kind of one of those, like, a joke about bodily sounds is funny, but until 10, you don't really know the appropriate time. Like, should I tell that at school right now? You know? That's really a 10-year-old and up mentality thing to grasp that subtle social barrier as to when to do something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the idea of undoing some of that and trying to let kids understand that what you're feeling is okay. It's and even when it comes to big feelings, it's okay to feel it. It's what you do with it that matters. You know, whether it's bullying or what have you.
Right.
So,
you know, I like to use the term, like, who are you being?
Yeah.
All the time, like, who are you being? So
yeah.
I work with that. Also, I work with the adults. Obviously, I have to work with the adults in reframing all of this.
Yeah.
And then we're working with the children now. So it's morphed into, first it was all just working with the kids, and then, but now it's more working with the adults.
Absolutely.
And even people that are grandparents. It's just working with people in general.
Well, it's because once again, if what's happening in the classroom is not being exuded at home, if it's not being reinforced at home, it's almost being unwoven at home.
And to that, I have to also add that a lot of teachers do need to have this education. Also, they need to be retrained. Okay,
Amen
and that's a whole other ball game.
You know, that would actually be a really, really beautiful curriculum to write. I remember in junior high, I cannot remember the acronym, but I belonged to it was an elite club at school. There were all of 15 or 20 of us. But they basically took people from the various strata and cliques in the 7th grade and put us into a group together for 6th period. And we would go out and we would do, like, outreach programs, like going and giving bags of gifts to homeless kids, stuff like that. But it was care. It was care. And the whole idea was, how can we change the strata of the school by having these people from these communities be okay with each other and talk with each other and support each other, like the preps, the jocks, the theater kids, stuff like that. How can we bring them all together and make all of them understand that if you're good with this person, the 8 people behind you are going to be good with this person, you know, and really that understanding of who am I amongst the rabble, you know, and if you're well self-identified, then you don't need to worry about the rabble.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And I've always said my job as a parent is to raise the most independent 8-year-old I can. If I have to watch my 8-year-old like a hawk, there's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's me. That's the problem.
Right.
So how do we begin to let schools know that? How do we take that step toward future-looking curriculum in that kind of way as a former teacher?
Okay, well, that's one.
In 8 minutes or less.
No, I don't know if I can go there because you know that
it's hard.
Well, it's very political. Okay,
yes.
So our education system is enmeshed with politics.
Yes, it
and that is just what's so.
Yeah.
And as for me, it's an institution, and if any institution is run as an institution, and in institutions, freedom has been taken away, and it is a prescribed program, which is the reason, even though I had a small window of being able to do what I wanted to do within those parameters, it was the reason that I left public education.
Yeah.
And so when I did go to teach at the quote-unquote magic school, where we had the freedom, we had a curriculum so that the children would learn how to read and write and social studies and all of that, and have activities and gym, all of the prescribed things that one needs to be a healthy social person.
Yeah.
Only we had room to teach other skills, basically self-awareness, meditation, if you want to call it, mindfulness, all right? And then all of these processes, and also the idea that children, as everybody else, we make up stories all the time. Oh, he doesn't like me, especially kids, all right? He doesn't like me, she doesn't like me, and then we start creating stories, et cetera, et cetera. And so I spend time with the kids, teaching them to break down the story and to look at what was the interaction, what really happened. And it takes a little bit longer. I talk about it in more detail in my book. But we break down the interaction. And, you know, Johnny didn't want to play with you because he wanted to play by himself. Is that okay? It's okay.
Yeah.
And we don't make it mean all this other stuff. But to teach that, because everybody's always creating all of this meaning to, oh, he looked at me this way, it means, okay. And then we create an entire world perspective around that and our life around it. And this one's not talking to that one because they sneezed at the wrong time and they made it mean X, Y, Z. All of that needs reframing, restructuring. It needs re-education.
That is a fully us problem, you know, and it really is one of those, because it's a conversation we have regularly on the show, and that is the idea of the filter through which you are viewing a situation. My brother and I were both brought up in the same home. You ask us about our experience at Christmas in 1989, we're gonna have two different experiences. We're people brought up by the exact same parents in the exact same home, but we're individuals, and we process that, and we look at it through different, but we polish different filters.
Oh, absolutely.
You know?
When I hear my sons talk, same story. You know, my one son will say, that didn't happen like that. And the other one is, yes, it did.
It did.
You weren't there.
You're the stupid one that doesn't remember things.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, but I was there. Okay?
Exactly. And
it's fascinating.
It really is that experiential filter through which we tie things, you know. And it's funny because one of the things I say on the show all the time is stop having the conversation on the way to the table. Every time you have a conversation on the way to the table, you are just mixing the mortar and building the wall on your way there.
That's right. Exactly.
Stop rehearsing it.
That's right.
Let it actively happen.
That's right.
Let them have their, because otherwise you're literally putting words into that person's mouth.
Absolutely.
You are rehearsing your response. You're getting yourself wound up. You're getting yourself over nothing. Over something that may be absolute. Until you get there, you don't know.
Right.
So stop practicing it. Stop. You've literally consented into the system of giving your power away at that point.
Yeah.
Like,
and then also, just as you were saying to that, you know, by having that conversation run in your head prior, we're creating that. That is part of the creation in the quantum field. Okay.
Exactly.
So now there we're going to get, and that's the response is going to, the way you filter it. It's all really brilliant.
That you know. With my observation in field log, that's literally one of the things I bring up with paranormal investigation. Have a rote list of equipment that you're not going to forget. And did I print my map to the location? Done. Don't go watch stories about where you're going to investigate. Don't go read books about it. Like blank slate, because A, you're just polishing the filter. B, you may well be manifesting the thing that you're going to look at.
That's right.
You may be the responsible party there.
That's right.
You may have fully charged that atmosphere for your presence.
That's right.
Which, well, you know, if that's the experiment you're doing, cool. But let's scientifically write that down and make it such. If you're going in blank and trying to just get something, you are actively interfering with that field of experience.
That's right.
So that's a huge, important part that a lot of people do not get, that I think is really starting to hit the scene right now.
I really intend that it does, because, you know, to stop creating these stories from in everything, because it permeates everything. Our world is run by this, and everything that we're experiencing is run by the stories that are created by people in their mind and the interpretations. So we gotta start new, and that's what the work that I'm doing, Psi Ontology, is all a part of. Who are we being in the world of our abilities, our human potential, and creating these events like this today. Having so many people from different realms come together, and then recognizing, okay, our human potential, our potential is there.
Absolutely.
Now let's talk about it in such a way that we are one with it, that we understand it, that we can embrace it, and we no longer think it's strange, and we don't have any of these, you know, woo-woo stuff like that.
Or look at people like they're strange because they have the experience.
That's right. That's right.
Precisely. Well, I want to thank you so much for your time today, Elly. It's been fantastic. Let everybody know, especially parents, especially teachers. If you're a teacher out there, number one, this is a coffee break book. That's how thick it is, all right? Valuable, hugely valuable information.
It's packed with information. I kept it very concise with a lot of information.
I skimmed through about 20 or 30 pages of it a while ago while I was sitting here, and it's absolutely awesome. I love it. I love it because it's so necessary to let our kids know that, A, who you are is okay, what you feel is okay. It doesn't have to be strange. It doesn't have to be paranormal. It just is, you know. So let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of Children Who Know How to Know, as well as Annabelle and the Domino.
Well, okay, in a nutshell, Children Who Know How to Know is available. This is a reprint, new second edition that just came out. So this is on Amazon.
Okay.
And it's only on Amazon, all right. So, and Children Who Know How to Know is currently only available by contacting me. So they'd have to email me or go to the website and then order a copy.
Well, great. I am so excited for this. It's great.
And I have my online courses if parents want to teach their children, and that is on my website. So you go to my website, you check the resources, and then you'll find the online courses for teaching children how to develop their psychic abilities.
Great. And what is that website? Where can they go to find all that?
Oh, guess where? EllyMolina.com.
That's right. EELLYMOLINA.com, everybody. Elly, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. It was a pleasure meeting you today. I can't wait for us to talk more over the next few days.
Thank you.
Looking
forward.
Same. While you are online, everybody, checking out all the great work of Elly Molina, stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. CuriousResearch.org is where you can get your copy of the field observation log, as well as the all-new remote viewing session journal. Stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We will be right back with our continuing on-site coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined once again by our good friend Carl McLelland from Vantage Point Remote Viewing.
How you doing, Chris?
Doing great. Welcome back to the show. Thanks. Welcome back to the shores of the United States. Also, thank you so much for my vial of dirt from the grave of Vlad Dracula. I cannot thank you enough for that, for my collection.
You're welcome.
It's been a while since you have been on the show. We had a chance not too long ago to visit with you and go take the Vantage Point Remote Viewing course in Austin, which was absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
I will say, myself as a viewer, it definitely transformed the way that I perform a session. It really gave me some really awesome new tools and broke through a few barriers that I've had as far as you know, I studied controlled remote viewing with Lynn Buchanan, and there were some things that I loved about that protocol that were great, self-checks, things like that, but there were a few things that I kind of found as hurdles as I went along on my remote viewing journey, and you really I think, opened up a few concepts for me, and really the idea that you have of this not just being a mental martial art like Lynn Buchanan says, but more of a mixed martial art. The idea of you really need to study numerous disciplines so that you can find what works best for you and kind of cherry pick that data and build your own system.
Correct.
So tell us a little bit about the Vantage Point system, about how you guys take people through the journey of remote viewing.
Well, first of all, what we found, and what I found when I was teaching, is certain people, through no fault of their own, were struggling on maybe a particular thing, ideograms or another form. And whilst I believe it needs to be structured and formatted, people learn in different ways, regardless of education, intelligence. You know, some people are visual, some people are sort of TikTok mindset.
Yeah.
Some people can hear things, some people like to read it. So I come up with a way that it introduced all aspects of remote viewing, the main ones, and it was given then the viewers are told to follow it through the training. After that, they can choose to pick which they want. And what they're doing is selecting a bespoke method from that which works best for them. For instance, as you know, I don't do ideograms, and ideograms are great. People love them. They don't work for me. And this is what first started it out with myself thinking, what can I do? So for me, I close my eyes, sometimes keep them open. I use my non-dominant handle locked to hover over or literally touch the paper, or maybe a sketch or a word. And information will come. So what we do in the training, and obviously, as you say, you've taken it, is we offer ideograms and then try the non-dominant hand, keep your eyes open, close, and in the end, the students sort of click with what is best for them. Because at the end of the day, the goal, as I always say, is as much data and impressions as you can collate what correlate with the feedback target. And within reason, providing it's structured, it doesn't really matter how you do it. The name of the game is to be a great remote viewer. So by applying choices like a buffet, where people can go and say, well, I don't want steak every day or lobster. I want a salad and some soup and maybe some ice cream. They select what's best for them, and they can change it depending on the mood, how they're feeling themselves emotionally, the area, or even what type of remote viewing it is. It could be an esoteric target. It could be, you know, maybe a child's gone missing, obviously very serious, and people want to jump on that and find the kid. What does it matter which method you use? If you are comfortable with a particular method and the poor kid's found, that is the name of the game.
That's the method.
Absolutely.
That's the method for that system. And you know, that brings up a really good point with especially modality and the idea of how you get to data and how you pull that data out. Because if you are just stuck in one modality, it can be hard to maybe synesthetically connect with other things, you know, or even to receive information as a receipt instead of something that you need to filter out. And I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with at the beginning. I did. And it wasn't until, and we've had the conversation on the show before, Carl, about the idea between ecstatic meditation and remote viewing, and how, sure, they're both trying to reach a point of ascension, but it's through two different methodologies.
Absolutely.
And that connection when it comes to remote viewing is different than it is with meditation. As opposed to putting blinders on the horse and making them focus ahead, you want to give the horse as much view as you can.
Exactly.
And it's interesting, you know, as opposed to silencing the monkey mind, it's giving the monkey a typewriter and saying, just give me all the data you can.
Well, you know, you're spot on, Chris. This is why I come up with the name Vantage Point. It does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
It gives each individual remote viewer a particular vantage point bespoke to them. It's like, I always say, if you drew a circle representing an island, and there was a palm tree on one side and a turtle on another, a surfboard on another, and a beach ball on the other. Not every remote viewer will see all of that.
Yeah.
One will get the turtle, one will see half the turtle and half the palm tree, and one will get another viewpoint. So by doing it the way Vantage Point do it, everybody gets, and it can interchange. This is the beauty about it, of what they want to do. When I remote view, especially on missing people, right, I will bring in, I'll meditate, fire straight into it, bypass the ideogram, write the target number, what's been assigned, and straight away I'm getting descriptors, just basic descriptors, sketches, and then I unfold it from there. I'll throw that to a master sketch, a deep dive, and of course the all ever important, most underrated summary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, if it's not for a remote viewer, it will be in layman's terms, and there you go. Also, I'll incorporate forensic mediumship. That's where I'll know, usually, if the missing person is passed. Then I will try to connect with them. And the reason it's called forensic is because what you're asking them is to show you, for instance, where it happened. Was they murdered? Was it an accident? Is there any blood trail? And what you're trying to do is get information for law enforcement, for search parties, dead or alive, let's call it what it is.
Sure.
That person needs to be recovered. If not to just give the family closure. But we're all hoping they're alive, of course.
Sure.
And this is what it does. And any way you can do this, providing it's in a formatted structure, and you have the beauty to interchange and say, for example, hypothetically, I don't want to use a pen today, I'll use a pencil, I'll use a fountain pen. It's good because it's associated to where you feel on that given session.
Yeah.
And you've got all these tools, and you do, I'll use this one, I'll use this one. If this is not working, I'm going to try that. And bam, and it unfolds.
Well, and especially when you're talking about using the different forms, it really is something that it activates different parts. It's kind of like being a multi-instrumentalist.
Of course.
Like I don't, as somebody who spent years in audio engineering, I don't know a drummer that doesn't play something else, or that can't play something else. It's the idea of, well, that's a bit, just because it's got strings doesn't mean it's not a percussion instrument.
Yeah.
So seeing that marriage and seeing that synergy between different techniques, that synergy between whenever I use this technique, I tend to get this kind of data more. Because like you said, you could target 5 different people in this room with the exact same target on a desert island. Are they going to pick up the same details? One person may be better at picking up the environment, while another person's better at picking up objects.
Of course.
And you may be better at picking up people. So number one, that's why you have teams of remote viewers.
Absolutely.
Typically, like Lynn Buchanan says, data. And when you properly database things, then you've got a database of viewers that can tackle this, can tackle that, can have different modalities for different projects.
Yes.
So you can definitely hone a team to a subject or to a target a whole lot easier that way.
Absolutely. I mean, what we have in place, and it's not uncommon, there's other remote viewing teachers use it, is, as you know, the physical profile.
Yeah.
Now, that can be used to find certain illnesses or issues around the body, but it's also great for, an escaped convict and he's on the run, and law enforcement need to track him down.
Yeah.
He's a danger to the public. This guy needs to be apprehended. And what would happen there is they'd look for distinguishing features. Oh, he's got a tattoo of an eagle on his neck, or he's a digit missing on his left hand. And these are all important details. Also, we go into the conscious exploration, which again you've done on the course. Where you can really dive deep inside and get a lot of information. It's so underrated that the intel you can extract and start collating and putting together.
Yeah. Well, and I'd taken part in outbounder exercises before I took your class, and I will say that, I'm given to emotion. Don't get me wrong, but there were parts, especially in the forensic dive that we did, which was Sharon Tate. The target was Sharon Tate from the Manson murders.
Correct.
And there were parts in that where like I was overcome with emotion while I was viewing.
I remember.
To begin with.
You had a great connection.
It was tough. It was rough. But as somebody who is an empathic person, it really dawned on me that, well, wait a minute. It might be the fact that I'm somebody who can tie into people in that kind of way by a distance. And that's important in investigation. Like you said, especially the physical medical profile that we did. That is a huge thing for police and investigators, especially if you've got a missing convict or something like that, to know that, you know, along the way during his escape, he's possibly been hobbled on his left leg. Things like that, like tracks change, the way that the person's walking, gait. All that kind of stuff can all lead to the identification of a suspect. I mean, those are biometric things that we have cameras looking for.
Of course. And you mentioned the session you did there, and what you did, which was amazing. It was a great session. I remember it. You nailed it. And what you've done is turn your emotion and put it to use.
Yeah.
Right? So you got the emotion, you got the feelings, somewhat upsetting. Obviously, you know, people know about the Manson infamous history. And what you did then, you controlled it, turned it, and become somewhat calculated as to, I'm going to use this now, this emotion, this empathy, right, with my remote viewing experience and training, and collate that data. Well, and that's what you did, and put pen to paper and bang.
And the one that blew my mind after that, Carl, was that in that viewing, I had put down that there was a sharp pain in the neck. That there was pain to the neck. And even though it was post-mortem, Sharon Tate had been strung up from the rafter. I didn't even remember that until we were at lunch and I started looking up the Sharon Tate case, and I was like, oh my God, she was hung. And that one really blew my mind. The fact that I had picked something like that up that was a post-mortem injury.
Yeah. And you know what you're doing there? This applies, as far as I'm concerned, on the overlap into forensic mediumship, because what you're doing, you may not be connecting, you know, like you see on the TV, oh, Sharon stood there and he looks great and all Hollywood. It doesn't work like that. What you're picking up is a pain and injury in the neck. This is exactly what mediumship part of it is about. And obviously the lady is passed, no longer with us, and had an unfortunate episode. But what you're doing is getting that pain in that area, and then you're turning it into actual physical data, pen to paper, and saying, I felt a pain in the neck, I believe this, and you're putting it down. So then your manager, your project manager, whoever's working with you can go, wow, Chris, bump, 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 bump. And they think, wow, it is. Look at that. You picked up on that. So the emotion and empathy there, you absorbed it, a little bit overwhelming. I've been there, I've had tears rolling down my eyes with some, literally. And then okay, come on, Carl, put your big boy pants on. This isn't going to help. You get the feeling now, turn it. And that's exactly what you did and nailed it.
Well, and, you know, that was once again a hard one to go through, and it was hard to power through and to get through. But that leads to the question, especially when it comes to mediumship, because you had studied spiritual mediumship before you studied remote viewing.
Correct.
And most of the people, we did that class at Nature's Treasures. Shout out to our friend Nance and everybody at Nature's Treasures for helping us put on that class, because the one thing that I noticed, especially at Nature's Treasures, a lot of the people were mediums.
Correct.
They had already been through mediumship. They'd done that kind of stuff. And their approach was a little different. And there were a few things that I had some problems with some of the stuff, because I thought it the fact of going too definite with an answer. And like I said in my talk earlier, as a show host, I will always say, this is my educated opinion. This is what I think. This is what I believe, given the facts at hand. I will rarely give a hard line like, I guarantee you by next December, we're going to have hard deed disclosure with UFOs, folks. I am not going to put that prediction out there. I'm going to take that quantum aspect and I'm going to go, this is what I think will happen, there could be 85 mitigating circumstances between A and Z here, you know. So how do you, as somebody, and for any mediums out there that are considering taking on remote viewing as part of their toolkit, how do they begin to draw that separation between what they would normally feel as a medium? And I'm not saying doubt what you feel as a medium. I'm not. How do you take that to paper and still have the objectivity of remote viewing?
So it's all about control, self-control and discipline. The discipline applies from taking the formatted course, which is obviously structured. You get all the tools. So it's like a carpenter having an array of hammers and saws and different things. Then when you've learned how to apply them and receive the information, bring in then on one of your targets, as you know, there's quite a few over the course, then bring it in, especially if we say target is a subject. It's a great one for anybody who's a medium with months or many years experience to then connect, just as you would as you're doing your remote viewing session, bring it in, and like exactly, you're the great example here. The neck, the pain, you've just pinpointed all over the body one specific area. And you've described it's a pain, it's a throb. I'm feeling a little bit literally choked. I can't breathe and the chest is tight. Whatever has happened. I've known people who have connected forensically with mediumship with a particular subject, describe something sharp going into them. And it's a shame, but they've been stabbed to death and they've connected with it. Now, things like I've had one where I literally saw a young lady beaten to death with a revolver, a wheel gun, over her head, and then shoved in like this much water and drowned. And I remember it was many years ago, as I was viewing this, tears just flowed down my face. And it was overwhelming. Now, I've seen a lot of death and blood. Does it bother me? Yes, it does, of course.
Sure,
I'm
human.
However, looking at that, part of it was because it was after the fact and I couldn't do anything. In the real world, if I saw a lady in that happening, at most men, I would have dove on the bloke, given the best shot and told her to run and call 911. Right? But you can't, so you feel helpless. But here's the thing which you've just mentioned. The discipline then of literally wiping the tears away or the emotion and, come on, compose. And recenter, absolutely. And go, put all these emotions to good use. Use it. Use that emotion. That is power. What the emotion is intel. It's data. Turn it round, collate a bit more, descriptors, sketches, questions, answers, movement commands, and then your summary is going to read a great report, actual and factual. Every time. Well, and
with that in mind, Carl, especially when it comes to that connection, because it's one thing for an outbounder, you are specifically tying into a person. When you're viewing something like this, there is definitely that point of consent that you want to ask of the spirit that you may be viewing, the person whose death you may be viewing, things like that. Just the same thing with mediumship. Absolutely. The idea of like, do you consent with me to find out your story? Do you consent with me to enter your energetic space, spirit? Because if not, you're good luck, medium.
Exactly.
And any medium that tells you that's not the case, you may want to consider that. Because there is a point of consent all around, and we have to consent not only to be a part of that moment, but we also have to consent to release that moment, Carl. And that's something that Lynn Buchanan talks about regularly on the show. Is you think you may want to use this for helping trafficked people, helping murder victims, like people like Pam Coronado, who regularly works with law enforcement. Like that's literally what she does with her skill. But there's also something there that if you don't know, especially with mediumship, things like that, if you don't know how to clear that and reground, and even with an outbounder, the visualization of cutting that cord so that you are no longer connected to that person while you do feedback.
Correct.
Stuff like that, you know, and then of course, even at the end of a summary, writing that all important end session.
Yes.
Like end session, so that your brain checks out. How do you begin that moment of cutoff? How do you teach people, especially when doing forensic work, things like that? How do you teach them to cut off from that experience? Because it's visceral. It's visceral, man.
Very. Well, like you said at first, the main thing when you start to connect is respect. And it's not only professional, it's ethical.
That's right.
Right? You have respect for the person who's passed, the subject, but you also, which you come up with a great one, have respect for yourself. You ask permission, but you also, and another great one, is give yourself permission.
That's right.
Give yourself permission to say, look, so you're saying to, I don't know, Mr. Smith, who's passed, look, all my intention is to help you. It's positive and it's with love. That's what I say. It works for me.
Yep.
Is this okay? Do you give me permission? I've never been refused yet because I don't go in with ulterior motives and I'm upfront. Then I take a moment and I give myself permission to not only receive the feelings, like you mentioned with the lady's neck, and the emotions, but also it's like having a talk with yourself very quickly, like a brief talk. To then ask for the emotions to stop. Okay, and I do it by thinking, okay, thank you, I have that. Can you please take it away? Okay. And then otherwise you get overwhelmed. And then by doing that, and it comes with training and self-discipline, then I would sort of sit there, I've got the information, I'm thinking, oh my God, this particular subject has been murdered, it's horrific, it's a gunshot, I don't know, a robbery, and I can see things, and then I will keep saying, come on, and when I've got enough, I will say, thank you so much, stay there, just let me collate this. And then I sort of left brain. Right, I've got that, then all down, and then if I need to go back, it's back in the zone. I call it my invisible basket. I go in, I'll collate what I can, but I don't overload. When I've got enough, I come out, unleash it on the paper, then go back in. And at the end, I always, and again, as you mentioned, it's not a definite for everyone.
Sure.
I love what you said there, because I always say, in my opinion, just for me.
That's right.
And then I will thank the subject and say, thank you so much. I hope what I've done is enough, right? I'm going to get this, to the authorities or whatever I'm working on with this, or whoever's in charge, and hopefully something positive will come of it and give you family closure and so forth. Thank you so much, with love. I always say with love.
Absolutely.
Right, because that is the most powerful energy ever, in my opinion.
That's right.
Then I'll take a minute, because I may be, eyes watering or overwhelmed, and like, there's some nasty things, you see. It's not for everyone. It isn't. Can you locate my purse? I left it in a theatre somewhere last week, or a restaurant.
Any viewers out there? I am looking for my wedding ring.
And I'll make a great target. And then I compose. And what I'm composing is, and I'm actually wriggling my toes, and I'm sort of feeling the ground again. I'm back. You've got to tell yourself that, for me. So wriggle your toes and I just touch my knees, a little tap, and think, reality. Oh, I'm back here. I'm in an interview with Chris. I was remote viewing. And then it's memory. So straight away, what did I, right. Pen and paper, bum, and it's all there.
Now, in the last few minutes, you had a chance while you were here to go lab rat.
Yes.
And literally, because I've had so many questions from so many people for so long. One of the questions that I get asked regularly, believe it or not, is why not just put the target in a Faraday cage? That'll block them. I'm like, it absolutely does not. That does nothing. One of the great experiments that I bring up all the time whenever people bring that up is, of course, the Uri Geller, where he was affecting the gravitometer 60 feet underground. Like, he's nowhere near that thing, nowhere near it, and creating a force with his mind that was able to make a gravitometer go off in a secured facility in the basement under the building. So, no, you could put somebody in a Faraday cage, you could put the object in a Faraday, you could put the Faraday cage in a Faraday cage. It ain't going to make a difference because of non-local consciousness. You know, so how did the experiments go for you? How was the lab work? Did they find anything while you were there, while you were plugged up? I gotta know.
Right.
I gotta know.
So I was put in a Faraday cage. It's a room within a room.
Yep.
So it's sort of like 4D. And nothing can get in or out. And it's locked like a submarine door with everything in it.
Yeah.
Linked to the computer. You've got a skull cap on. There's 128 wires. These like suckers, God knows where, all over you, and they're monitoring everything. And you sort of give a target, and then you have your cool down, and you do the session, and then you see the feedback. Now the data, and I've actually asked for it when it gets released, is months away because they're going to have to compile it.
Yeah.
And what they're interested in mostly, I was talking to David Aconzo, great guy, French guy, spent a lot of time adult life in the UK, and now obviously he's in Virginia. He's a professor at the university, sort of heading this trial. And I asked him, I said, is it important on the rating, say off the TARG scale, 0 to 7?
Sure.
And he said, no, it's great if you get stuff, but what we're looking for, because it's formatted that you have to, and there's cameras on you, you have to put your hands wherever you like, and then you physically have to pick the pen up so they can see and then watch the data. Write down, and then put your pen down and move your hands back wherever you want them. So now they know your remote viewing.
There is a separation between the resting state and the viewing state.
Absolutely.
Brainwave-wise.
Yes,
absolutely.
Brainwave. And it's quite amazing how it goes. And it's picking up all these things. And this will be very interesting once the data's released, which is apparently a few months away, maybe even early next year. But so that was very interesting. It was 5 days. Ooh. One target in the morning, one target in the afternoon, straight across the 5.
Now, let's just go your first session. What did you view? What were your results? And what was the target?
Right. Session, I was picking up a joint. What I mean by a joint is, at first, my first sketch was a slim, sort of stick-like object, and on this angle, and then another on that, okay? So it was like 90 degree, but there. And the focus was on a pin in the middle, so I knew it opened and closed.
Okay.
And then I was getting power. This is powerful. It will spring open. Whoa. And then I went off a bit and thought, is it something like a bridge stanchion, a support? No. Is it like Tower Bridge opening for river traffic, boats?
Yeah.
No, but it's like it, power like hydraulics. Whoa, I can feel the force. And it turned out it was a greyhound and a focus on the back leg.
Oh, wow.
And obviously the main power from a dog, or like a horse, is the hind leg.
The spring.
Boosh, out the trap. So, it's pretty cool.
That is wild, man. That is wild. I cannot wait to see the data from this stuff. And I know before the IRVA conference coming up, sadly I won't be able to be there, but there are days of labs going on before the IRVA conference as well.
Correct.
And I was like, oh my God, I wish I could be there for all
And it's
that.
the first of its kind, this one, what they're on, so.
That's this event itself is a first of its kind.
Of its kind.
And I am so excited to see it because, it's a different kind of conference. There's conference, there's speakers, there's vendors, all kinds of things. But more importantly, there's the competition.
Competition.
And there's the friendly competition of how can we learn from each other? How can we, compete against each other, but also how can we bring this to the next generation?
Yeah.
And that's something that
I'm
all about.
Quickly say, you mentioned
Please.
in your talk I attended earlier this morning, that is the thing. I say, look, it's a conveyor belt. We're all remote viewers.
Yeah.
Different age gaps, right? Across the spectrum. However, there's this conveyor belt of life, and we end up tipping off, shall we say?
Yeah.
Right? Where is the new blood?
Yeah.
And you mentioned a great thing. We need the kids involved.
That's right.
Right? Just how to approach them, like you say, maybe an app, maybe a prize, right? Because they're a different generation. We are old hats, and boring to kids. You want teenagers, you want 20-odd-year-olds, even 30-odd who's never experienced it, coming in, so it's a continuous conveyor belt.
That's right.
Because finally, the great ones, even us, a little bit younger, but no spring chickens, we're going to fall off that conveyor belt.
That's right.
And it cannot run dry.
Yeah.
If it runs dry, it's screwed.
Oh no, and that's just it. It's one of the catchphrases of this show is, can we make science sexy again? Can we please? Can we make it sexy again?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, how do we get kids excited about science? And this is one of those, as I said in my talk, science is rapidly coming to meet us. This is one of the only parapsychological disciplines out there that was birthed in the lab. It was birthed alongside science. It's not like science tried to prove ghosts the whole time, or the Loch Ness Monster, or things like that. Even though they're on the trail, they're doing that stuff. It's fantastic, but it wasn't birthed alongside. Remote viewing is literally something that was birthed in laboratory work.
It's also like certain classes in school which are not for everyone when we've gone through school as kids, and you're bored. Maybe you don't like the maths, the English, the science, and you're, oh God, I wish the bell would ring.
Yeah.
You've got to make it fun. You've got to make it interesting. So people go, hey, do you know what? I want to go at this.
Yeah.
I want to have a go.
Well, and that's the conversation that we were having with Elly Molina earlier, is the idea of, in the West especially, we have a very clipped-in view of this. When you start looking at Latin American cultures, Eastern European, Asian, these are things that are not strange to them. Like when I interviewed Thiago Tiecci, the sole MUFON investigator in Brazil, one of the countries with more UAP sightings than anybody else. There's one investigator, and I was like, "What about the Amazon? Tons of oil fields, things like that out there. Tons of forestry. Whenever you go out there to take a witness statement, anything like that, do you ever talk to the native population?" He's like, "Sure." I was like, what did they say? He's like, "Well, it's nothing strange for them." It's like they don't come, it's 3 days on a boat one way for them to come make a report to me. So they ain't doing that. But even when I'm there, they look at me strange because this has been with them for generations. It's nothing for them to see lights in the sky of the Amazon. They've talked about it in their stories for the last 100, 200 years in their tribe.
That's like going to London and saying anyone has seen a red buzz.
Yeah, so when you're talking about Eastern European, other countries, these things, these abilities are something that are almost curated within families.
Yeah.
Much like you, like you said, you have a history of tea leaf reading and things like that in your family. Those are things that are frequently passed down within families, familial line, because of that want to keep something in the family alive. It's not necessarily the way here in the States.
No, and the same, I think, in the UK and a lot of Western Europe, where the South America, Latin America, Eastern Europe, they more cultivate it and bring it through the generations, so there's no surprise. And they accept it, whether they believe that's a personal thing, but they accept, there's another, and it's no surprise, and they have information with that being passed down, how many times, what the grandfathers think, what the fathers think, the mothers, and I think that's great. Don't be shy of it, and somebody's going to think I'm an idiot. Talk about these things.
Well, and especially I think sadly, there was a great birth, but also dearth of things that happened at the same time with the whole spiritualist movement back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, both in the UK and here. You start looking at people like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, stuff like that. He was considered to be one of the best scientific minds and things like that. But at the same time, it was like, hey, you just kind of like jumped whole hog into those fairy pictures.
Yep.
And they're just real. And even here in America, when you're talking about people like Harry Houdini going out and making it his mission at the end of life to disprove spiritualists who were taking advantage of people because they wanted to contact their dead loved ones and stuff like that.
Correct.
So I can see how that definitely had an influence, because all of that was happening right alongside Madame Blavatsky and all of that kind of stuff. You know, so it's interesting to see how both of those sides were fully active at the same time.
And what I like about it is, obviously then they were referred to the jokers, the liars, if you like, as charlatans. But the beauty about, like anything with the UFOs, is data. With the remote viewing, it's okay, here's a target, do a session, like the Psi Games with multiple competitions across the spectrum. It's, right, can you do it? Do it. And you're getting hard facts. I know you're very big on data. I love data. It is proof. It's factual evidence. Or you can dismiss certain things, and it's put what I call through a filter, a prospectus pan, I like to call it, when it's sifted for gold. So it's all thrown in. Okay, fine, get that in. And in the end, you filter out all the rubbish and mumbo jumbo, and then these hard facts. Those are your nuggets. Where you go, oh, here we go, and you can say why, and these to go in reports. So yeah, absolutely. And that's, once again, my favorite thing about this discipline is the fact of it is data-based. It's about the data that you cull, the data that you get during a session, and how that data can be applied. And if only the rest of parapsychology could follow suit, I think we would be in a great place, because once again, all of this is rapidly culling together and coming together. Correct.
So.
It is. It's starting to gel. And one of my favourite parts is the analysis. I love it. And just ripping everything apart, with respectfully, of course, and getting that gold nugget, juicy data.
Well, because you're in. It's one of those. Sadly, I'm one of those. Celebrate your misses. I think you should celebrate your misses, because that's where you learn. There's not a baseball player out there that learns by hitting a home run every time.
You made a great example with the basketball court with your son, right? And I just want to say, everyone, I've got his autograph today, okay? There you go, little guy.
It's ahead of the curve.
And not ask self, oh, I missed. Why did you miss?
That's right.
This is the beauty of going over your feedback with remote viewing. You can usually come to a point and go, why didn't I get that it was a cube, right, when I was drawing a circle? Just an elaborate example. But if you trace back with that feedback, you can sometimes see where you've gone wrong and go, what was I... I remember I was getting... And then next time, and over time, it will become like muscle memory. Just like grabbing a cup of coffee and putting it to your mouth.
And once again, the misses are how you learn that, hey, maybe you're not an object viewer.
Exactly.
You know?
And I love one of the phrases, and it's an old one, you learn by your mistakes. But only if we backtrack, and again, the basketball court, to our mistakes, don't be ashamed of them. Be proud of them. Own them. Exactly.
It's your mistake.
And you will learn from that.
That's right.
And hopefully not replicate it in the future.
Well, you know, the example I give people all the time professionally is, announce your mistake.
Yes.
Own it. When you go to the person who's in charge of the mistake, don't just tell them that you made the mistake. A, own up to the mistake. B, now you have a solution for the mistake. This happened. I see why it happened. Next time we're going to do this. so that is mitigated.
Exactly. We're going to apply something different, hopefully to avoid the mistake.
That's right.
Yeah,
to circumvent the mistake entirely.
And this is how things happen in life, inventions of flight, right,
That's
brothers, and everything else. Well, because they make mistakes and then they learn from them.
And even in viewing, sometimes it's because you're rushing to get to the session before you're done with the pre-session protocol.
Yeah.
If you took more time on your self-check, and you took more time to get rid of stray cats in your head, situations that have happened that week, and deep dive into that before you ever deep dive into your session, you might get totally different data.
Total fine-tuning.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. So I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for the great wealth of knowledge that you poured on me in your class, because it really was, object-wise, a whole new lesson in how to view things, how to look at things. So I want to thank you for that.
Thanks,
Let
Chris.
everybody know where they can go to find out more about Vantage Point Remote Viewing, where they can go to take your classes.
So in-person and online training, vantagepointrv.com and vantagepointrv@gmail.com.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks,
as
mate.
always. While you are online checking out everything from Carl Mclelland and Vantage Point Remote Viewing, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all the episodes. That is where you can also find your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log, as well as the all-new Remote Viewing Session Journal. When we come back from this quick break, we will continue with our live on-site coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Suzanne Ross. She is one of the people behind the amazing San Diego Transcendence Retreat. She is also here presenting on the soul behind the simulation. I am so entirely happy to see this topic being presented here, because the idea of simulation theory and the idea that it's something that I spoke about this morning, the concept that my whole presentation is how science is rapidly meeting the paranormal, and how this is nothing new. It's nothing new. Remote viewing is this kind of stuff that was birthed in the lab, you know. So the idea that we are all connected, the idea that we're all 90% empty space held together by a quantum field, and that I am right now sharing non-local consciousness with my brother in Texas and sharing an electron field with him. Like, we're still co-mingling despite distance. So it's fascinating when you start getting into that, when you start looking at the fact of, like, are we here in an agreed upon way? Did we decide to stop here on the way to somewhere else? You know, like you're saying, the soul behind the simulation. What is the soul behind the simulation?
Well, just like you're saying, everything is consciousness, right?
Yeah.
Here we are in this infinite field of beginningless, endless consciousness.
Yeah.
And that sort of aligns with Buddhism, infinity, right?
Yeah.
Everything emerges from this infinite field of consciousness,
Yeah.
right? And that kind of aligns with emergence theory, and physicists more and more
Yeah.
are agreeing that consciousness is fundamental.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, in my friend Rizwan Work's book, The Simulation Hypothesis, he talks about how everything is information, right?
Yeah.
And light carries information.
That's right.
And interestingly enough, in his book, one of the things he talks about is that an ancestor civilization could be running a simulation with us, and here we are as avatars in it.
Yeah.
Now, I believe that there is a source universe, and he implies that in his book as well, that
Okay.
there's some kind of source
Sure.
for these multiple parallel realities that
Call
are
it a
taking
prime
place.
mover, what have you.
Exactly. And here we are at the center of creation on this source universe as our source selves.
Yeah.
And it's really
Yeah.
our source self who is projecting all of these multiple aspects of its self into different timelines, into different parallel realities in this thing called space-time.
Yeah.
Now, why was space-time created? By these existential beings on this universe settled in the eternal now moment, beyond time, timeless, really, is because in this existential universe, you're really just existing. You are.
Yeah.
Okay, so this space-time game gives us the opportunity to experience in linear time, right, experiences, be experiential instead of
Yes.
just existential.
Absolutely.
It's a different way to know thyself.
Yeah.
And to experience love of self and other. And through these experiences then in space-time, right, here we are as avatars.
Yep.
A projection, reflection of our source self, an aspect of our source self, right? And so I do believe in that sense, our source self is playing a sort of virtual reality game
Sure.
with its avatars in space-time.
Yeah, yeah. And once again, a lot of what I talk about, I do a lot of binaural beat therapy. I write a lot of binaural beat music. I'm an audio engineer by trade. So for me, like, yeah, everything is vibration. Even on the job site, I try to tell the lighting crew, like, lighting, sound, why are you arguing? You're both frequency, man. Like... Sound is light, light is sound. There's no difference between the two departments. Let's all get together. Can we cohesively get along like good light and become a laser instead of scattered white light? Can we do that? That's a topic that I bring up in my talk, is the idea that even remote viewing itself, its roots started with a paper by Hal Puthoff about our scientists adversely affecting their experiment when they go home and think about it. The idea of it, did you burn your house down because you were thinking, did I leave my iron on while you were sitting in traffic?
Right. Thought is so powerful.
Because your thought is that powerful.
Yeah.
And frequency is not just light, it's not just sound, it's also our frequency and speed of thought. It's also how often are you thinking something? Are you willing to break the pattern of that thought to change your life or change your now? You know?
Right. That's how creative thought is. And everything began with a thought.
Yeah.
The first thought became the universe, which became beings and things.
Yeah.
Right? And so, yes, realizing how creative our thoughts are, and then how our thoughts are spread across all of these other aspects of who we are being.
Yeah.
Right? And so how much are we tuning in to the thoughts of our other selves in other realms, and of course into the thoughts of one another, because we're in one field of consciousness. It's a shared field, and then here we are in this consensus reality.
Well, and not just a shared field, but it's a shared experiential field, Susan, because it really is the idea of, the example I give is my brother and I were brought up in the same house. You ask us what Christmas of '89 was like, we'd have two different experiences.
Yes.
Both locally in the same place at the exact same time. Two totally different versions of what that experience is because of who we are are and how we define ourselves and how we define our place in everything. So, that idea of soul, once again, being such an integral part. As somebody who studied philosophy for a long time, I always go back to the Aristotelian prime mover, and just the concept of the Aristotelian imperfect. The idea that we will never be able to attain the perfect chair in this dimension. It won't happen. It will always be imperfect because we'll never be able to make the essay qua essay of what a chair is here. It's not going to happen. This is a physical place. It's going to break. It's going to wobble. There's something that can always go wrong, but somewhere there is that Aristotelian perfect chair that exists, that is what we draw communally the idea of chair from, and we're always just trying to attain it.
Yes.
Can we? Is the question.
Be perfect as I am perfect.
Can we be perfect? Can we attain that perfection?
Right, and that goes to this reality being a distortion, if you will, because it's a replica, and you keep copying something on a photocopier. Finally,
the resolution's going to be blurry. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So that's a great example.
Well, even there's a lot going on right now in Hollywood, especially about clones, things like that, and that's always been kind of the get line of cloning is as you get down the line, like, good luck with them being the perfect copy. The problems are going to become bigger problems. They compound on top of each other, and eventually you end up with a clone that can't do anything. And even with that and tied to remote viewing, I just had Lynn Buchanan on the show. And a few years ago, I love Lynn. I took remote viewing classes from him. He's an amazing individual. When I asked him, probably about 3 years ago at the IRVA conference, had he ever remote viewed alien civilizations? He was like, yes, I have. And he was like, one of the reasons, specifically the Greys, bring things here is because they sacrificed a part of themselves to become a hive mind. So they no longer have the individuality that we have. So amazing technology, but because they have no individuality, they have no inventiveness, and they don't know how to apply that technology to new things. So they use us to help apply their technology in new ways, because we're individuals still, and we know what individuality and inventiveness is like. We know how to apply things to another use, whereas a hive mind collective like that wouldn't. How would you even see the need? Because the need of that one individual may not be the need of the whole group. So it's fascinating to think about that.
That is fascinating.
And even the idea of, once again, are we in that shared universe? Are we in that shared collective consciousness? How does that affect us? How does that affect our everyday reality? How does that affect the way that we interact with the world around us and move into the future?
Well, so one thing that Riz brings up in his book, The Simulation Hypothesis, that sort of helped to answer that for me is this idea that the only reality that we're rendering is what we need to render for our particular experience in space-time. So for you and I, maybe it's as far as we can see on either side, right? All around us, 360 degrees. What can you see right now? That's all that's being rendered.
Yeah.
Because that's all you need to see right now for your experience.
Yeah.
Right? And so if two people go on vacation, or you said two people have the same Christmas, right? It's a totally different explanation of what happened and how it was and what it was like. Because each person has their own unique perspective based on the experience that they're rendering at any given moment in time. And then, of course, what the meaning and purpose of it is for them individually.
Well, that directly brings us into the conversation of the simulation theory and even of video gaming. Because when you think about just the way a video game renders a game, it's not rendering 10 levels from now. It's not rendering 10 screens from now. It's rendering right now. And if you as another player join the game, that changes the render immediately. Changes the way it renders that wall over there, because now you're casting a shadow on the wall and you're in front of the wall. So, yeah, like every person that walks into this frame renders the reality in a different way. So that's wow. That is a noodle cooker right there, Susan. Just the idea of when do we hit the buffering wheel? When do we eventually hit so much render that, like, you know, the lollipop of death pops up like on a Mac, and it just keeps turning.
Right.
When does the waiting hourglass pop up? So yeah, at what point, especially within the intelligent universe, because this really brings about the concept of the observed atom, and the fact that the atom has to know that it's being observed in order to be photographed.
Yes.
You know, so. Are we the conscious atom, or is the atom responding to us in that way? When
or
you're
is
talking,
it yes, yes, and both one and the same?
Yeah.
Right? The atom's conscious, we're conscious.
And we're both talking back and forth.
But since reality only exists if it's being observed, right?
Yeah.
What if when it's not being observed, it is not?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
And we might know that there's billions of galaxies and trillions of star systems, but we don't need to see it right here and now because it would be way too much to render, A.
Yeah.
B, we don't need it for our current experience. I've always been fascinated by the shared reality.
Yeah.
Right? What's the consensus reality? Have we all agreed to have this particular consensus experience? You know, we agree this is a table, we agree that's a chair.
Precisely.
Right? And so it is.
You kind of have to.
You would have to have this shared experience together. But then at the same time, we know it's all just pixelated. We know it's just all a video game, if you will.
Illusion, so to speak.
So to speak. And then when are we logged on? When we go to sleep, do we log out? Is wakefulness a way of logging in?
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, especially when it comes to that connection, Susan, because one of the things I speak about regularly on the show is the fact of we are always connected. Our brains are transceivers living inside of a resonant chamber. Like, we are always receiving, we are always sending. The question is whether or not you are collating that data in real time. Or are you going autonomically through your day, like you normally do? Your brain is going to suppress things that happen, and when you dream later, you're going to reprocess reality. And you're going to go through all the things that, you know, you didn't go through because you just knee-jerk reaction went through it. You didn't have time to process the emotion, the connection to your past, and everything else. And that's kind of where our dreams come from, is what we had to autonomically push down and move through. Now we have time to process because there's actual bandwidth in the system. We aren't trying to stay upright and breathe without thinking about it, you know? So the idea that, yes, we are not just a conscious vibration, but that vibration happens quarterly. You know, like we're a note, and together we're a chord. You know,
I like that.
So your sound never dies. Once the bell rings, it can't be unrung. You're there forever. The question is whether or not it's in this bubble or whether you vibrated high enough to move through the meniscus to the next bubble, into the next reality.
Right.
You know? Just like the Flash puts his hand on a wall and vibrates and passes through the wall. You know, because he matched the frequency of the wall and now he can phase through it. So,
and knows that it's all pixelated. It's all just energy.
Atoms anyway.
It's right, like in the Matrix. There is no spoon.
Well, exactly. And once you kind of realize that, and once you realize the fact that, yes, like we were talking about with Elly Molina earlier, there is a beautiful point of manifestation that can come in your life, and it's really interesting to see literally mainstay on TV religion turning that way. And talking about, like, oh no, you need money, or you can manifest that money in your life. You
and
can
then
make
give it
that.
To the church.
You just need to. Sure. Yeah. make sure we get our 20. But in all sincerity, it is the fact that yes, and that was even one of the protocols in the Stargate remote viewing program with the Army, was the fact of you're not allowed to meddle. You're not allowed to remote influence. Because, well, that's a thing, and you can do that, and we shouldn't be doing that. So, like, even to hear the military be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be, like, touching it over there. Like, observe, but don't play with it. It was very much a Star Trek idea of you observe, you don't interfere, you know? Because that was always the protocol with Star Trek. Like, sure, go visit a new alien civilization, but do not interfere with their culture. Don't interfere with the way their world works. Don't show them technology that they shouldn't be prone to or have access to yet, because you will destroy things in the natural order and system. Yes. You know,
violate galactic law.
Yeah. So, and the question comes to bear: are we violating the galactic law, or are we obeying the? I firmly believe that we are obeying the galactic law. One of the things that made me laugh about this show specifically, whenever I was doing all my online promo, my first promo that I paid for to help get tickets and things, I left open. And probably about 3 weeks after it being live, I got an alert on Facebook, and it was from my brother. The only thing I saw was the comments on this thread are gold. And I went and looked, and oh my God, Susan, the number of people that were saying that this was a satanic event, that this is delving into the world of demons and things. And it's like, well, wait a minute, though. If this is something that we are naturally given, how is that not a gift? You know, like there was one person that, as a former Catholic seminarian, really? There was one person that started bringing up the Book of Revelations, and I was like, you mean that dude that might have remote viewed the end of the world? You mean John of Patmos, who had a vision,
who was channeling Jesus Christ,
who may have actually just been remote viewing,
right?
And wrote it down, wrote it down,
right? Because it was the revelations of Christ. I mean, there's so much channeling, so much remote viewing, so much paranormal in the Bible.
Yeah, well, and it's also just one of those, like, if this is something that is innate and latent, and we all have it,
God-given,
that is far from any kind of divination at that point. That is no different than you walking up to a roller coaster and feeling something squirrely in your stomach. Like, yeah, you're about to experience something. You may be getting some anticipation.
It's totally fear-based because there's programming to limit people from being all that they can be because they're harder to control. It's better to have them suppressed and not believe they have special gifts and abilities. Only divine beings have special gifts and abilities, like angels or Jesus Christ or whomever your spiritual guide or leader is, right? And then they have special gifts, but you don't. Because you're just a measly.
Well, and I regularly bring up Kabbalah when it comes to this, just simply because of the teaching that there's a teaching in Kabbalah that the whole reason that we as humans hold the power that we hold is because we amongst creation were uniquely breathed into by the Creator. And because that Creator spoke the world into being, we can speak into being.
Absolutely.
So that's where manifestation comes from. That's where all of this comes from, because we uniquely vibrate in the same way as the Creator in that kind of way.
Exactly. So we're all aspects of God. God is experiencing through us as us. Right? Who is the one projecting this whole game is God. So we're all God's avatars.
Exactly. And that quite literally brings us to the pivot point of this amazing event.
Thank you.
See how that's done? Tell us a little bit about this Transcendence Retreat that is going on in San Diego, because it sounds like an amazing event. You have some great speakers there. Rizwan's going to be there, all kinds of fun stuff. And Mark Anthony, we have interviewed him at the International Association of Near-Death Studies conference.
Yes.
And it really looks amazing. How did this conference come to be? What's it all about?
Thanks for asking. I started doing conferences in Sedona, where I lived for 10 years, in 2015. And we just had, in March, our 10th anniversary event there in Sedona.
Wow.
It's called the Sedona Ascension Retreat.
Yep.
It's become
very familiar.
Are you?
Very familiar with it. I'm good friends with Brad
too.
Olson. So
Oh.
he's been on my show numerous times.
Brad
He's an amazing guy.
Near and dear friend of me and my whole family.
Oh, wow.
He's considered a family member. I love Brad. Brad's great. The gentle giant.
Yeah.
Anyways, yes, so we've been doing that in Sedona for 10 years. I just moved to San Diego. I thought, hey, let's do one in San Diego. So I'm doing the San Diego Transcendence Retreat.
And you have some great speakers lined up. What is the overall theme of the year?
Thank you. So the theme is transcendence. And if you look up what transcendence means, it means going beyond the ordinary.
That's right.
Right? It's the extraordinary.
Yeah.
So like the PsiGames event,
That's right.
people are activating their special gifts, abilities. The presenters and speakers are teaching wisdom and knowledge to advance and evolve us into the next higher dimensional plane. Evolution is an impulse, right? We are destined to evolve. But if we make an effort to consciously evolve,
that's right,
we can catapult into the next level of the game.
Yeah.
So it's about mastering the game. What is the game here in 3D? Duality, right? Let's master the 3D game of duality by balancing light and dark, and let's advance to the next level of the game. What level is that? 5D. What's the transition? 4D. We're in that now. We have the opportunity to take a quantum leap into the next higher dimensional plane. And people like these presenters, these performers, they've dedicated their life to the awakening and ascension of humanity. And so that's what we're going to be doing at this event. Dahlia and her beautiful daughter Lidu will be doing mind, sight, and telepathy. World-renowned channeler of Bashar. Daryl Anko will be there teaching a workshop. So join us in San Diego also, because we are in San Diego. We're going to go out on the bay. Big paddle wheel boat. We're going to go on this paddle wheel boat. We're going to tour the bay. There'll be entertainment. We'll have a sky watch on the rooftop observatory deck.
Nice.
So it'll be great.
Yeah. And, events like that, events like this, I think are so entirely important because they really do, for me, it's about community. And it's about... I just had a guest on recently, and I have come up with my own protocols, but the idea of normalizing paranormal and making it so that this is accepted, because once again, like I am a big fan of the shift from UFO to UAP, for instance, because UAP brings phenomenon into it. And that's actively a part of the scientific data set. So like whether scientists like it or not, we have now dragged you kicking and screaming into the conversation. Because if you can't get rid of the phenomena in your data set, we've got a problem. But at the same token, as researchers and as experiencers, we have to understand that if you're seeing something in your backyard 4 nights a week, it may have left the definition of paranormal at that point, and now it's just normal. So we have to be willing to accept that as well. We have to and fully understand that even given data that explains an experience, that does not remove the beautiful experience that you had that made you question the reality, that literally somebody shoved a crowbar into your keyhole and widened it. is the phrase that I use, because it's
normal. Wondering for a minute where you were going. Well,
it's normally
what keyhole.
Well, our perception of reality and these things normally do not change with ease. It's an ontologic shock that happens. It's an experience that happens that makes you question everything you know to be when it happens. So the idea that the tiny keyhole that you've been looking at reality through, somebody has now come up with a crowbar and widened it to the size of a soda can, just because the picture you took has been explained does not remove that experience. It doesn't remove the experience. It doesn't remove the moment of question. And those are literally the first 2 steps in the scientific process. Experience and observation, questioning what you just saw and observed. Like, the only question now is if you bought a ticket to the science train or if you're eating a Twix out of the vending machine. Because the train left the station whether you liked it or not. The science has already started with your experience.
Well, in the same way that science is merging with the paranormal and science is proving the paranormal as a phenomenon, if you will.
Absolutely.
Science and spirituality are also merging in a big way.
Beautifully.
Right? Especially quantum physics, which is proving parallel realities, which is proving our ability to quantum leap from one reality to the next, right? All of these things that spiritual gurus have been talking about for millennia, we now know to be true. Is there an afterlife? Yes. We just drop our body. Why? Because we are one being projecting.
Because you weren't there to begin with.
Is right. You
weren't there to begin with.
You were projected there.
You were a very loose assemblage of atoms that you kind of agreed to be to begin with.
But there's a spark in that assemblage of atoms, right? And that spark is a spark of our source self.
Absolutely.
In this source universe.
That beautiful vibration that we are.
The God spark.
Yeah.
Because ultimately we're all of and from the same source, which is God, which is love.
Damn right. Pardon my language.
That's the soul behind the simulation.
And that's absolute truth. Thank you so much for your time today, Susan, for your very, very candid candor with these questions, because it's a tough topic, and it's one that a lot of people, I think, have a problem wrapping their noodle around. And really it sources from the world of Einstein and people like that, Alan Turing, people who went to sleep with thought experiments in mind and looking for those answers in thought experiment, things like that. Because if we aren't willing to ask the question, we will never find the answer, ever.
And everything is within this infinite field, right?
Yeah.
And so people ask about AI, is it right, is it wrong? It emerged from the field too.
Yeah. Well,
it's all information, just like we're information.
I say it on the show all the time. You can be guaranteed AI will be as smart as the average person reading the internet, because that's where it's drawing its data from.
Yes.
So as long as you keep using ChatGPT for your answers, that ChatGPT is going to be as smart as the average person culling the data. It's going to find the same trash links that person found, and it's going to mix that stuff into there. There are some great scientific AIs, like I use Psi Summary, which is a fantastic one that does not pull from everywhere. It only pulls from the sources you give it.
Oh.
So you could give it 20 different scholarly papers on simulation theory and have it give me a 500-word summary with 10 bullet points. And it'll take all 20 of those papers and summarize them.
Wow.
So that's awesome. But if you're talking about it just randomly pulling data, it's going to be as smart. It's going to get just as confused as the average person reading the internet and going, well, wait a minute, that thing just said this. Is that real? Now you got a rabbit hole on that to see if that's an actual thing. The AI didn't.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was Robert Duncan, Professor Robert Duncan. I used to have him on my show. He used to write algorithms back in the day for CIA and all kinds of stuff, AI algorithms. And I had AI write a bio for him. And he was like, that's awesome, except that company. I really wish I'd have started that company. That sounds awesome. Like, it totally made up a company that never existed.
Oh, my goodness.
Nothing whatsoever. Company never, it made up a company and said he started it. So there's that.
Beware. Right, just because AI is coming up with this, all it's doing is drawing from the information.
It still has to have the data culled. Just because you had AI write it doesn't mean you shouldn't have a human edit it.
Thank you for that. I'll take that warning.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's a caveat as we move forward.
Makes perfect sense.
But it's very much, as Rizwan says, there's no difference between us and AI and the simulation creators and us. There's really not a whole leap of difference there to think about.
We are that.
We are that. We are that. Well, I want to thank you so much for your time today, Susan.
Thank you.
Once again, your candid candor. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about the amazing San Diego Transcendence Retreat.
Thank you. San Diego Transcendence Retreat.com.
That's easy enough. Thank you so much again for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you just randomly walking up and stepping into an interview.
Yeah,
I love that.
Super fun. Thank you.
Well, you are online checking out everything from Suzanne and the San Diego Transcendence Retreat at San Diego Transcendenceretreat.com. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of our live coverage from not only PsiGames but other great events from all around the country. Stay tuned through these quick commercial breaks. We will be right back with our continuing live on-site coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. Welcome to the show, Jason King from the Monroe Institute. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. How are you?
Doing great. First off, I want to thank the Monroe Institute for everything that they have done over the last many, many decades when it comes to the work of binaural beats, when it comes to the work of brainwave entrainment. That is something that truly peaked and changed my life many, many years ago. And to the point where now, even as a musician, I make binaural beat therapy music for experiencers of alien contact, things like that, to help release PTSD. It really is a life-changing thing. How did you come to work at the Monroe Institute to begin with, Jason?
It's a funny story for me. It's a funny story. We are here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We're on the downtown mall of Charlottesville, Virginia. Many, many years ago, I was the house manager for a venue here in town called the Paramount Theater.
Oh, okay.
About halfway down the mall, you'll see it.
Yeah.
So for 2.5, 3 years, I was house manager there. And when we had big shows, we would hire a second stage monitor, a second sound guy.
Yep.
Well, that gentleman worked at Monroe.
Oh, wow.
And he still works at HemiSync today. His name's Kevin Cow. He's a beautiful music producer and an engineer, and he's just one of the greatest pair of ears I've ever heard. And after we would load out bands, we would have these really beautiful, heavy conversations.
Yeah.
Very deep conversations. And Kevin would blow my mind, And I think he liked that I would follow along or ask thoughtful questions or knew what he was talking about.
Sure.
And so he's like, Jason, come down to Monroe. You'd really love it. It's right up your alley. It's perfect for you, blah, blah, blah. And this was probably 15 years ago or so.
Wow.
And I remember this so clear. I pull up my phone, I pull up the Monroe Institute, and I was like, man, that's like 45 minutes away from here. I was like, I don't think I'm going down there, Right?
Yeah.
I was Charlottesville forever, and didn't really feel like I needed to leave Charlottesville for anything. And so naive, right? But it piqued my interest,
Sure.
And I started to follow Monroe on all the socials and kind of keep, up to date on what was going on and what they do. And I loved it. And then, years later, when, the whole blessing and curse of COVID happened, right? The blessing being that we all had time to kind of rethink our lives.
Yep.
And I did, and I did what everybody else did. I rethought my life.
Yeah.
At that time, I was working in a different section of the music industry, and I was on the road a lot. I was traveling a lot.
Yep.
And I was tired of it, and I wanted to change, and I knew I wanted to change that was going to benefit me in ways beyond a paycheck. Right?
Yeah.
I wanted to learn something every single day.
Quality of life.
Community, something that was self-serving for myself, plus a paycheck. And
Sure.
so I decided that. Pulled up Indeed, and like 5 minutes before I did, Monroe posted a job. And so I actually wrote a cover letter. I didn't just fire one off, but I wrote one for it. And then 5 minutes after they received it, they wrote me back and wanted to meet me. Zoom call, whatever. And I think the fact that I was willing to drive down there and meet them in person.
You were willing to leave.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
The world was scared, right? And I was kind of over hibernating inside, and I wanted human contact again. And so I think that it may have played to my advantage a little bit.
It pushed you to beyond your boundary of your localized area.
Right. And I was craving it. Human contact again.
Yep.
And I'm sure that they didn't put some barometer on me, well, here's the test. If he comes down, I'm sure they didn't do that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that they were happy that I did, and I did. And, fell in love with Cheryl right away. I met with Alan Evans right away. I guess they liked me enough to give me the offer. Yeah. And I got hired on as a program manager, but quickly morphed into so many more things. Yeah. And now, like you said, I'm a jack of all trades there today. Yeah. And, you bring up an important point that we talk about on this show all the time outside of the paranormal, and that is holistic living. The idea of you can be happy and have a job. Yeah. It can exist. Yes. It can work. Yes. And if it's not working for you, give a stab at something else. That's right. Because you'd be amazed. And well, to take that one step further, this work that we do, especially at Monroe, but the work that everybody in this room is doing. That's right. That self sort of, preservation work, that self-improvement work, trying to be better than you were, better today than you were yesterday. Along that way, you go through things. You bring up old traumas. Absolutely. Life is heavy. Yep. And people tend to live in that heavy space. They do. Right? But the purpose of this earth life is to have fun, right? To be a human, right? To have the human experience, right? Yeah. And so I think that gets overlooked a lot, right? Yeah. So we concentrate so much on that heavy self-improvement, which is, of course, important. Sure. We all have to do it. But people live there. Yeah. And you have to remember to have fun sometimes. Let loose, dance, enjoy a concert, have a fun night out of doing nothing but just being a human. Yeah. And, it's interesting that you bring up the concert. I am an audio-visual engineer. I do road work and things like that. And COVID was actually a point where I provide labor locally of people like me. And it became the fact of I would rather do that and be with my family and do the projects like making binaural beat music, things like that to help people than to actively be on the road pushing a case anymore. I know. And it's really funny because, well, that's something that for half my life I have defined myself as. It's great when you're young. Oh, yeah. But as I got older, I ain't going to be able to. It wasn't for me. I tell people all the time, I am the best pointer you will find on site. That's right. I am not the dude you want in your truck anymore. That case should go there. I'm not the dude you want in your truck anymore because I cannot hop up and down those 3 layers of stuff the way I used to with that kind of nimble attitude. This is the same realization I had. But my brain is nimble. Right. And, that brings us really to the work of the Monroe Institute. The idea of, because I say it all the time, number one on site, audio, lighting, you're both frequencies. Why are you fighting? Right. Absolutely. The tone you're making is the color he's making. Let's get together and make a show. Agreed. And the idea of being able to change the frequency, not just of light or sound, but being able to change the frequency of your thought, being able to change the way your brain processes data, and even the way that you initially begin to take in data.
begins with your brain waves. It begins with how you build that filter to begin with, and if you even have a filter.
Sure.
You know, so when it comes to binaural beats, that really is a great way to begin to unlock some of these things, to start processing traumas without having to psychologically revisit that moment. Things like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then when you get into that, when you're trying to get something into changing trauma, sorry, Raphael was making faces at me.
Absolutely. Everybody
That's
does
right.
it once
I
to
love
someone.
it. It's great. But to your point, right?
Yeah.
And what we kind of learn a little bit at Monroe is this idea of reframing trauma, which is what you just mentioned. And so this isn't exactly, I'll give you a quick little analogy. It's not
just a primer.
It's not the greatest analogy in the world, but it's one I use, and it's one people can kind of understand, right? So when you talk about the main, frequency bands that we talk, delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma, I think of it like this, like where does that live in the body, right? This isn't exactly true.
Sure.
But again, close enough. So delta, right? It's right here. That's your gut. That's the automatic stuff. That's your instinct. It's all your breathing is in delta. Your flickering of your eyes is in delta. When you move up into theta, you're really kind of moving into your heart space, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting into emotional content, feeling through emotions, and so on. When you move into alpha, you start moving into your actual 5 physical senses: your eyesight, your ears, your mouth, your taste, your voice. But it's also kind of like your real voice, who you really are. Is kind of in the alpha, right? Your logical thinking is your beta. Gamma is the outside, the field, and you're connecting to it in that way through gamma. Now, when it comes to trauma, right, how I think about this is, first thing, you have to get down low.
Yeah.
You get down into that delta, right? That's where it's living.
Yeah.
It's in that deep unconscious, right?
Yeah.
You have to kind of bring it up, and you feel it. You have to, because you got to feel to heal, right? So you feel, what it is. You bring it into your sensory awareness, and you feel in that way, right? By then, your logical brain can kind of, process it.
Start to make sense of it.
Correct. And perhaps reframe it in a way without that emotion.
Yeah.
You just process that, right?
Yeah.
And then, when you kind of connect to the field and gamma kind of come, it just sort of washes things away. You just sort of wash that stuff away. You're not really getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But what you're doing is you're reframing it, right? So that trauma that produced emotional, emotional result, you can still have it within you without that emotion, without the sadness, without the hurt, and so on. And there are, many people, who are into healing or looking to heal, look in lots of different directions to do that. The plant medicine thing is one, right?
Yeah.
And it's very powerful.
It is. It is. I've been there.
And I'm not anti anything. I'm very pro everything.
Yeah.
And I think the plant medicine, in my experience, and I only talk in my experience.
Absolutely.
I think it does a great job of highlighting where the trauma lives, what the trauma is. It gives you a beautiful window to see what life looks like without carrying that trauma, right? You can experience life in those several hours of not feeling all that. I'm not sure it heals much beyond that. The only thing that I'm, in my experience, and again, just me, is in meditation. It's going in and getting quiet and processing in that way. Again, the plant medicine stuff, fantastic. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's helped so many people. But without that extra work.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you're doing much.
Well, and you bring up a great point there. Like I've been through the medicine. And I call him my shaman because he sat with me on phone calls for a month and a half. 2 months. Before we did it because I was on SSRIs. I was on daily medication for my anxiety, things like that. And he was like, hey, we're going to need to take you off that for this to happen.
Okay, good. Well, it sounds like he had some...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was responsible.
Full medical basis,
They're not
everything.
all responsible.
No, they are not. No, they are not, everybody. And I'm going to look right at the camera when I say that. They are not. There's a lot of snake oil salesmen out there with this stuff, even when it comes to binaural beats.
Correct.
And I had a guy, like, whenever I released It was actually my therapy album for abductees that I released last year. I put it up, made a social media ad, and somebody attacked the ad. Immediately they were like, this is a hustle to get people, and there were like 4 different people from the targeted individual community that came on and were like, Chris's work is not that. I have Chris's CD for targeted individuals.
Well, good.
I can't tell you how much he has helped me. Good. And it was one of those like, oh wow, what a beautiful moment for the community to step up in my defense on social media. Because like even with my music, somebody was calling me a snake oil salesman. And I'm like, hey, I'm just telling you that this may work, it may not work for you. I don't know.
But this is what I like, and I'm going to put this out there.
Because I've definitely done binaural beat sessions that worked for me, and the dude right behind me, it did nothing for.
That's true. That happens at Monroe actually as well.
And there's one phenomena that I talk about with it, because I've got a very good friend of mine who I gave a copy to for his wife, not that one, but a different album, and he was like, she can't listen to it. She can't listen to it. She describes it like getting a wet willy in her brain.
Really? Okay.
Because there is that cadre of people that the dual signals, left and right, affects the brain in a different way. It can make you kind of uncomfortable.
Sure.
Whether you're hearing it or not.
Sure.
So it was interesting to actively run across one of those people that was that 5 to 8% anomaly where it's like, it kind of bugs them when they listen to it.
And that's really...
And it's interesting to even see that.
The greatest thing about Monroe, honestly, is go find out for yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, Bob Monroe, and still today, we don't have any sort of dogma whatsoever.
Nope.
We have tools and tricks that, seem to be pretty effective for most people.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing to talk about, too, because what was developed on Bob's experiences, right?
Yeah.
And what he found out for himself.
Yep.
And you might find out something different for yourself.
Yeah. No different than the plant medicine.
Exactly.
Like, I did not see clockwork elves.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Mine was an experience of every time, because it was just me and the shaman, it ended up being. And he played the songs all night, things like that. Every time I would want to get up and tell him how the song transformed me, it was like a hand grabbed my chest and pushed me down, and I heard, shh. Every time. It was so wild. Because it was like, it was like, be here, be present.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be losing ego, so is he.
Yeah.
Be here, be present. But even the idea that, because I was just having the conversation with Jimmy Church a while ago about the fact that he had an experience with somebody who does sound healing, things like that, with pyramids, and he's like, I got into her pyramid, and she started pumping these frequencies. And I went somewhere, man. Mm-hmm. Like, I was in another place. Mm-hmm. So it's like, you can get the full DMT experience from binaural beats. You can get every bit of every one of those experiences literally just with brain waves. You need no chemical alteration. You need no additional probiotic in your body to absorb the DMT or anything like that. Your brain creates DMT.
You just need to allow.
Yeah, you need to allow that consent there and that space for it to happen.
And surrender into it.
Yeah. The surrender, I think, is an important part.
Very
because that is the word consent is what we use regularly on this show, whether it's paranormal, what have you. Even with things like Bledsoe tonight, you are consenting into an experience. And if you don't consent, that can not jibe with other people's consent, and it may interrupt the experience utterly and entirely. And at the same token, the example I give is paranormal investigators. If you are consenting into a system of, let me obsess over this investigation before I go, let me not just have a rote checklist of gear. Yep, I got my camera, got my recorder, got my car, all that stuff, and then leaving it. If you're deep diving into what those experiences are, reading books about it before you go, watching videos, watching movies, you are actively charging that atmosphere before you ever step foot into it.
Absolutely.
You're changing not only that, but your entire frequency of thought about what you're about to go investigate. So, yeah, like you may well be manipulating that space and manifesting that, or you may just be polishing the filter through which you're going to look at all your data from your experiment.
Absolutely.
You know, so
Absolutely.
Either way, are you really approaching that from the point of science? And are you allowing for that experience to just happen and for you to be there and for you to just be a carrier wave, nothing more? Like you're the 20 hertz wave here, you aren't theta.
Yeah.
You're just the carrier wave.
You know, the idea of the filter,
right,
is a very interesting one.
It is.
And it's one that I talk about a lot at Monroe. And the idea of binaural beats or the
even
modern
pure
day
tone
version.
therapy. Even pure tone, we got singing bowls over there.
Absolutely. Which are kind of binaural in a way, right?
They do.
They have two tones that come
Well,
out.
I explain the difference of that one is like going to the spa.
Yeah.
The other is like taking your brain to the gym.
Yeah.
They're both gonna have the same thing. They're both gonna have the same ultimate effect, but this is teaching your brain to get the frequencies when it needs it, not just respond when heard.
But I say the filter and the brain and the mind and what's working and how it works is interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if anybody really has a true understanding of how it works. I have a theory for myself.
Sure.
My theory is, so it's easy to think about top down.
Yeah.
Change your brain waves, change everything else. Listen to this, your brain will then train to that and change the relationship of your frequencies, changing everything else within your body. Maybe that's exactly how it works. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Maybe consciousness really lives here. Maybe we process it and filter it here, but to change this, you change this.
Yeah.
Right? So expanding from here, from your heart space, or what Bob Monroe would call his energy body, your energy body, your emotional body, getting into your emotional spaces, I think will change your brain waves, changing the filter and so on. But we concentrate so much on the brain, right? And I think it's because we can measure that.
Yeah.
We can actually take measurements of that, see changes, see improvements, see the relationships change. But is it in the brain or is it someplace else? Is it the cause here and the effect is there, or the other way around?
The prime example would be me having to get off my SSRIs to go do ayahuasca because the serotonin isn't made in my brain. It's made in my gut. Serotonin is produced in your gut. So if you're eating things that destroy serotonin, you're not going to be a happy dude to begin with.
And we are this holistic system.
We are.
And that gets easily forgotten about. Because we concentrate on one element and not the whole. And so at Monroe, I think about this a lot at Monroe. We have this beautiful landscape outside. We're outside all the time. We have this beautiful crystal that's out in the field.
I know.
We sit by it all the time. It's great. It's so good. But if you and I were out there right now and we were sitting just outside here, and a brown blob goes across the sky, you might say, "Oh, did you see that bird?" Well, no, I didn't, and neither did you. You saw a brown blob, right? Your brain filled in the gaps.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
The filter filtered your reality, right? Saying that, oh, that must be a bird, and it probably is. Chances are it was.
Sure.
But you didn't really see that.
Well,
you're not processing reality fast enough.
That's it.
So you fill in all these gaps, and you're doing that constantly.
We talk about that regularly on the show in relation to the phenomenon of pareidolia. The idea that, I saw this thing, it's out beyond the trees and stuff like that. What was it beyond the trees, or did your brain give you a pattern of recognition that you would be comfortable with? The same way that we see grandpa's face in the cloud or something like that. Our brains are pattern machines. They crave those patterns. They look for those patterns. That is where we rest. One of the things I talked about this morning, and even on the show regularly, is the fact that we go through almost 3/4 of our day in a state of rote hypnosis. We react. We react to things. Aside from that, like by the time you've learned to walk, you no longer think, let me get up and be ambulatory and go get a Coke from the fridge. You just think, I'm thirsty, and your body moves. your body goes. Your body doesn't think about breathing. If you drive in traffic every day, you're rarely thinking about how many exits am I away from work.
Well, and
frequently you'll wake up and be like, oh crap, there's my exit.
Right. Well, and to that point, I think, and this is another beautiful thing of Monroe. I think, what's the purpose of all of this?
Yeah.
Right? The purpose of all this is to get present, to be present, to live in the present moment.
Yeah.
Most of the time, most beta-driven humans, are taking every experience of their past, and they're trying to predict the next few moments of their future.
Yep.
And they're not really here, not really now.
Beautiful.
Right?
Beautiful.
So, but if you think about the best memories of your life, right? Your first kiss, your child being born, the best concert you ever went to.
You were nowhere but there.
Correct.
You were nowhere but there.
You were living right then. That's your favorite memory.
Yep.
And so at Monroe, that's really, or not just Monroe, but the idea of meditation is to kind of live in that place, right?
Yeah.
To live in a present sort of space, to reduce the filter, perhaps changing your spectrum of reality away from the brain, getting it into your emotional space, radiating from there. And if you radiate from here, perhaps you're living in a truer sense of reality.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah, we have this poster at Monroe. That was every frequency known to man at the time the poster was printed. It was in the 60s or 70s.
Sure.
It's very old. But this wide range of, the ultraviolet stuff and the gamma stuff and the
3 nanometers that we see in here.
The visible light is right there. So we know all of this exists.
Yeah.
And we are living in reality that's this narrow, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So the filter keeps you here.
Yeah.
But if you radiate someplace else, you're open to all that is.
Well, and we already are, is the thing. Like our brain is a transceiver living inside of a resonant chamber. Hands down, we are sending and receiving all the time. The question is whether or not you're consciously processing that data.
Right.
That's the only difference.
And can you process it fast enough for true reality?
Well, you can't. That's why we dream.
Yeah.
We dream because, we've got to be able to process that moment somehow, but we were just reacting and trying to stay upright.
Right. Right.
So we're going to process that emotion later when we can really focus on that.
Store
but
it there for now.
Right now we're moving forward. 8 hours from now, we're going to get into that in a dream.
Right.
And we're going to process it some more.
And it's going to get weird.
It's going to get weird. But you have to let it get weird is the thing. And that's kind of something that I tell everybody about remote viewing is that as opposed to anything else that I investigate, anything else that I talk about on my show, it is the one parapsychological science that began in the lab.
Yeah.
Began in the lab. Like, I don't care what anybody say. It began in a lab from actual lab scientists. From a scientist saying, what happens when we go home and think about our experiment?
Right.
That's a noodle scratcher to begin with.
Right.
Just the idea of sitting in traffic. If you think that I leave my iron on long enough, you may burn your apartment down because you turned the iron on because you're thinking about it so long.
That's right.
And that's a fascinating concept to think about. Even the idea that now, like right now as we speak, Rizwan Virak is in there talking about the holographic universe and about the fact that we are an agreed upon illusion.
Right.
The term of phrase I use is we are conscious frequency.
I like that.
We are conscious frequency. Every one of us is a note that makes a chord in the universe.
That's right.
Because all that happens, we're 90% empty space by science, held together by a quantum field.
Yeah.
I am sharing an electron shell with my brother in Texas right now by all 9th grade science that I made an A in. So that means I'm not even here, man. We have agreed to be here at this moment in this time,
That's
and time doesn't even exist. Ask any physicist.
It's all
that is an equation. You take time to Mars, and it's totally different.
Correct.
Totally
it is
different.
Man-made. Absolutely.
So this whole thing is kind of funky to even think about. The fact that are we even here, and if that's a fact, that means we could change all of this around us at any time as soon as we decide to have the consent to do it.
That's right.
And that's a beautiful and amazing thing. And once again, the idea that the Monroe Institute has been working on this stuff, and working on literally how can we change and recognize consciousness itself? How can we change the way we relate to it? And how can we change just the global understanding of consciousness and the shift that's literally happening right now?
Wanting to find out who we really are.
Yeah. And the point I bring up in my presentation that I did today was quantum entanglement. Like, it changed everything. Not just the idea, because that's been there since Einstein's spooky action at a distance.
Sure.
But when that image came out a few years ago, that is a literal yin-yang of two entangled atoms.
Okay. I'm not familiar, but
I'll show it to you in a minute, and it'll blow your mind.
I can visualize.
Because the actual image of two entangled atoms is a yin-yang.
Yeah.
It's a yin-yang.
Yeah.
And it's a frequency concept that we've been talking about for thousands of years on this planet that's been put into metaphysical, put into all kinds of things, and it's like, there's physics right there in action.
Isn't it amazing that things like that, right? The two atoms forming together is a yin-yang. But at some point in human development, somebody identified the yin-yang as a symbol. That's very important, right?
And an important philosophic concept to get, that inside of each one of us, whether you're white or black, is a piece of white or black, is a part of the other side.
Right.
You cannot exist without it.
Yes, because they're really one.
Yeah.
The two is the one.
Well, because it's all one.
It's all one.
It's all one. You know, the question is whether or not you are vibrating in syncopation or in entropy. Which way are you vibrating, you know? So
it does fascinate me in a big way how in human development we have an exercise that we use.
Okay.
And we took the first 50,000 strands of shared DNA, and you can translate that into frequency sound, right?
Yeah.
And so we took these things, ran it through a processor, and it came out with these interesting sounds. This beautiful sort of symphony that sounds very strange, but also very pleasing at the same time. It sounds strange because when you break it down, it's a 22-note scale, right? And not the 12-note scale that we're used to here in the Western world, right? But a 22-note scale. Well, you know, classic Indian music is a 22-note scale.
Yeah.
This cannot be an accident.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This is what fascinates me, that somehow, without modern scientific studying technology or the modern conveniences that we have, they were able to determine that.
Yeah.
And it's within their own knowing. It's their own searching, their own getting quiet, their own experimenting. But finding the correct answers, that is so beautiful to me.
And, you know, one of the examples I give on my show regularly is the Rosslyn Motet.
Okay.
From Rosslyn Chapel.
Yeah.
It's a piece of music that was written all over Rosslyn Chapel. If you look on the top of the columns, there are cymatic patterns.
Okay.
There's different rosé patterns that are literally cymatic tones.
Yeah.
And this gentleman took that and wrote a piece called the Rosslyn Motet.
Beautiful.
That is a piece of music written from the scale.
Based on the cymatic patterns.
Based on the scale of the cymatic patterns in there. Now, this was medieval times, my man.
Yeah. How do they have a cymatic machine? How do they measuring these patterns?
How do they know about cymatics? How do they know what this frequency looks like?
And how to make a song out of it, or how what they look like.
To even encode that into a building to begin with, to even have musical notes represented by a physical image is remarkable in its encoding to begin with.
And the fact that they're correct is even more remarkable.
Exactly.
I can make up a nice design.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean it's correct.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see that, and interesting to see that, like, I've said it on my show regularly, I don't think we needed aliens to build the pyramids. We had Archimedes. We had all kinds of, like, throughout the history of mankind, there has been the professor, the dude that if you stuck him on an island with a coconut, he will make a machine
I love that
out
you
of
said
that coconut.
I feel like that's a we get so caught up sometimes in giving credit to
that we are the penultimate.
But we're pretty cool. Humans are pretty cool.
Yeah.
We can build some cool stuff.
We're smart. And we've forgotten ourselves numerous times over.
Saying.
Numerous times over.
Yeah.
Like, I'm Cajun. My language is almost dead.
Yeah.
Like, my people's language is almost gone.
Yeah.
One generation.
Yeah.
That's all it takes to forget it.
Yeah.
So it's not like it takes tens of thousands of years for a language to be forgotten.
Yeah, just a few generations.
Takes one generation.
Yeah.
Like 18, 20 years. That's it. That's all it takes.
So just imagine what we've lost.
Yeah.
Through generations.
Times and times and times over. This concept of, once again, musicality and frequencies. And I mean, you start looking at places like Great Pyramid of Giza. You start looking at places like Malta, the islands of Malta, where the Serapeum is and stuff, where it's like this chamber resonates at a specific frequency when you sing in it.
Yes.
you know, to literally bring you to a point, much like the Monroe Institute work, where it's like, no, we can give you the DMT experience sans the ayahuasca.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
We can hit those points. You can do all those things with your mind, with literally sound and frequencies.
And intention.
Yeah, and intention.
Yeah.
Because I still think that very much like any hypnosis, there is that front end. There is that point of consent. Like, you have to be okay with experiencing it.
And perhaps on a level, engage with it.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Yes.
Sometimes people think
Yeah.
you just put headphones on.
No.
And the frequencies take you away
No.
and do what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I wish it was that simple.
Yeah.
You know, I do. Okay, so I think put headphones on. Step one, relax the body. That's a very important detail. You have to be relaxed. But then you kind of engage with it a little bit. You have an intention for something to happen.
Yeah.
Right? You seek for that. You want for that to happen. And then eventually something does.
Yeah.
Right? Getting quiet, all that. So I think when it comes to binaural beats or Monroe sound science, which is different than binaural beats.
Yes, it is.
And we can talk about that if you'd like. But I think, how does it work, right? I think it works in the same way that, like, you know, breath work, counting mala beads, chanting, mantras.
A rosary.
Right.
Yeah.
You're taking your brain and you're just sort of occupying it with something mindlessness, right? And by doing that, you're allowing something to happen. And when you allow something to happen, it might just happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're definitely putting a point of release on yourself at that point.
Yes.
You know, the idea of I am surrendering to this moment in this, and this is what I'm trying to attain. You know.
And you just said the magic word surrender.
Yeah.
It's another big part of it.
It's hugely
surrendering
important.
to the experience.
Yeah. You and even when it comes to the ayahuasca, that is something that, like, you cannot fight that.
That's a forced
You cannot
surrender.
fight that.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and literally that's what the shamans call it, is the force. That, like, the vomiting and the purging, that is the name that they give it, because it's a force that's trying to make you better. It's getting rid of this stuff because you don't need it in your body anymore. Let that happen.
Yes.
Surrender. Get rid of your ego and be okay with puking in front of people.
Yes.
You know, because there is that release. There is that moment where you have to be there. You have to be present. Just like any rock concert that we both worked at.
That's right.
That I think was one of the most beautiful things about Prince. Was he was one of the first people to say, let's put that phone away and actually be here tonight.
I know.
I literally just
Genius.
I literally just in November traveled to Madison Square Garden to see David Gilmour.
Okay. Whoa. Nice.
One of my heroes. I love him.
One of the greatest guitar players ever.
Absolutely.
He's never on the top 10 list, but he should be.
And I will always say that Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, the one night I spent in Dallas, is to this moment, career-wise, that is what I'm chasing when it comes to a musical experience.
Yeah.
And just to this point in life, have I gotten to the point where it's like, Chris wants to go out again.
Yeah.
Chris wants to go to shows.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go out and I will buy a friend a ticket. I bought a friend a ticket to David Gilmour.
Nice.
I was like, you buy me some drinks, I'll buy your ticket. How about that? I just don't want to experience this by myself.
Yeah.
You enjoy him as much as I do. But the beautiful thing was when the bassist came out, Guy Pratt, about 5 minutes before they started, was like, hey, everybody. Special night of music. It's the last night of tour. Wasn't even supposed to happen. We added tonight on. Let's all put those phones away.
Yeah.
Let's be here tonight. Let's be together. This may never happen again.
That's great.
Ever. And I mean, people maybe shot a 20-second video, and they put. It wasn't like when I went and saw Tears for Fears, and I was literally on somebody's Insta feed for 2.5 hours. While they were doing that. So once again, that idea of brainwave frequency and where are you at? Are you having the frequency of thought of presence of mind, or are you having the frequency of thought of how are people going to cajole me on social media for being here?
Right. Well, when you shift downward into the alpha, you don't care about that.
Yeah.
That's the best part. You don't care what people think because you're present here right now, and life is good.
I like the idea that you were bringing up a while ago about working the opposite way. So many times we think about things from the top down. Instead of from the gut up. the example I give is I had somebody who, after a show I was on, went onto my website, watched my chakra videos, loved them. She was a yogi, taught yoga, all kinds of things. And I found it hilarious when she commented, like, these are amazing, they're awesome. But I have a question. When I did the root chakra, like, I got all these hard emotions. Like, I started crying.
Yeah.
I don't know where this came from.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, kind of sounds like maybe you just tilled over something in your garden.
Yeah.
When you were pulling weeds. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not saying that you aren't grounded, but there may be something that you're kind of dealing with in the background that you may not want to openly deal with.
Yes.
You know, so I'm glad it rang your bell.
Yeah.
And I hope you find some help and get to that point. You know, but even to hear somebody who teaches those principles on a regular basis be like, I don't know why my root chakra was getting at me, was like, wow. Look at that. Like, there's somebody who teaches this principle and has lost track of the root chakra.
But she expected a different result.
A different result. And
when that didn't happen, I don't know why. This is wrong or whatever.
Oh, no. What was great was that the experience that happened was something that totally looped her and made her reconsider everything.
Yeah.
She was like, I thought I was, like, founded and ready to go.
Yeah.
And here I am, like, crying 10 minutes into this root chakra thing.
It's good to get humbled sometimes.
You know? So it's interesting to see that if you let that moment happen, if you consent into it, because there's somebody who, I would say at that point, your walls are definitely built, your opinions are formed about things, but she was open to an experience in a different way, and it led her to a different place that she hadn't experienced in who knows how long.
And surrendered to it, and allowed the experience to happen.
Exactly.
And now she's got a lesson that she may not understand right now, but she will. Right? It'll download. And then she's got information to take on for the rest of her life.
Well, and that's exactly what we say on this show regularly about all paranormal, period, is that it is science. It is. Because science, it's right there on my book, on the cover for a reason, to remind everybody investigating paranormal that it is science from the get-go. You have observed something, and you have a question. That's step 1 and 2, man. The only question now is if you bought a ticket to the train or if you're eating a Twix. That's it. Like, the train left the station. Did you hop on board? Because science began whether you liked it or not.
That's right.
You know, so we have to be open to the experience, and we also have to be open to the experience of being scientific as well.
Right.
You know, both sides. The science has to be open, and the paranormal experiencer has to be open.
And keeping in mind the idea of, you know, the science of the soul, which is what we're talking about. But the soul of science.
We just talked about the science of the soul a second ago in our last interview.
But the soul of science, too, which is the question.
That's it.
That's the soul.
That's it.
Right? And always asking the next question. Right? That's really it. So.
Well, and especially being willing to ask the next question. Because I see it from both sides of the aisle. Both people who are gathering things in the field as paranormal investigators, they don't trust science for a lick. And it's like, but you're asking scientific questions about the picture you took. So how can I can't give you a scientific explanation because you won't accept science when it's given to you. And at the same time, science is like, but that's paranormal. It doesn't fit in our box of science. And it's like, but now you have a box of science, and that's a problem.
People are afraid that science might disprove what they think is in the picture or whatever.
Well, but and that's something that I bring up regularly is, as an investigator, I want more red circles.
Correct.
More.
Correct.
Because that's how we do science. You know?
Even if it doesn't give you the result you want it to give you, publish it.
Well, and it's the fact of even as the experiencer, even if someone like us comes and you have years of audio engineering experience, same as me, it's very easy for me to hear a recording and hear what went wrong with that recording or what circumstance may have caused it. That's just 30 years of mixing audio and having the ears I have and recording things in the field. That does not subtract your experience. That doesn't subtract the experience that you had the observation on, that made you ask the question, and the question that literally shoved a crowbar into your keyhole and widened it to the size of a beer can, you know? Because that's what happens. And scientists have to be ready to question themselves, they have to be willing to look at things outside of a box.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I'm a big proponent of the change to UAP from UFO.
From UFO, yeah.
It brings science kicking and screaming because, well, if you're a chemist and you give me an equation with 5% of solution remaining, it's somewhere. Did it off-gas? Did it go to sediment? You got to show me where this anomaly is.
Yeah.
Or just to say, well, that's an anomaly and I got no idea.
Yeah.
Can you produce the same anomaly?
Yeah.
You know, like that's literally the realm of science.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's been brought in is great. But we need to be ready to meet that.
Yeah.
We need to be ready to meet it in the middle, and science has to be ready to meet us. And it's really interesting to see now even the work of Monroe and stuff like that being looked at in a different way by science and consciousness researchers and everything else. Like it, the whole carrier wave of reality concept has really stepped forward, and it's really interesting to see where it's going.
Very much.
What's some of the future things that Monroe is looking at? What are some of the things that y'all are looking with burgeoning technology, things like that, before we let you go?
Well, I'll tell you, it's an interesting battle sometimes. Battle's not the right word, but it's an interesting discussion that we have at Monroe sometimes. There's new products that come out, new software. There's all kinds of new things that happen all of the time. Sometimes they're very flashy. Sometimes they're very they look really good on a screen or whatever. That doesn't mean that they're good, you know? So we're always open to everything. We're willing to do anything, but we do want to do measurements on things.
Yeah.
Right? We do want to experience them as well, right? And so if we're having a lovely experience, then, whatever. But I say that because I make frequencies now in a very out-of-date program that you can't even get anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're the best. It's the best way to make them. In my experience.
Yeah.
In my experience. They might be better, but what I use is a soft piece of software that's not even on the market any longer.
Yeah.
Right? Because it does I'm not doing binaural beats. I'm doing the Monroe sound science work, which is really a phase modulation sort of process. But you bring the wave over, and you got to bring it back, know. And so a lot of programs bring it over, but the bringing it back is the hard part. So. This is a funny analogy, and I mean this, and I say this all the time. And I think it was like Coco Chanel was right, like the woman who she would get dressed in the morning, and she'd turn around in the mirror, and the first thing that you notice, take off because it's distracting.
Yeah.
Same thing with audio exercises, right? Yeah, make it the way you want to make it. All right, now put it on, listen to it. The first thing you notice, cut it, take it out, right? Yeah, because it's going to distract somebody else from the experience, and. Keeping it simple is not a bad thing either, right? Bells and whistles are great. They're super cool. There's a time and place for all of it. But not all the time, right? So keeping things nice and simple, but also understanding, the relationship between brainwaves, and that's very important, right?
Yeah.
And so what we're working on now is just strengthening that, right? We're getting into, years ago, we started to kind of crack the code on gamma, and how to induce gamma in the body, how to give people gamma-infused experiences, connecting them to all that is. And original days with Bob Monroe, it was all Delta. He was a Delta guy, It's interesting. They're right next to each other. They're very close. They're very similar. It's people think of it like a timeline. Delta's here, gamma's there. It's a color wheel.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It is.
So
it is.
When the red and the blue get together, it forms purple. Right. So
absolutely,
that's what it is. And so now we're really playing with that. The delta gamma synchrony. Right? Which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Well, and I've had, as I was telling you earlier, I've had Dr. Scott Taylor on my show numerous times, and I love his work. And we've even had the private conversation of, as a musician, when you're making these frequencies, do you ever find frequencies that compete with the music that's going over them? And I'm like, yes. He's like, how do you deal with that? I'm like, I just roll, man.
Yeah.
I just roll.
That's a good point. I'll say something real quick about that. Because you're right, binaural beats, hemisync.
Yeah.
Especially let's just say hemisync.
Yeah.
Hemisync is a trademarked item.
It is.
It's a recipe, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, the Focus 10, it's like 3 signals here, 3 signals there, right? Forming binaural beats in between them.
Yep.
Well, those are never going to change. They are what they are. Music changes,
Yeah.
right? And so to fit that into the piece of music and to please the musician, who has a big say on whether this hemisync goes on their track or not, they probably aren't going to like it because it takes away. You kind of have to bury it. You bury it pretty deep
That's
in the mix.
exactly what I told him. Is like my binaural beats are normally buried at about an 8% level
That's
under
right.
the music,
That's
so
right.
you aren't going to hear the dissonance.
They're effective, but like you're not actually tuning into those.
Yeah,
right? We use a lot of pink noise at Monroe, so we can actually bring them up a little bit and hide them in that.
Yeah.
But with music, you can't alter the music.
Yeah.
No one will ever give you permission to use their piece of music if you're going to, adulterate it like that, right?
Yeah.
The phase modulation that we do now opens us up to a whole new way.
Yeah.
So we can take a single tone. And musical notes are frequencies, right? So we can take a single tone, single frequency, right? We can add movement to it, and it's in a faux way, but we can add movement to it as if it's a speaker that is in equal distance, right? But not panning through you, panning around equal distance on the same plane as your ears, right? And how you are meant to receive. That puts you into space at that point, which is how you naturally hear.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually use our hearing to put us to identify. Like if you were to walk over there and I had my eyes closed, I could point to you just on how I heard you.
Oh, I can pinpoint sounds at a distance far before I see anything.
And so now that opens us up. So now that tone can be anything I want it to be. It can be a C note.
Yeah.
I can make an E note, a G note. Now I got a chord, C, E, G, right? And I can move those 3 times a second, 3 hertz, 6 times a second, 6 hertz, 9. So I have the C's at 3, the E's at moving at 6 hertz, the G's moving at 9 hertz. Now I got a 3, 6, 9, right?
Yeah.
And it's a chord in the music, and you don't notice it.
Yeah.
Right? All right. So we talked about how does this work, right? If you are a person like I am who thinks that, all right, so it's frequency, right? But is it frequency or is it vibration? Right?
Exactly.
And so if it's vibration...
Because if it's frequency, then technically you would be hearing it.
Correct.
You would be hearing it.
Right.
And that's the example I give because somebody was asking me about Schumann resonance earlier. And I was like, here's my example of Schumann resonance. There's a frequency of a cat's purr you can hear and one you feel.
That's right.
When you don't hear them purring, but they're laying on you and they're purring.
Yeah.
That's 7.8.
Yeah.
That's 8 hertz.
You hear that. You feel that.
You feel that. And you feel it here.
Taking it into your body.
If you put that cat up here, you're not going to feel it.
Right.
It's funny because you were talking about that just a minute ago.
Right.
The idea of there's things that happen here that don't happen here.
Absolutely. And so if it is vibration, and I'm in that camp 100%.
Same.
Because it makes sense to me, the liquid-filled, cavern of your skull.
Hey, that's just physics.
It's physics.
That's just physics.
It's physics. So if it is vibration, then I think volume would play a role, right?
Sure.
The louder you can make it, perhaps the more vibration, perhaps it's more effective, right?
Okay.
So with the new way we do things, I mean, I can crank those up. I can crank those signals up, and you don't notice it in the mix because it blends with the music, right?
Yeah.
And so now we can and if the music changes keys, well, we can change keys.
Yeah.
And we can do all that stuff.
Yeah.
We can follow it.
Especially with the phase modulation.
Exactly.
You can follow it anywhere it needs
And now
to go.
that musician doesn't care what we do, right? Because they don't notice it either, right?
Yeah.
And it is enhancing in that way.
And I have to be very careful with people whenever I talk with them about my music, things like that, because they ask me if I use Monroe.
Yeah.
I'm like, I do not.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I use pure tone therapy.
Sure.
So like any of my chakra stuff, you're going to get the pure tone of the chakra and the binaural beat of that tone.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of those two that I'm using.
And I'll say this real quick about hemisync, which I'm a huge fan of.
Yeah.
I love hemisync. Focus 10 is my favorite thing. But what I understand, the nuanced difference between what you would call binaural beats and hemisync. I mean, hemisync is binaural beats.
It is.
Let's just be real.
It is, but it's on steroids, and it's its own system of how those things are moving. And
absolutely, and it's very thoughtful.
Yes.
It's very curated. And when we talk about these tones and frequencies, we're talking about two things. It's kind of like outer note, inner note.
Yeah.
What you're actually hearing in the headphones. We always use the example of 100 hertz, 104 hertz, 4 hertz in the middle. So outer note, inner note.
Yeah.
It's never those, but as a great example, 100 hertz, 104. But my understanding with hemisync versus binaural beats is there was as much thought put into the outer notes as the inner notes.
Yeah.
So those isochronic tones that you're listening to on either side are just as important as what they're trying to modulate inside of you.
Yeah.
So 100
one builds on the other.
Right.
Yeah.
And they get very into, decimal point sort of frequency range, right?
They do.
So it's not just even number things, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And that's what I try to explain to people. Like I was saying, I give the example of a sound bath or a singing bowl like what we have in the room over there is like going to the spa, like getting a massage. It's great for your muscles. It's amazing. You know what any massage therapist would tell you? You need to go to the gym and hit some core muscles.
That's right.
You need to go work on your lower back a little bit more.
That's right.
Walk in the pool. And that's what the binaural beats or hemisync does. Is it's like training your brain instead of respond when heard, make it when needed.
That's right.
And when you marry those two, you hit something a little bit different,
right?
Because now, much like any good teacher is going to incorporate auditory learning and manual learning in the same lesson to hit everybody,
because they understand that their students are learning in different ways.
There's some people that are going to respond better to a pure tone therapy than to a binaural beat therapy.
Right.
And there's some people that will respond better to the binaural beat than the pure tone. Mm-hmm. So I'm using both of them simultaneously.
Absolutely.
You guys are using both of them simultaneously in a uber way.
Right. And then, of course, the term Monroe Sound Science is a blanket umbrella term to include whatever we want it to include. Right?
Oh, sure.
So binaural beats are still in there. Right?
Yeah.
The phase modulation we talk is still in there. Yeah. Isochronics are still in there.
Absolutely.
Right? So we use all sorts of different techniques. There's some guys that get really into the Dolby Atmos stuff, the 3D spatial stuff. They find a lot of value in that. So we're really doing a lot of things.
I can get that.
Yeah.
I can get that. And much like the conference that we are physically sitting at right now, there are no less than 2 handfuls of modality of remote viewing.
Yeah.
The really good remote viewers use a toolbox.
Yeah.
They're, and it's one of those, if your only tool is a hammer, everything's going to look like a nail.
Yeah.
But don't forget, a finishing carpenter does not use a framing hammer to do his job.
That's right.
It's a totally different tool that is worked the same way. So there are different tools, there are different ways to hit these things.
Absolutely.
And there are beautiful, amazing modalities with the Monroe Institute and the work that you guys do that are, I will always say, forever and always, worlds beyond what I do and provide. Worlds beyond.
Well, thank you for saying that. But all right, so I think I say this to Monroe all the time, right? So I'm the king of bad analogies, right? So I'm going to give you a really bad one right now. All right, so consciousness as a bicycle tire, right? All right, so the tire's out here, right? This is the all-knowing. This is the answer. We all want to get to there, right? But we're here in the center, right? We're at the axle, and all these spokes get you out there, right? There's all these spokes that lead out to the answer. Monroe's just one of them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
There are many. The plant medicine we talked about potentially get you out there. Silence can get you out there. A forest walk can get you out there.
Yep.
Communing with nature.
Yeah.
There are many things that are out there. So, I say that a lot because if anybody at Monroe or if anybody in general, this is the only answer.
Well,
run.
Yes, exactly. Like we said, that snake oil. Get out of there.
Go find out for yourself.
Exactly. I want to thank you so much for your time today, for your open.
Thank you, man.
Mind on these questions, because I hijack some people sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not a prepared question person. I like an organic conversation, and this has really gone some places. And I think really explained to a lot of people out there that may be familiar with the concept of binaural beats, really where the OGs came from and where it all came from and where it all sourced from is Monroe. So let everybody out there know where they can go to find out more about Monroe Institute, where they can go to get involved, where they can go to find therapies and other modalities that you guys provide.
Yeah, absolutely. So monroeinstitute.org is our website. From there, you can find our app, the Expand app. It's very useful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of free meditations on the Expand app. We have a really nice YouTube channel as well with lots of free meditations presentations on there. And of course, the Instagram, social media stuff. I mean, we're always posting things there as well. But we do offer, coursework at Monroe Residential. We do coursework online, so some of it's virtual with an actual trainer online at the comfort of your own home.
Oh, cool.
Or there could be, like online programs at your own pace. So we do that, for people's busy schedules or their different financial needs or whatever it is.
Absolutely.
We do have scholarships at Monroe as well. So if people are interested in taking a gateway program but can't afford it, they're of course, happy to, fill out an application for a scholarship. We have a committee that reviews that, and we approve a lot of them. So we love doing it. In fact, we do things like, a gateway experience, which is our entry-level program, exclusively for like vets and first responders who really, aren't comfortable opening up around regular civilians, right? Or they won't think that regular civilians will understand, the trauma, the turmoil, the stress that they have. But together, it's a very safe space.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we do that 2 or 3 times a year.
Beautiful. Well, once again, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for everything Monroe does. One last time, let everybody know where they can go to find courses, everything else.
The best place is online at our website, www.monroeinstitute.org. O-R-G.
Fantastic. Yeah. Jason, thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate
it's great sharing space with you. While you are online, checking out everything from Jason and the Monroe Institute, folks, stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find the YouTube channels of all of our guests. We will make sure to add the Monroe Institute channel on there so all of our subscribers can find it in an easy fashion.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Please stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville. We'll be back right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Gary Craftswell. He is with the American Vinyasa Yoga Institute. Welcome to the show today. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, and it's an honor to be here.
You are the author of Yoga for Transformation, as well as numerous other books. You were here speaking about yoga and transformative practices. How did you first come to the world of yoga and meditation?
Oh my, well, I was a young college student, and I had an opportunity to go to India with a study group. But I went and met Krishnamacharya and his son Deskacharya, famous, back in the early 1970s. And I came home and graduated from college and went back and lived there for 2 years. Then came back to the United States and went to graduate school, studied Sanskrit, and got deeply into it. Then I went back to India. So I've lived on and off it was Madras then, now it's Chennai, and I lived on and off there for over 4 years. And that's been my life work. since 1974 when I met them. So here we are 51 or 2 years later.
Interesting. And, I've known yoga practitioners for years, things like that, but most of them are casual practitioners. A lot of them don't understand exactly the way of life that yoga actually is, and the shift of mentality in that kind of way. It's more like kind of like them going to the gym, basically,
Yes,
is how
course,
they practice yoga, which is perfectly fine. It's great for you. Does all kinds of things, but there's a difference when you start living Ayurvedically and start using the actual practices of yogic tradition, things like that. Let's start cracking that nut a little bit and getting into some of that.
So first of all, yoga is fundamentally about the transformation of the mind. But the ancients recognized that the human system is multidimensional. So we have our functional anatomy, and the asana practice, the exercise aspect of yoga, is really designed to help us create a conscious relationship with our functional anatomy so that we can influence the direction of change as we move through time. And then we have our physiology. And our physiology, it's a complex system, but the autonomic nervous system and the endocrine system together regulate all the other bodily functions. And through our work, they develop breath-centric asana practice and pranayama breath techniques to give us a conscious relationship with our autonomic nervous system, and through that, an ability to influence all of our physiology. But most importantly, it's of course about the mind, which includes our feelings, emotions and feelings, and then our cognitive processes and our self-image and our identity. And so the whole art and science, and it's a little bit more complicated, but simply chanting and meditation are designed to give us control and over time with practice, mastery over our minds. So it's a multidimensional science which has been kind of reduced to just one dimension in the vast majority of the public's understanding of what yoga is.
The public practicing of yoga.
Which is, as you said, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a good system of exercise. It's much more than that, of course.
Yeah.
But that's where the general public thinks, or how the general public thinks about yoga.
And a lot of this show is literally demystification of things and getting to the deeper meaning, getting rid of the misunderstandings and the preconceived notions that a lot of people may have about topics, and especially about things like yoga, because it really is it's once again a lifestyle and a complete philosophy set that you begin practicing once you get to the point that you're at. So how do you begin that journey with somebody when somebody first comes to you to begin practicing yoga in that kind of way, beyond the mat?
Well, it's interesting to see who comes to see me and what they're coming for and what their pre-concept of yoga is. But if somebody, and actually interestingly, the strongest motivator when people come to seek out deeper yoga is pain and suffering. And then they're looking for some kind of help. If it could be something as simple as structural pain or some physiological condition or disease process or psycho-emotional. But often that is a motivator for practice, because otherwise, they go because they want to meet a mate. They go to the yoga class to meet the right woman or the right man. I mean, there's all kinds of more superficial reasons why people come. But if they're looking for deeper teachings, then it's a matter of listening to them and taking a kind of a multidimensional intake, understanding what's going on in their structure, their physiology, their emotions, their orientation to their own future, what their values are. And then as we understand who they are, we begin to craft an individualized practice that's calibrated to meet their needs and interests and to provide them a path of practice that they can engage in to influence the direction of their own future, their own lives.
And it really is that point of manifestation, and the fact of, as we've been talking about, not only on the show, but here at the conference, the fact that everything is entangled. We are an integral part of the universe, and it's an integral part of us. When we move, it responds. It moves around us. And once you get to understand that, it's a completely different world of understanding.
It's interesting here they're using the word entanglement a lot.
Yes.
And we use the ancients, I'm a scholar as well of Sanskrit and ancient texts, and we use the word nama rupa prapancha, which basically means the world of name and form, which means all things, all of materiality.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Vedic idea, the yogic teaching, is that we're entangled in the world of name and form, and then we're caught in the wheel of cause and effect that causes, and that leads to, not only the repetition of consequences of our action in our day-to-day life,
karmic
exactly,
repercussions,
but then
reincarnation,
exactly.
everything.
So we are entangled in the world of name and form, and the goal of yoga is to recognize who we truly are as consciousness itself. That's actually distinct from materiality, but when we understand that, we can begin to master or influence the direction of change and gain mastery over this world of name and form, and ultimately become disentangled and free. That's kind of the ultimate goal.
Well, and it's interesting you bring that up, because I'm a binaural beat musician. I'm an audio engineer. My world is frequencies, and the idea I have always said on my show that we are basically conscious frequency. You look at I made A's in 9th grade science. I remember we are 90% empty space. Only thing making us solid is a quantum field. That's it. Like, what we feel is an electronic repulsion of atoms and electrons. So the idea that we are a conscious vibration, and come the day that because you can't unring a bell, gonna reverberate into time, into eternity every time you ring a bell. So
the butterfly wing creates a tornado or whatever.
So what happens is we basically learn to vibrate an octave higher, and we just move through the meniscus to the next dimension. We shed this literal material coil and move on as the conscious vibration that we are. And once you understand that you are a conscious vibration, and that the world sings in accord with you, and that you're a part of that chord.
Yeah, I mean, the yoga teaching about that is that our job is to clarify our minds so that we can really see the way things are, and then align our lives with the way things are. That's called dharma, the way things are. And then our svadharma is how we manifest in our own personal lives that alignment with the way things are. And as we empty ourselves of our dramas and ideations and attachments and fears and aversions, and we come more clearly in the present, then we can start to harmonize. And with that level of harmony, that is the strategy of what the Sanskrit word translates as auspiciousness. How to create auspiciousness in life is to align with the way things are, and harmonize your life with the nature of reality, the true nature of reality.
Yeah, and one of the big points we talk about regularly on this show is consent. Consent into a system. Whether it's hey, you want to keep being angry, keep consenting into that, and see how much power you literally give the other person.
Yeah, that's well said.
That idea of we consent into doing that, and we constantly consent into that. And once you realize that you can consent not to, it's a pretty mind-expanding concept when you actually realize, I don't actively have to worry about that. I don't have to. I choose to.
We would say that just further entangles you. In conflict and
I am an anxiety sufferer. I got off my meds a year ago. It's been amazing. It's been great. But I went through a lot of preparation for that, and a lot of understanding myself, understanding my physical cues, and understanding that I can't aversion therapy does no good for you. You can't escape. You're not going to always be able to escape the anxiety situation. You have to be able to focus, respect the anxiety, respect what your body is telling you, acknowledge it, and know that it's still all going to be okay.
Yes, but then there's also these techniques of breathing because anxiety is a psycho-emotional but psychophysiological phenomenon.
It is.
With the breath control, you can create parasympathetic balance.
Yeah.
Right? And then you can do the work to transform your thought process.
Well, and it's interesting because for about 6-7 months, I actively went to a panic therapist for a while, and that was one of the things he taught me was, have you noticed whenever you have your anxiety attacks that you are gasping for breath? He's like, number one, anxiety attacks will never give you a heart attack, Chris. They won't. They will not bring about a zipper scar for you.
No.
That's something totally different. It's okay. Your loss of breath is okay. He's like, when you notice that you're out of breath, realize how you're breathing.
Yeah.
Notice that you're gasping for breath through your mouth. That's not how oxygen gets to your lungs. It gets to your lungs cursorily through there, but it's supposed to go through your nose. Like, breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. Slowly, square wave. Like, start focusing on your breathing and just where you are and watch it dissipate.
And in fact, you asked me earlier, where do you start with someone? And I said it depends, but actually almost everyone, where we begin is helping them to become conscious of their own respiratory process and teach them how to progressively deepen their inhalation and their exhalation. And then it gets more complicated. If you're having depression, it's different than if you have anxiety, although they're related. So we adjust the breathing, but ultimately we give people the power to influence their own autonomic nervous system.
Yeah, precisely. Because at that point, believe it or not, folks, but once you start regulating your breathing, you're changing the pH in your blood. It's literally a chain reaction. It's like having bad shoes. You're eventually going to have bad ankles, bad knees, and bad hips, and a bad back.
And directly connected, and this is a more technical thing about the limbic brain and the amygdala and the hippocampus, but your autonomic nervous system and your emotions and then your cognitive processes are intimately related.
Absolutely.
And it's much easier to influence your breath than it is to change your thought or your emotions.
Right. Yeah.
So that's a good doorway.
Well, and let's drill down on that real quick, just as a point, because one of the things we bring up regularly is a study that was released by the National Institute of Health right on the cusp of COVID, right as things were ending, talking about damage to the hippocampus due to negative news cycles.
Yeah.
Not even joking.
Yeah,
it's a major study, and it's out there. And it's one of those, we were all locked away with that slamming into our face on timelines, on the news. You could not change the channel for 2 years.
All you could do is turn it off.
All you could do was turn it off.
Which is a smart thing to do.
It is. But that addictive nature of our brain, that want of the release of even cortisol, is hard. It's a hard drive, and it's hard to put that down. And it's a funny thing to think that the response your brain gets of the joy of scrolling, while at the same time bruising your hippocampus due to a constant negative news cycle, and it's a loop, and it's an addictive loop.
Yeah, and so when it's strong like that, there's another tool that we use. People misunderstand it, and they think it has to do with religion, and it doesn't. Although it's utilized by all world religions, is the power of the voice and of chanting.
Yes.
So sometimes when somebody's really locked in, we'll give them some particular chant, a mantra specific for them, that can help shift their whole cognitive process and disconnect their senses from the world around them. And that will give them space then to be able to do deeper meditation and become freed from the hook of that media cycle, which is groupthink, which is toxic, actually. I didn't want to say it, but there it is.
It is. And it's funny because we're here at a remote viewing conference, and that's one of the things I talked about is just the fact of our brain is literally a transducer that lives in a resonant chamber of water. We are constantly sending and receiving. The only question is whether or not you're consciously processing that data. And that data is people's vibrations. It's something I teach my kid who's 8. You may have seen him kick him around. He kind of looks like me, but this big.
Cute.
Same big personality. But he has a big energy,
big
love energy, but not everybody responds to that, No. And I tell him, when you walk into a room, you gotta reel that in. You gotta pull that in right here.
Learn to be invisible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because, whatever energy you bring into a room, that's you. That's on you. If you come into a room...
Although love energy is always good for everybody.
It's beautiful.
But it calls attention to him. It may not be appropriate.
Yeah. And not just that. It's also the fact of it's an intense love energy. So even amongst kids and stuff, it can be hey, man.
Back off.
Yeah. Where it's no, seriously, a little bit of personal space. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's beautiful. But to make him conscious of that, and even at that age, you can start that young of the awareness of who you are, and how you affect and ripply affect the world around you.
There's a source text of Ayurveda, which is the Vedic medical model called Charaka Samhita. and I could get off on a tangent. The Charaka Samhita is attributed to Patanjali, wrote Yoga Sutras. So yoga and Patanjali is said to have brought forward both yoga and Ayurveda. But one of the things we teach them when we're training teachers and therapists in particular is a quote from the Charaka Samhita, which says, "The physician should wear neutral clothing." And if you think about what your son's saying, it's not exactly being invisible, but it's not about you. It's about the people around you. So you want to just be present, but sort of in neutral. So you're not calling attention to yourself.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the drop of ego of yoga.
Exactly.
And also, once again, the fact of realizing that, hey, if you're wearing hard, distractive clothing, something like that may harsh somebody's vibe as you come into the room.
Absolutely. And, of course, it's a metaphor not only for the clothing, but how you talk, how you present yourself.
Yeah. Exactly. And, how do you begin to, especially in this modern day and age, let's talk about that unplugging algorithm that you're talking about, that mantra concept, because I think that's something that a lot of people hear about but don't necessarily understand to the full extent of what we all know Om Mani Padme Om, things like that, but the idea of a personalized mantra, something that actively, once again, plucks the string of your chord specifically. How does that work?
It can be, there's a couple of things about that, because sometimes we're suffering from something in particular, like we lack self-confidence, or we lack the courage to face what we have to deal with, or the clarity to know what the right choices are. So the different mantras relate to when you need more clarity, when you need more courage, or when you just need support. And then there's others which are more about qualities that you want to cultivate, like strength or courage and so forth. So it's an individualized process of connecting to what a person really needs, but also what symbols speak to their heart, what symbols are resonant for them. Yeah. So for somebody, it might be a Vedic mantra. For somebody else, you said Om Mani Padme Hum is Tibetan. For somebody else, it can be a Christian or a Catholic mantra, or a non-sectarian one, like words like infinity or gratitude or harmony.
Yeah.
So you find what's going to help them either face what they need to face or cultivate a quality they want to that they want to cultivate, and they have to be open to it.
Yeah.
But then when they use that, then they start to embody that quality.
Interesting.
If they're consistent with the practice.
Yeah. And, it's funny that you bring up like a former Roman Catholic seminarian. I had a large devotion to the Rosary and to the Blessed Mother, and
that's a powerful mantra.
It is, and
Absolutely.
that's just it. And that's something that I tried to explain to people for decades, Gary, was the idea that there is no difference between the mala beads I'm wearing and somebody in Tibet using them.
It's the same.
Or us praying the Hail Mary.
Right. All of the traditions of the world have philosophical language and symbolic language. Philosophical language answers questions like, why are we here? Who are we? What's the meaning and purpose of life?
Sure.
But symbolic language helps us participate in the mystery, in those sources that are contained and revealed by the symbolism. Mother Mary, for example, is a powerful symbol. Lakshmi is an example of a powerful Vedic symbol. Yep. They're not, I wouldn't say they're the same exactly, but they serve that same potential purpose for a human being who needs that support, who needs grace, who needs
they serve
the blessings of the divine.
And the same example of who to be and how to be. And it's interesting to see those things, like you're saying, and like we say on the show all the time, these are echoed in different religions, different faiths, different philosophic traditions. Absolutely.
It's definitely human.
Absolutely. And once you learn to understand that, but once again, like you're saying, there's a beautiful point of loss of ego and gain of self-respect.
It's a paradox, right? Because first you have to have that self-respect before you can empty yourself and realize you're nobody.
Well,
to empty yourself of your self-importance.
After the seminary, this is my example that I give people. After the seminary, I spent 10 years as a youth minister.
Good for you. I'm happy to hear.
CCE, taught confirmation, taught adult education, all kinds of things. Substitute teacher, all kinds of stuff. Then I moved to Maine, and I worked on me. Because for 10 years, I totally ignored me. I spent every day worrying about other people, other people's kids, everything else.
I was not, that's why I ended up in addiction. That's why all kinds of things happened to me, because I
The
didn't
rosary
take the
would have been a
time
better addiction.
It
but
would have been.
It's
It would
still
have
an
been.
addiction in a sense.
Well, and it's one of those, like, it was a big awakening in my life, because yes, that was something that I taught people not to do,
Yeah.
but at the same token, it was one of those, I was not working on me, and if I was working on me, that would have never happened.
Well, in the
know?
church and in the Western tradition, we call it spiritual praxis, Praxis, as you know. And that's what sadhana is. Yoga sadhana is an actual practice. It's not just learning in theory. It's an actual practice that we apply, that we use to transform our dysfunction, to transform our dysfunctional nature, and to actualize our higher potentials.
Let's get into that real quick. We have about 10 minutes left. For the next 5 minutes, let's talk about that, how people in everyday life, because I think that is something that just about everybody walking around needs some help with. Everybody. You know.
Because we're acting continuously, and our action creates consequences.
That's right.
So our practice is an action that creates new patterns. What we say in yoga is that we have these deep patterns that drive our desires, then our feelings, and our thoughts, and our behavior.
Yeah.
And that what I was taught in yoga, when I was a kid, is not about your hamstrings. It's about your desires, feelings, thoughts, and behavior. The deep work is to transform that. And that's what sadhana is about. So you gain mastery, you elevate your desires, and then transform them, and then gain mastery over your feelings and your thoughts. And that will influence your behavior. And then that's the strategy for creating auspiciousness in your life.
Yeah. Yeah, and once again, once I made that conscious, once I consented to help me over other people, because, hey, I'm sorry, folks, and I tell people all the time, if you want to call it selfish, great. It's the most selfish and awesome thing I ever did. My cup is constantly full.
Yeah.
It constantly runneth over, and I can help tons of people.
Yeah, until you're stable and clear and freed from your own drama, you can't really help others.
Well, it's like trying to say, like, I keep dating and I can't find the right person. Are you happy with you?
Yeah.
Because if you aren't happy with you, and like you aren't a whole person, the whole idea of like you complete me, that's a heavy burden to place on somebody.
We agree, like that's me and that's you, and we're in conflict. Let's look together there and walk together on the path together. Yeah,
exactly.
Beautiful.
And that's just it, understanding the fact that like you are the linchpin. The example I used to give the kids I taught was I gave them all a slinky the first night. And it was like, don't touch the slinky. Enjoy the slinky, look at the slinky, appreciate the slinky as we talk about everything tonight. And then at the end of the night, it was now hold your slinky. Does it slink? All that pent-up potential energy of a spring does nothing until you push it.
Yeah.
That's the universe, kids.
Yeah.
It'll go downstairs, go over in pairs, do all those things, but you have to be the one to push it.
You have to drive. There's a beautiful... you talk about sadhana. This could be a beautiful story to end this.
Please.
It's from the Katha Upanishad.
Okay.
One of the source texts of Vedic revelation, and it's the parable of the chariot. The parable of the chariot. So the chariot's the body, and the horses are the senses. The reins are the mind. The driver is the intellect, and the passenger, the owner of the chariot, is our true being. And for most of us, the horses are out of control, running after objects that we see in the world of name and form. And our job is to drive the chariot. That is, the mind should control the senses. The driver, the intellect, should control the mind. And the job of the intellect is to drive the chariot wherever the owner, the passenger who's the owner wants to go. So it's like take charge of your own life.
Yeah.
Become the master of the chariot of your own life. Otherwise, you're just running your patterns.
Absolutely. And those may not be good patterns. Like we say all the time, there's frequency of sound, frequency of light, and frequency of thought.
Yes,
and
indeed.
that frequency of thought is both good and bad, and frequent or non-frequent. And you have to balance that. You have to balance how and really turn things and learn to see that, like, even if you fail, there's a way to learn how you failed. And that's a good thing.
And
because
then
you can stop the pattern now.
And then in relation to that, we say, and then examine your values and priorities. What's really important for you, because you're moving down this river that's going to merge with the ocean at the end of life. There's no stopping that. So what are your values and priorities? And then align your actions, thoughts, and feelings with those values and priorities.
Absolutely.
And that's the purpose of practice, to facilitate that journey.
Gary, I am so glad we had this conversation
It's an
today,
honor,
man.
sir.
Like, honestly, I've got goosebumps. I'm all warm inside. It's beautiful. Let everybody know where they can go to find out about the American Yoga Institute, where they can go. You have classes, you have all kinds of things. You said you even do stuff in my hometown.
Yes, indeed.
In Austin. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more.
Thank you, sir. So www. And it's viniyoga.com, VINIYOGA, viniyoga.com. And there's a whole database of classes that are online, different topics, how to work with the symbolism of the gods and goddesses, how to work with the breath, how to fix your back if you have back pain or your neck problems. And then we have training programs in Austin, Texas, at the Ancient Yoga Center, which is a little south of the airport in Austin. And then this December, we do annual live-in retreat. I call it the Heart Mind Retreat. It's an inner practice. And this one is coming up as the six-spoked wheel of cause and effect, which perpetuates our entanglement in the world of name and form. And so those are 5-day live-in events, 4 nights in Austin, and this one will be in December. It's all on viniyoga.com.
Wow, amazing. Well, I definitely need to check that out, and I have tons of people to tell about that.
I'm honored, sir.
Gary, thank you so much for your time. It was more than a pleasure.
All the best to you.
Absolutely.
And thank you for having me, giving me the opportunity to share with your community.
Anytime, I want to have you on again and again and again. These are the kind of messages that I love to be able to give to my audience, because it's something that can help anybody every day.
Yeah.
And it's literally a shift of mindset and attitude. And once you do that, the world is 180 degrees different.
Life changed.
Yeah, it is. So thank you, Gary.
Thank you, sir.
While you are online checking out everything from Gary and the American Yoga Institute, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. It's where you can find all of our episodes. That's where you can find all of our live coverage on our events page from awesome events like the PsiGames right here. Stay tuned through these quick commercial breaks. We'll be right back with our continuing live coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this. The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Nicola Farmer. She is the author of Seeing More Than Their Eyes Can See, Discovering Childhood Potential. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well, thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the amazing time here today during an awesomely busy inaugural year of PsiGames. I'm so excited to see this awesome event just completely packed to the gills. How was your presentation?
Oh, it was really good. Had a great audience, and it was exciting to share the work that I've been developing and not just with the kids, but with, well, the basics of it was that we needed to retrain egos.
Sure.
And that's what the basis of the workshop was.
Hey, you know, it's interesting. We've had that conversation a few times on the show just during this event. I was just having it at the commenter table a few minutes ago. The idea of it's hard for us to manifest. It's hard for us to remote view or do any of this if we let our ego get in the way.
Yeah.
You know, so let's start kind of breaking that down. How do we begin to recognize our ego when it pops up?
Well, the ego is going to present itself through a negative experience. So I was telling the people in the group that that voice in your head, that inner voice, if you're contemplating asking yourself a question and you need an answer, the inner voice is going to come from two places. It's either going to come from your higher self or from your ego. And if it's the ego responding, it will come back with a question. It will come back normally it'll start with what if. So what if they don't like you? What if the plane crashes? And so that what if question mark at the end of the sentence is the flag, is the red flag. However, if you ask yourself a question, so if I was to ask about coming here to the States, I mean, I had a 20-hour journey. And my ego came back with, well, what if you go all that way and they don't like you, or nobody turns up to your presentation? But my higher self would say, yes, absolutely, you're going to experience A, B, and C, or absolutely no, this isn't for you. It doesn't need a because.
Okay.
Or it may not be any voice at all because I need to make that decision on a human level.
Okay.
So the difference being is one's going to be negative, creating fear, worry, doubt, anxiety, and the other one's going to be a positive, even if it's a no.
Yeah, and the idea that it's something that we talk about on the show regularly, the idea that we influence a lot of the world around us simply due to our filters of experience and the way that we have polished those through our life. The example I give, my brother and I grew up in the same house. You asked both of us what Christmas of '89 was like. We're going to give you two slightly different answers because we have different life experiences. We view things through different filters of reality and through different filters of the ego and how we see ourselves interacting with other people.
Yeah, but when we're born, the ego is dormant. And there has to be an external trigger that wakes our own ego up. I use the scenario of a spider. If you're afraid of spiders, you weren't born like that, unless, of course, we're going to the realms of previous lives.
Sure.
But you weren't born afraid of spiders. So you experience, you see, you witness somebody else jumping on a chair and screaming.
Sure.
Trigger.
Yeah.
So the external source of the trigger is the person who is having the experience. Then the spider becomes the trigger. So it's like a self-perpetuating cycle of fear, worry, doubt, anxiety.
Yeah.
But to retrain the ego right now is so important because, I'm psychic, I'm clairvoyant and all those things. And I see people's egos and I see them and they're exhausted.
Yeah. Yes.
Because this world is filled with fear.
Yeah.
The ego was originally created in the brainstem, the reptilian part of the brain, to navigate through the dark times.
Exactly. And that's something that I do a lot of work in binaural music, things like that. And that's something that I try to explain to people all the time is, our brains are pattern machines.
Yep.
They want a pattern. It helps us. We go autonomically through most of our day.
Yeah.
We react to things unless we're thinking about it.
But that's why we have an autonomic nervous system.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that, the idea that we learn more, sadly, through negative reinforcement than positive reinforcement because of millennia of, fire's hot.
Indoctrination.
You learn more from burning yourself on a fire than cooking and learning that fire will cook an egg and save you.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we really do have to learn to rewire the way that we think about things.
Yeah.
And how do we begin that process of rewiring the mind to not dwell on the negative? I'm not saying don't think about the negative because it's going to happen, but you've got to kind of treat it like a passing train. You're not going to drive through the train. You got to wait till the train passes.
Yeah. But you see, before we look at how we do it, it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad.
Yeah.
What's not okay is allowing that to then define you or control your life.
Yeah.
So we're always going to experience challenges. There's always going to be an experience where we have a negative feeling, emotion, or experience. So we have to identify what our known triggers are or our known negative traits.
Okay.
Judgment, self-loathing, lack of self-confidence, all sorts of things. We have to be able to identify them. And then we need to be able to say, well, if I wasn't feeling judged or being judgmental, how would I feel?
Yeah.
It could be free. It could be happy. And it's identifying the positives and how you would rather feel in order to start the ball rolling. That each day we can have a vision broken down into one single word of how my world is going to be today. Today my world could be a world of abundance.
Yeah.
Today my world could be a freedom. So when we identify how we want to live our lives, if we were in the perfect bubble, we then have to look at how we bridge the gap between the ego and what I call the spirit. So the ego is connected into the sympathetic nervous system and the spirit is parasympathetic nervous system. And bridging that gap between the two gives us a fair chance in retraining the ego in order to deal with situations, challenges in a more positive way. And the way we do that is by taking a double breath, just 2 breaths in. That instantly triggers the vagus nerve. But then as we take that breath in, we take in initially the word surrender. It's not about us surrendering, it's about the ego surrendering.
Yeah.
And that double breath of the essence of surrender goes straight to the brainstem, and it's like giving the ego a pacifier.
Interesting. And, you've brought up a couple things that I see regularly, and a lot of that, one of the things we talk about regularly on the show is consent.
Yeah.
And the idea of giving your consent is giving your power. You know, when you consent into worrying about something that you literally have zero and I am an anxiety sufferer.
Oh, right.
Like I had to go to panic therapy for a little while, things like that. And I learned like the double breath. I learned that from my panic doctor. The idea of activate that part of your system, but it's learning to be in touch with yourself, learning to realize when those things are happening, and being able to realize that, like you're saying, it's okay to feel it, recognize it, give it its space, give it its credence.
Yeah.
It's there for a reason.
Yeah. It's a release.
But don't let it control you.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Or define you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, moving this into the realm of course, bringing up the next generation, especially the next generation of mediums, psychics, things like that.
Yep.
That is a big point. The idea of how do we begin? Because once again, until programmed in, the ego isn't there with the child. So if you can catch them early, it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
How much of the training do you have to do with parents before because it's one of those, as somebody who spent time in a classroom, it's great to send your kid to school, but if you aren't following the same rules at home that teacher follows in the classroom, there's a fight in your kid's brain as to who they're supposed to listen to.
Yeah. And loyalties are normally with the parents.
Absolutely, exactly. So,
well, with the ICU program, the academy that I set up, and we take the children through a 12-session program, just 1 hour each session. We take the children through a process of becoming left-right brain coherent and brain and heart coherent.
Okay.
Now, one of the biggest challenges in taking a kid through the program is actually the parents.
Yeah.
And the parents have such a huge expectation of their children to perform, to achieve, to be successful, or most parents do. So we have to educate the parents before the children do the program in order for them to comply with what we need them to do with their kids at home. 9 times out of 10, they don't do it.
Yeah.
So there is a massive need to educate parents on how their children need to be nurtured spiritually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they're taken care of most of the time emotionally, mentally, educationally, but there's a massive gap in bringing them up with mindfulness and spirituality.
And you bring up a beautiful word, mindfulness. It is a literal buzzword now. And I was just talking with someone inside about how manifestation is the same way.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see both of these kind of burgeoning on the scene at the same time. And the idea of mindfulness is, the way I describe it is frequency is light, sound, and thought form.
Yeah.
So it's not just what are you thinking, but how often are you thinking it?
Yeah. But we need to take it to a whole new level.
Okay.
Because mindfulness is becoming more mainstream, but what we need to take it to is heartfeltness.
Yes. Yeah. And I taught spirituality for years, teaching confirmation, things like that. And that was one of the things I always told my students was that we have to learn to rewire our brain when we speak and when we listen.
Yeah.
And your ears and your mouth need to be wired through your heart before they go to your brain.
Yeah.
Before anything comes out, pass it through your heart.
Yeah.
If you said that to you in this situation, how would you feel?
Well, exactly.
And marrying that with the idea of stop having the conversation on the way to the table.
Yeah.
Like, it happens all the time. You'll be on the way to dinner with somebody or on the way to a business meeting, and you're literally having that conversation before you ever get there, laying mortar and brick for the wall.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But that's interesting what you say, because I created something. You've heard of Maslow's triangle of hierarchy.
Absolutely.
So I created a triangle of spiritology.
Oh, beautiful.
And it takes you all the way up to unity consciousness. But it's got foundations. And the absolute base of the foundations is ego. Because we have to survive.
Yeah.
And in the presentation that I did, I had a deck of cards that are every subject on the spiritology triangle. And I got them to build a house of cards. But the bottom row was the ego. Didn't quite come out how I expected it to, but they still built a house of cards. And then I said to them, now take one of the ego cards away, partial collapse. Take another one, another partial collapse. Take the third one away, complete collapse.
Yeah.
And what people don't realise is that regardless of whether we're child, adult, elderly, whatever we are, we have to be able to work with those foundations.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny you say that, because as someone who studied psychology and abnormal psychology, it is one of those, like, the ego is absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
It's necessary for us.
Anybody who says get rid of your ego, you can't.
No, you can't get rid of it. What you can do is retrain it.
Yep.
You can refocus it.
Yep.
You can teach it to look at silver linings instead of the cloud.
Yeah.
All kinds of things.
But I've seen so many people who, when they've retrained their ego takes a huge sigh of relief. Yeah. It's like, okay, it's over.
Yeah.
And now it can assume its original role is survival and navigation.
Yeah. And last year, I went on an ayahuasca journey.
Yeah.
And part of that was getting off my daily medications for anxiety. And I was very lovingly handled by my ayahuasquera. He was amazing. Yeah. He literally called me 2-3 times a week. Let's talk. How's it going? How are you doing?
Brilliant.
For a month while I was on the road for work.
Wow.
Professionally for 3 weeks straight, off my meds.
Amazing.
And while we were in ceremony, it was just the two of us, it ended up being. And he's playing the songs, and as a musician and audio engineer, I kept wanting to tell him, a lot of the prayers are about release of ego.
Yeah.
Let's be together.
Yeah.
I saw no clockwork elves. I had nothing like that. What I experienced was every time I wanted to tell him something, I would try to sit up, and I literally felt a hand on my chest push me down, and a voice go, shh.
Yeah.
Numerous times throughout the night.
Yeah.
And it was amazing to me. And since then, and the next morning, it was very clarity of like, oh, no. He's supposed to be losing his ego at this moment, too. You can't be cajoling him about how awesome he is on the guitar.
Yeah.
and that, of course, did not occur to me in that moment. So
Yeah.
the idea of being able to lose that, being able to realize that we can also help other people lose their ego by
Yeah.
how we talk with them, how we approach a situation.
Yeah, and if we take this all the way back to the parents, like you originally asked, we're not only trying to prevent the children's egos becoming controlling, but we're also trying to manage the parents' egos.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, with that in mind, we got about 10 minutes left or so. Let's switch to how do we begin lessons with the children? Once we've got parents at least on some kind of page or at least some rules they should follow, how do we begin this process with children? Because there is that concept out there now of trauma and PTSD being passed mitochondrially through DNA, things like that. So there may even be some traumas that they're dealing with or triggers that they're dealing with that they haven't even experienced in their life.
Exactly.
They were experienced by grandpa.
Yeah, generational traumas.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the program, the ICU program, the fundamental rule is that the children must want to do it.
Beautiful.
They choose it.
Yeah.
I actually had a 5-year-old interview me on the phone because he found me on the internet and he wanted to know I was the right person for him. That's
beautiful.
That's fabulous.
Beautiful. He is the right kid for that program.
Exactly. So they have to be between the ages of 6 and 12.
Okay.
And they come for 12 one-hour sessions. And as a teacher, and as I train teachers, the basics of the teacher is that you approach every session as if it's a new one.
That's right.
And then you make it fun. And the kids go through an activation process when they first arrive. It takes 3 minutes. It's very quick. And then they go through the rest of the session encouraging them to see. Now, not every kid sees.
Yeah.
Every kid goes through a life-changing experience. And I say to the teachers all the time, it's your responsibility to keep the session flowing, but it's your responsibility to keep it upbeat as well. And so when we take them through the session, we're encouraging them to see colours, etc., etc. But we never, ever ask them a question.
Interesting.
So if you're saying to them, what colour can you see on the page? We actually say, tell me a colour you can see.
Okay.
With an essence of positive affirmation in our voices.
Sure.
And even if they're wrong, we still praise them.
Yeah.
And we praise them because they're doing their best.
That's right. That's right.
So no saying no to them,
Yep.
constant praise and never asking them a question.
Yeah.
And when you have a child with you for a whole hour, it's one of the most precious hours of their life because they have your undivided heart,
That's right.
they have your undivided attention, and they are being told that, not in the actual words, but they're being told that they're absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Exactly.
That in itself raises the confidence, and as their confidence grows, then they will achieve what they need to achieve.
Yeah.
When I train the teachers, I say to them, no expectation, no outcome.
That's right.
Okay, just go with the child's soul path.
That is beautiful.
But we have seen miracles, we've seen amazing things happen,
Yeah.
and the child's never seen a colour on the page. But for a teacher, it can be soul destroying because you're on session 12 and you're still saying, tell me a colour, show me a colour, point to a colour. But the teachers have to recognise that this is about giving the child your time and making them feel $1 million.
Well, and empowering them.
Totally.
And really, there's a beautiful step in there, and that is the fact of the only failure is not trying.
Well, we don't use the word try. We say the only failure is not giving it your best.
There you go. Yeah, and that's just it. Like my son took basketball camp this year, and I was trying to instill in him that missing a shot is not a failure. Missing a shot is your chance to learn why you missed the shot. Mm-hmm. You know, and
everything's an opportunity.
Even in remote viewing, in my presentation, that's one of the things I bring up is that your misses are one of the most important things.
Exactly.
That's where if you hit everything all the time, where do you grow?
Yeah.
Where do you grow?
No chance.
Yeah.
No chance at all. I mean, I've had many challenges in my life, but I look at them and say to them, what did I learn?
That's it. That's it.
What has it taught me? what's going to take me to the next level.
You wouldn't be who you are without your failures.
Yeah. And I was just having a conversation with some friends at lunch, and I said to them, when I was going through my own development, and I don't mean this to sound big-headed, but I wish I'd had a me.
Yeah.
But on the flip side of that, if I'd had a me, I wouldn't be me now.
Yep.
Because I've learned how to avoid the obstacles, how to climb out of the holes, and all of those things.
Yeah, to see the flag at a distance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I can guide others through that to say, well, this is what my experience is.
That's right.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah, exactly. And especially when you're talking children, life lessons, things like that.
Right.
The one thing I used to teach my junior high and high school students all the time was the concept of the kite string. It's like at some point in your life, it may be positive, it may be negative. You will walk into the room and you will feel a kite string tug at the back of your belly button. Perk up and pay attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Perk up and pay attention. It might be positive, it might be negative. It just means you need to listen
Exactly.
right now.
Wake up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And that moment of realization and
absolutely.
self-worth.
And they are golden opportunities.
They are. Exactly.
And so many people walk around with either blinkers or their eyes shut.
Yep.
And they don't see the value of what's in that opportunity.
Yeah.
And like teaching the kids, it's not that we're waking them up. We're helping them to stay aligned with all of those things so that when they go through the dysfunctional education systems, forgive me.
Yeah, ain't no forgiveness needed.
They can navigate all of those pitfalls with grace and ease.
Yeah.
Instead of falling in them and having to climb up.
Well, like you're saying, making sure that those things, you understand they make you who you are, but they do not define you. A failure doesn't define you. It helps make you a stronger person. It adds to the foundation.
Embrace it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. I loved reading and thumbing through your book at the bookstore. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more if they have kids that they want to get through the program, if they have a kid in their family or a friend's kid.
Or want to become a teacher.
Or want to become a teacher, How can they get involved? How can they find out more about everything that you're doing?
They can go to the ICU Academy website. So that's the letters IC and U, academy.co.uk.
Okay.
All the information's on there. The book can be found on the website, and also it's worldwide on Amazon.
Okay.
So, people can buy it wherever they like. The book was written in a month.
Oh, wow.
And published in a few days.
Wow.
So it was like green light, go, go, go,
True
go.
flow.
Yeah.
True flow.
Yeah. And so, the website's full of information. And if they can't find what they're looking for, then I have a secretary or they can contact me.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time on this very, very busy event.
Thank you.
I greatly appreciate the time and greatly appreciate you making the trip all the way from across the pond to come to this inaugural year.
Yeah, it's been amazing.
Absolutely. Well,
lovely to meet you.
Same here, Nicola. While you are online checking out everything from Nicola Farmer, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all the YouTube channels of our guests, as well as our events page, which has all of the YouTube playlists from the events that we cover, like the amazing Psi Games right here. Stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Psi Games 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this. The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realms continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined by holographic reader Tom Moe. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
I'm good, and it's actually Matt.
Oh,
M-A-T-T.
Matt. I'm sorry.
Two first
sorry.
names. No worries. No, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I am a holographic reader, actually. And a lot of people are going to say, what does that mean?
Exactly.
So I developed an ability about 12 years ago, coming out of a mental health crisis. I was able to see holographic images that are everywhere around me, around us. I call this ability upside vision, which is the ability to see and interact with these holographic images.
Okay.
Now, when this happened, as I'm sure anybody would this happen to anybody, they would think, okay, something's wrong with the brain. You know, I need to get it checked out to make sure there's nothing wrong with the brain. So I got 2 MRIs. Nothing is wrong. There's no damage, no stroke. And I say mental health crisis, that was brought on by heavy addiction and drug use.
Sure.
So I've been clean and sober for 12 years.
Good for you.
Yeah, and this ability stayed with me. And I've developed it. It's evolved. I've gotten better at understanding it. I've done a lot of research at it. In fact, I was flown out to the Institute of Noetic Sciences.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Dean Radin, I got in contact with him, and his team set me up out there, and they did some randomized testings for EEG testings to see what my brain state looks like while I'm using upsight vision, is what I call it, as opposed to memory recall or your mind's eye.
Sure.
So when I say this, everyone's like, oh, that's a vivid mind's eye, good memory recall. That is incorrect. I have a vivid mind's eye, and I owned an advertising agency for 20 years. This is something different. This is external. In fact, my pupils dilate when something is arousing or exciting.
Wow.
My eyes get tired like watching a movie.
Yeah.
There's something called smooth pursuit eye movement, where if something is tracking across a wall, you follow it. You can't fake that. In other words, it's external.
Yeah.
And there's other ways. Those are the ways, the external ways. And the biggest way, of course, from a scientific and measurable standpoint for what they did at IONS, they measured my brain states, alpha, beta, theta, 200 randomized tests of an image that I would recall. Like, so in other words, they would bring up, let's say, a picture of the Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
I would think about that, what it looks like in my mind's eye. Then I would see it in front of me with upside vision. Now, the brain waves changed across all those different states. The 2 biggest ones, and if anybody knows anything about mediumship, the theta state, there's definitely a big change, a big activity in the theta state when people are in mediumship, lucid dreaming. So they kind of anticipated there would be some activity there. The thing that surprised me the most, in the alpha state, which is traditionally a relaxed state, my brain was, there was one, I don't know the scientific term, the left frontal lobe area was repressing something or suppressing it maybe, and there was a ton of activity. Yeah, there was a way more activity than normal in the alpha brain state.
Well, especially because the frontal lobe is where we have so much control. That's where impulse control, things like that come from. So the fact that was happening is fascinating.
I agreed. And what's really fascinating is when I was going through my mental health crisis, I literally had no control of my frontal lobe area. My executive area, forget it. So in other words, it was so bad, I emptied out my bank account. I flew around the world and spent money, all my money. I could not plan ahead.
And you know, it's very interesting. One of the things that we talk about on the show is frequencies, brainwave frequencies, things like that. And the idea that we talk to a lot of researchers in paranormal, a lot of researchers in UFO, UAP. Kathleen Marden comes to mind, who has done a lot of research recently. Her research especially with experiencers of UFO, UAP phenomena and the spiritual change that happens with them. And the actual, like,
physical changes, sometimes healing, sometimes the ability to heal, and things like what you're talking about, where suddenly, and it's interesting when you start looking at brain trauma, when you start looking at things, even high addiction and things like that, and the way that the cells not necessarily die, but are injured and repair themselves. It's almost like an ant mound concept where, like, it builds back bigger and stronger than what it was.
That's a great analogy. I like to say I got a new upgrade to my software.
Sure.
Because when this
that's
happened,
a great way to say it.
Everything collapsed. I was almost, I won't say comatose. I was catatonic for like a year. I was just rebuilding myself. But as I got better, I actually got better at math. I understand physics more. I am a visual spatial super ninja. There's no topological space or manifold that I cannot deconstruct in this space. I became obsessed with math for the longest time. And keep in mind, I'm not a mathematician. I am not a mathematician, but I understand it, and I read a lot about it. And I can talk intelligently about a lot of mathematical objects and equations and stuff like that. So that happened while this other thing over here happened. And What's wild is that in the beginning, so let's say you and I are talking now. Let's say we were talking about how to cook a pizza.
Yeah.
If I were to do that, I won't do it now because it takes a minute. But if I were to look over there, there may be a pizza cooking in an oven, which would make sense based on this conversation, right?
Sure.
What this is. However, it could just as easily be a vampire bat flying across the sky. Now the question is, if it's not coming from us because it's a pizza, where is that holographic image coming from? And I've learned in the last 6 months that I've started to read people's holographic fields. I've learned that I can dial in and have a unconscious or a one-way conversation if given permission. If they trust me, they're like, okay, you can look at that.
Well, and it's interesting because we've had a couple mediums on here since we've been here, and we regularly discuss the concept of consent. And tomorrow there's a whole ethics panel. We were talking about that earlier, and the idea of consent when it comes to these things, even when it comes to hypnotic regression, anything like that. It's fascinating that even the point of self-doubt or the point of doubt in something working can fully affect that reciprocal system of reading in that kind of way.
Agreed. And it's important, too, because if you're giving permission, I say, listen, are you okay with me? Are you inviting me in and letting me see what's there, understanding that I'm going to see this field radiating from you, and I'm describe it as I see it. And it's a dream, and it can be a little embarrassing, a little weird, a little unsettling, but just like a dream. It doesn't mean it's true. But I say, and they say yes, and when that happens, there's a connection. Once they give permission, and I don't record the meetings, if the client wants to or what the person wants to, they can. A lot of people, and I find this is interesting, they take the information and they put it in AI and get AI's feedback on the symbolism, and especially people that have
Jungian symbolism, things like that.
I like to say I'm like the IKEA furniture of this space. I give you the tools, but you got to do the work.
You got to follow the 8-page directions.
You do. Well, or talk to a mentor, trusted advisor, somebody, even a therapist if you have one.
And that's interesting to bring up, because that is something that when it comes to remote viewing, when it comes to any research, I am somebody who said it cannot happen in a vacuum. It's impossible to happen in a vacuum. So even somebody getting results from something needs to be able to bounce those results off somebody else.
Absolutely. And somebody they trust and feel good about.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, we talk about synchronicities, and a lot of the images, again, I'll say it again and again, these images are literally clear and in focus. In fact, have you seen the movie The Queen's Gambit on Netflix? Okay. Remember when the protagonist is lying on the bed and she's the chess master and she can move the pieces? She's looking at the ceiling. That is how clear these things are. And that's a great way of what they look like.
Sure.
So that's when I'm engaged with mine, and I can move them. When I'm looking at yours, I can't move yours. That's your side. I can just watch yours. In fact, if I start thinking too much, I push mine into yours, and so I know they're different. It's like a voices timbre. Our voices are different, and that's what took me so long to realize I could help people. I'm like, wait a minute, just watch and read and see what's there.
Well, and it's interesting you bring that up, because one of the things I was bringing up while I was commentating on the dowsing competition in there was the idea of
a remote viewer or even a dowser picking up on somebody else, a remote viewer actively reading their monitor instead of the target accidentally, things like that. So the idea that, and being in tune enough as a remote viewer to go, hold on, I need to back away from target. I'm reading you right now.
Yeah, that's a great comment. And you were in the remote viewing session earlier today.
Yeah.
So I absolutely think, and one of the commenters on that said maybe everyone is picking up someone's. And when I say everyone, the people in the audience saw the same thing, and I actually thought the same thing. I didn't get that, but I actually agreed with
even
it.
earlier, the second dowsing competition was dowsing digital, so it was actively trying to douse the object off of a thumb drive, blind, like which thumb drive has an image of gold on it, things like that. And I brought up the idea because nobody hit that one. Nobody hit it. You can see my numbers. I hit both objects, but I had them backward as to which drive they were on. And I was like, I'm curious if by chance you would be able to use a pendulum or dowsing method to actively tie into the person who put the file on the drive.
Yeah. I agree.
To read the person who did the data.
And know it.
Yes.
See, that's the key.
Yes.
So let's say you pick that up and you're like, why am I getting that? Because you need to know it. So there's so many levels to this that if somebody could do that, it's just game changing.
Yeah.
And you know what I think too? If somebody else has upsight vision to the degree I do, I think we could communicate this way. Actually, let me bring this up because it's a really important point. I've talked about this on a number of podcasts. Every time I do, and I say I think it's mutation happening in us with our environment, polar shift, microchemicals, all these things, climate change, whatever. Something's changing within us. That's what I believe. For survival, for a communication element. Every time I talk about this on podcasts, somebody says I have this to one degree or another. I wrote a free PDF you can get on my website. Download it free. It's called The 8 Stages of Upside Vision because I had to go through these stages to get where I am. And many people that say they have it to a certain degree. Maybe not to the level that I do. But I think this has been happening forever to some degree, but the moms and dads are like, no. There's an anecdote. Can I tell an anecdote?
Please, absolutely.
Okay. So I have a Facebook page, which I never did go to, but a woman posted on it last year. She told, this was a Reddit article that she wrote 8 years ago.
Okay.
About when she was a girl, about 10. She had a sleepover, and she could see these holograms. She didn't tell anyone about it. And she had a sleepover with her best friend. They were 10 years old, and they were on the bed, and they were like, hey, do you ever see things other people can't see? And her friend said, you mean like the 2 fish that are floating in front of us? So the girl was like, you see that? So they had this moment of both seeing this thing. Okay, this is going 28 years ago or something. So they had this moment. Her friend moved away. The other girl got older, went through puberty. The ability stopped. But they connected later on Facebook, and the girl remembered it. That's just a long way of saying we have this thing. It's not nurtured. We don't understand it. Our moms, and I have people even tell me this. I used to tell my mom this. She said, "Don't tell anyone that. It'll keep you crazy. They'll think you're crazy."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Or it's just your imagination.
Or 100%. Very, very well said, Chris. The other thing, I thought the thread was going to be addiction or drugs, something rewired the brain with the people that came forward.
Trauma,
that's incorrect. It's incorrect. It was, in fact, trauma. So there was people that are clean and sober their whole lives. This 6-year-old woman, she's like, I've been doing this since I was a kid. I had a really hard life. I had a lot of struggles as a child, and that's why she doesn't do drugs. So trauma is the thread that opens this thing.
And that's just it. It's one of those because, this is just where I come from with it, and a lot of it has to do with my background, things like that. But I think it's because when you go through a trauma, you have to find something, anything, to be able to hold on to and make yourself feel whole. And if that's it, and the only person you can identify with is you get in touch with yourself in a different way at that point. And
the spirit comes through. Whatever this universal guide is that cares about us seems to come through. And if you resonate with it, it's magic. So I'm curious about what your thoughts are about that this event is even taking place. You know, that this event is even... I want to know what your thoughts are on this, because I'll tell you what my thoughts are.
I am in
Wow.
love with it.
Yeah.
I am in love with it because I do conference AV for a living, number one. The tech they're using, the things like that, absolutely awesome. But in addition to that, when you look at... The thing about events like this is the community. And once again, research does not happen in a vacuum. This is one of those, especially with remote viewing, things like that. There are numerous modalities. And it really is one of those situations of there's 18 different kinds of hammers, and they all have an exacting purpose.
Yeah.
You know, you do not use a framing hammer to do finishing work. You don't use a finishing hammer to do framing work. But a good carpenter has them both in his toolbox to be able to use whichever one he needs to use when he needs to use it.
I agreed. And that's great. So if I can jump on that. So we've got
Please.
5 psychic abilities here
Yep.
now. Upside vision, the thing that I have, I looked everywhere, right? I'm like, and there was nothing.
It's a different concept.
It is definitely
it's
a different concept. And I wrote a blog for Ions, is Upside Vision a psychic ability?
Yeah.
And I talked how it's I think it will be, or maybe a human ability, but I related it to remote viewing, which it's not, because these things are vivid.
But it's a relatable concept to remote viewing to an extent.
Well, and I even said, I can't remote view like people who are trained in it. If they want to find the house on Maple Street, I typically find the house on Elm Street.
Sure.
You know?
But the important thing is you still found a house.
Yeah.
And like I say on the show and even in my talk, we have to remember that our misses are where we learn the most.
Yeah.
Being right
Good.
isn't where you learn. You know, it's learning, how did I miss? Why did I miss? Was I close?
Yeah.
You know, what was I picking up on something else in the image or at the target? Was I picking up on something from my monitor? Was my monitor thinking about that?
Yeah.
You know, those kind of things. And one of the questions I was going to ask you, because this is an amazing ability, amazing talent, amazing skill. What purposes are you using this for? In what ways are you utilizing this gift? And are you able to help train other people in it?
Okay, so I have not done any training because I don't feel like I'm a master at it,
Sure.
and I don't want to teach somebody something that I have not completely mastered.
Okay.
That's why I have an FAQ section on my website.
All right.
The last one is everyone says, "Can you teach me?" I say, "Not yet."
Not yet.
I say, "Eventually."
Soon.
Soon, exactly. Right now. Well, let me take a step back. The first thing is I was like, I want to research it. And I want to find out what these waves are, right? Are these quantum waves? I don't think they're electromagnetic waves. Let me tell you why.
Please.
When I was in my second MRI to see if there was something wrong with my brain, I said to myself, wow, I'm going to do this in here. And I thought the giant magnets would influence I thought it was an electromagnetic wave.
Sure.
And I was like, the giant magnets are going to make me not do it.
Yeah.
That was my hypothesis going in, my thesis going in. So I'm in there and I'm doing it, and I'm like, it was business as usual. So then I'm like, wow, the magnets have no effect on it. So now I'm like, it's quantum gravity or gravity something that's not affected, or dark matter, something else.
Yeah, quantum entanglement,
right?
What have you?
And I had that thought for the longest time, for the last 4, 5, 6 years. But somebody said to me, he's like, well, you know, the light is also electromagnetic wave,
Yes, it
and
is.
you can get light inside of a.
Your brain actively makes light.
Right. Well,
with every thought process.
Right. So maybe it is a part of it.
Could be.
To your point, I'm at a conference with, his name is Hofferman or Hammeroff, about the orchestrated theory of HR. Him and Penrose have a theory. These microtubules in our brain are reason we're conscious.
Okay.
Those microtubules, I was sitting next to him, I'm like, well, it's not, I don't know if I'm really seeing holograms because I don't know if the brain can produce it. I'm just happen to,
it may
that's
be
a throwaway sentence.
Yeah.
He says to me, actually, the light does emit tiny photons of light in the microtubules. And I'm like,
that's right.
Yeah, he literally said this last year. I'm like, that would have been good to know earlier.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Your thought is light, quite literally.
Exactly.
Quite literally, your frequency of thought is light.
So now that takes us down the simulation hypothesis, right? Now we're really dense holograms. That's, arguably. Some people think. This is a real, typically how we think of traditional holograms.
Yeah.
Maybe that's happening.
Well, and the idea, one of the things I speak about regularly on the show is the idea that made A's in 9th grade science. We're all 90% empty space.
Yeah.
What we feel when we touch a table is a repulsion of electrons. So the idea that you're tapping into something else, even the idea that remote viewing is not bound by time or space, because, well, time's the only thing made up in physics.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, the idea that you are seeing something with the mind's eye in a different way, in a different synesthetic way, in that kind of means.
Well, you know what's funny? So I used to say the word synesthetic, and AI said that's not synesthesia because that is uncontrolled. And I was like,
Yes.
all right, you know what? Fine.
Yeah.
It's so funny because I stopped saying that now.
Is this fully controlled by
Yes,
you,
100%.
or are there times where things happen? But because much like a medium, like sure you have control over it, but there are times where you walk in and hey, something just smacks you in the face, and now you got to put your defense up.
So when my attention is on it, again, control, it's a funny word.
Sure.
But once I engage with it, we can have a conversation. I have a holographic conversation.
It's a back and forth.
But where is it coming from? That's the real
the collective
question.
unconscious, the Akashic records.
And why does it care? Why does it care that it wants to educate me? Right? That intrigues me.
Maybe it cares because you care to know?
Agreed. I don't know. Listen, man. This is way above
There's
my
something
pay grade.
special about being curious.
Yeah. You know what? In fact, I'm curious / persistent is the reason that this 12 years later I'm here, because I emailed over 100 academics.
Wow.
They're like, you know what? We're not interested. Finally, Dean Radin and his team, they're the ones that said, yeah, let's do it. You know.
Yeah.
And again, even talking to that science team, because I was like, I can do this. They still needed to guide what we were going to do.
Yeah.
Right. And I love that they were so smart to figure out, okay, let's do just a baseline study. What are you looking at? Again, memory recall. It's so simple.
Well, and it's kind of like when we were talking yesterday about doing this show, I was telling you about an experiment that I'm getting ready to do about perception in the mind. And it's not even the fact of it's how does the mind begin a remembered image? Not like, hey, look at this circle. Now draw it. It's the fact of, you know what a circle is. Draw it. Do you begin perceiving a circle from the top to the bottom, from the top left around, bottom right around? There's so many ways to begin the process of perception.
Yeah.
How do we begin that process?
Yeah.
And even that's fascinating.
It is. And that makes me think of sometimes when I do this in the Redwoods, California.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been in the Redwoods, which is a completely peaceful, ancient place.
Yeah.
It feels different when I do upside vision. When I do New
Interesting.
York City, it feels like it's compressed.
Dense.
The brains are like, I literally feel like I'm in a vice in New York City.
Wow.
Even here after 2 days.
Pressure.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
So, and the shore is different than like the Florida coast. And it's wild.
And you know that goes a lot to A, presence of mind, B, just vibrational connection. One of the conferences that I sponsored when I first rebranded to Curious Realm was the International Association of Near-Death Studies. And I'm a big fan of IANS. I love their work. IANS, we need to do an episode again soon. But that was, and once again, I attend conferences with 10, 30,000 people. Psychic conferences, paranormal conferences, all kinds of things. Conferences with demonologists, man.
Yeah.
Never once have I stepped into a room like that and been kicked in the gut with energy. Like,
which one?
Like beautiful, good energy. Don't get me wrong, but it was thick.
Which one was it?
And IANS, the International Association of Near-Death Studies. Now, this is a room of people who have, again, been through a major traumatic experience in their life of a near-death experience. Now, granted, they've probably come to a peace with that, come to a beautiful peace with that.
Sure.
It's magnanimously changed their life. However, when you consider the fact of these people have been frequency shifted, the example I give is a magnet and a needle. You leave a magnet
Yeah,
next
good.
to a needle long enough, that needle's a magnet now.
Absolutely.
You know, and when you've had that kind of trauma, if you have been taken aboard an alien spacecraft and brought back, your vibration rate will be forever changed. If you come back from the void or from even a void near-death experience or a light tunnel near-death experience, your vibration is forever changed. There's something about you that is shifted in a different way now.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see, did you find those people saw non-human intelligence and angels and stuff like that, or was that
There
part of the
were a
discussion?
few. There were a few. And once again, the ones that fascinate me are people like my friend Mindy Topfest, stuff like that, who went and saw nothing.
But
They saw
She
nothing.
came
They
back
had
peaceful, though?
They saw nothing. They heard nothing. There was no like, hey, do this to change your life. Go forth. Oh my God, my old dog on the way out. Like none of that.
Interesting.
Utter darkness. Utter
Was
darkness.
it scary, though? Was it peaceful darkness?
Peaceful darkness.
Okay, at least
peaceful
that's something.
darkness. I mean, and coming to a point of understanding darkness, but still, the idea that there was nothing there.
Yeah.
But they're still changed in that way.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Yes, I do.
So
that
trauma
you said,
being tied
So
to
here's
it.
something that I also get this when I talk on these podcasts. Sometimes I see non-human intelligences, right?
Okay.
So in these holograms.
Sure.
And everyone says they're demons or not everyone, many people. Now, here's the thing. And, okay, this is, I don't know if we'll have time for this, but so I
okay.
say
Take
there's
all
two
the time you
things.
need.
A hidden biosphere, right, that is part of us. So that's the biosphere that we can't see. Just like a dog hears a whistle, that's you know, they hear something down the way. There's something here humans can't see, but it's here. It's not an extra. It's not an extra dimension. It's part of us. Those things show up, and they're like the moth that has a snake's head on its back. The ones that look like demons, because if you stare at them long enough, I've learned, at least in this space, they crumble, they evaporate, or they turn around. So I think they don't like us poking around there, and I find that really interesting.
You know, I have a rote phrase that I say on this show and others whenever I'm guesting on them, and that is, I believe that there is a large hominid creature roaming the woods of North America and beyond. But I think that there is also something else that is willing to use the trope of our mind as a point of entry from our consent.
Yeah.
So the idea that, just like what you're talking about, that there is a biosphere that is bilocating with us right now, where they can see us, we can't see them.
But when they do make eye contact, have you heard familiar with the hitchhiker effect?
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely.
People go to Skinwalker Ranch and supposedly comes back. That resonates with me because of what I went through. I went through a boot camp because of my year of psychosis. And I'm like, now I've been beat up so much, they know that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But if I was I mean, don't make no mistake, though. They did. If these things were part of their, don't get me wrong, it was addiction. So,
same here.
Some other something else was there. It wasn't just that. There was something else for that. They were using that to open it up, and it made me stronger.
Yeah.
It's like a boot camp.
Well, once again, it's like knocking an anthill down.
Yeah, good.
Feel free. They only build back bigger.
Yeah. So these things will maybe mess with certain people, and I don't know why they do it. That's what intrigues me. I don't know why. It's almost like a kid that catches something in the woods and brings it back home, right? Or it's like a 10-year-old kid catches lizards and snakes in the woods and brings it back home.
Yeah.
It's the opposite. If you're in the space and they see you, they don't bring you back home. They go back to your home.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
and once again, that idea of something hitchhiking onto your frequency.
Because they know you see them.
Enter in.
Because they know you see them.
Yeah. And you know, that gets into topics of non-localized consciousness, topics of interdimensionality consciousness, all
and
kinds
the ethics
of
of it.
And the ethics of it. Absolutely.
So,
because even in remote viewing, even the Stargate remote viewing program, that was the military.
Yeah,
exactly. And they had the protocol of no interference.
Yeah.
No remote influencing.
What is it? What do you mean when you say that? I don't know this. I'm not sure about this.
Remote influencing is the idea of, okay, so you're observing the person putting the files into the safe. No. You now influence him to put those files into his briefcase.
So okay. Well, that makes sense.
Which is
That's why
fully
they would do
possible.
it. Yeah, for
fully
sure.
possible.
Sure.
But even to think that the military had the ethical protocol.
Yeah. Oh, got it. Understood.
Straight up.
Yeah. So
it was like Star Trek.
Yeah.
No interference.
Yeah,
No
okay,
you
got it.
observe, you record, you do not interfere.
That's good. That's good.
You know?
So let's finish up on the future of design,
Please,
the
please.
way that the kids are here. And
Yeah.
I love the fact that this is out in the open. This is Monroe Institute, UVA, both military adjacent or intelligence community adjacent organizations. The fact that they know that it's going to be a part of the public conversation, and they can't stop that even if they wanted to.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I think they're wise.
Yep.
I think they're wise.
Well,
they might want to
and
influence
the
it,
CIA
obviously.
did work into astral projection,
Yeah.
all kinds of things. There are papers on all the, if you want to look all this up, folks, curiousrealm.com or curiousresearch.com. Go to the Knowledge Vault. You'll find all of these declassified government programs, all the documents for them. So, it's fascinating. And once again, the fact that you're doing this, are you able to, as we close things out here, Tom, are you able to help people process through their trauma, through exposing them through what, kind of in a medium type way, what you're seeing around them, the images you're getting?
So I'm not a psychoanalyst, but we do, when I do the readings afterwards, with the symbolism that comes up, we talk about it. So there's no doubt, because I've seen these things a long time, and I've done 150, a lot of them in the last few months.
Wow.
People are going to the website, signing up. And I've already done dozens coming back to do them again and again. So the answer is yes. I see things that are blocked. I'll do a reading and I'll see a woman stuck in tar running in circles. I'm like, she's like, oh, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, well,
I feel mired down.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
so
another question before we close out, because I'm sure my audience is burning in the pants right now. Do you see anything right now, Tom?
I see her. Wait, let me look at the hologram. Let me tell you, we'll cut this out if it takes too long.
That's
to get
okay.
the focus.
Take your time. Take your time.
Actually, I see a pair of lungs. I see literally a pair of lungs. And now I see a rib cage. So I see literally somebody breathing, a pair of lungs and a rib cage, whole circulatory system. The funny thing about this is, last year on another podcast, I saw a very similar thing, but this is more the chest skeletal area. That's what I see. Somebody breathing. A very healthy person, too, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Okay, and what does that impression give you? What do you get from that impression?
So this is where, I'll tell you, this is a healthy environment.
Okay.
That's because I also sometimes I get a feeling around it.
Sure.
So I get a healthy feeling, a good flow. That's literally what I get, a healthy body, and we can consider this place a body.
Absolutely.
That's the answer to that.
Absolutely.
That's the answer to that. So I like when there's good things like that.
Yeah.
I didn't expect anything. I never know what to expect. But
And
the
even
fact
just
that
the
it's
idea of the big deep breath that
agreed.
this show is, where it's like,
Agreed.
it's great to see this kind of stuff getting out in the public. People here doing healthy competition, because like I was telling you before the show, that's where science is. That's why science has robotics competitions.
Yeah.
Why it's like, let's compete to see who can make the next lunar rover, because that drives innovation. That drives different modalities, different concepts. So even the idea of these games could bring about new modalities and new concepts of how we use these skills and gifts.
Right, and there might be a new idea here that nobody would have had in isolation.
Yeah,
and the fact that kids I love the idea of the kids talking about it at school and not being teased. Maybe for a while, but eventually no.
Yeah.
It's like the nerds took over the world.
Till what they say is going to happen happens to their friend.
Good.
So, Tom, I want to thank you so much for your time today. I want to thank you for the casual conversation we've had over the past couple days.
We'll do this again.
Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Tom Matt and everything else.
Yeah, go to www.tom-matt.com, the FAQ section about
MATTE.
MATTE.com, thank you. Or just Google Upside Vision, Tom Matt, my website will come up. Or you can watch me on other podcasts, but this is the best one I've done.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time during this very, very busy first inaugural Psi Games.
This is a pleasure. I'm glad we did this.
Same here. While you are online checking out everything from Tom, Matt, and the holographic universe, everybody, stop on by, check out curiousrealm.com, curiousresearch.org. Both of those is where you can find the Knowledge Vault full of declassified government programs and documents. And also, all new on curiousresearch.org, we have a tools section. So feel free to visit that if you're an investigator in the paranormal. We're going to be adding some of the things that were talked about here at PsiGames this week. These are all tools that you can use to analyze data, to gather data, all kinds of stuff like that. Free tools that you can use for your research. So go on by, check that out, curiousresearch.org. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we'll be continuing our live on-site coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
And welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined by legendary remote viewer Paul H. Smith from rviewer.com. How are you today?
Well, I'm worn out.
I can appreciate this has been a thronged and busy inaugural year of a conference. It is great. I think it's great to see this kind of event happen. I was having a conversation with somebody last night over a drink that competition is how science excels. You know, like that's how we ended up with robots on Mars, was competitions. That's how we ended up with the Have Blue program and stealth technology was scientific competition. So the idea that this is here now, that there's public competition in this kind of way, I think will really help, because remote viewing was birthed in a lab to begin with. So the idea that this is blowing up in this kind of way, I think is really, really beautiful.
Yeah, I agree with that. When I first was telling people about this event, I got a lot of pushback, you know, and I wasn't even a promoter. I was just along for the ride, right? And I'd say, well, it's a competition for people, you know, in remote viewing, dowsing, whatever, and competition is bad, you know, that's bad.
No.
They misunderstand.
That's right.
Because there's different kinds of competition. There's a kind of competition where it's headbutting and contention and all that. Right. And this is not that kind of competition. Yeah. This is each person trying to do their best, and in that striving, it encourages other people to do their best. Yeah. And you end up with ultimately a synchronistic effect, indeed.
Exactly.
Not synchronistic, synergistic effect. Yeah. Ultimately, progress is made by everyone.
That's right. That's right. And it's the fact of, even yesterday during the dowsing competition that you were judging, I was commenting on, there was a point where it came to the judging where it was like, you know, here's something we hadn't thought about. Nobody got the target, but who was closer to the target?
But ultimately, we had to do that.
And we had to adjust things. Yeah. But even that, the idea of, and I thought about it at dinner last night, like, hey, wait a minute. There's gold in the circuit of those USB drives.
Yes.
Things like that.
Yes.
You know, so even looking at that in a scientific way, and the competition in a scientific way, how can we grow the metrics? How can we change that? How can we be more accurate with these kind of things as we're measuring them?
development as we're taking statistics.
It's a learning effect, and in fact, that's what parapsychology particularly has experienced all along. There are, of course, skeptics in the parapsychology world who are dubious about the whole process and are often pointing out mistakes and flaws in the experimental process. And a lot of folks want to just say, yeah, get rid of the skeptics. But no, they serve a very useful function, which is to help you improve your methodology.
Yeah.
That may not be their ultimate goal, but that's the effect.
That's my ultimate goal. Yeah. I tell people on the show all the time, I wear my skeptic ass like Superman, like with pride, because my job, and I am a believer, and I'm a remote viewer, but my realm of proof has to be bigger.
Yeah.
Because I'm a believer and because I'm in it, So we have to be ready for that.
You have
and
to
we have
exercise.
To admit that.
You have to exercise critical thinking in anything you do.
Exactly.
I talk about there are two enemies of remote viewing and ESP, Psi in general. Those are the really diehard skeptics who won't believe anything.
Yes.
And then the true believers who will believe everything.
The want of confirmation married with confirmation bias.
Well, okay, right, good, yes. But the fact is, you need to be somewhere in between.
Yeah, exactly.
If you'll believe everything, then there's lots of false positives out there that you're accepting.
That's right.
If you won't believe anything, then you reject stuff for which there is actually good evidence.
Yeah, yeah.
So you need to be in the middle.
Yeah. I tell people I am passionately lukewarm. Passionately lukewarm, and you have to be. You have to be, because otherwise you'll fall for anything, or you'll believe nothing. One of the two.
Yeah.
And either side of that, the polarization of light leads to infrared and ultraviolet. There's no white at that point. There's no cooperation between the frequencies, and for those out there who may not be as familiar with you as I am, some listeners, how did you come to the world of Psi studies to begin with, Paul?
Well, I started off as a child. Sorry, that's I think a Bill Cosby joke. I don't know. Anyway, but in a way it is true. I was fascinated by science fiction that involved ESP kinds of things. Zena Henderson and her pilgrimage books, and Andre Norton with her telepathic cats and all that kind of stuff. I thought it was fascinating.
I
was involved in a science fair project in junior high. It totally failed, and so I became a bit of a skeptic. But and I joined the Army, and I served a couple of tours, and one in Europe, and then I got assigned to Fort Meade, Maryland. And unbeknownst to me, I moved in next door to the operations and training officer for the Stargate program, and across the street from one of their new recruits.
Wow.
Who was in the process of being trained to be a remote viewer. I had no idea what they did. One day they approached me and said, "We think you might be good at what we do." And I said, "Well, what's that?" And they said, "We can't tell you." I said, "How do I know?" And,
a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. So there's a lot more to that story, but I'm not going to take time right now. But I got recruited into the program, and I never put the words remote and viewing together ever in my life. And it was, of course, the start of an amazing journey that I went on, which convinced me that my skepticism was ill-founded. And that there really is something to all this, both from my own personal experience and observing well-controlled experiences of others. In other words, we're talking about, according to a protocol, double-blind, nothing known about the target, and yet they produced data that was incontrovertibly actual and true about it. So,
and I, much like high school and college, Paul, I am a straight C student when it comes to remote viewing, all right?
I would have guessed that.
I am straight average. But even then, the hits that I get, the things that I have seen, it's one of those, when it happens to you and when you start seeing it, it does become very undeniable. I wouldn't say I was ever doubtful about it or anything like that. I was always very interested in it. I ordered the Psi tape, or the
Psi tape.
the tape that they used to sell on Art Bell, where it was send in shipping and get the SRI video. SRI, that's what was in my head. And I've been fascinated with it since. And it was the IRVA conference, the first year that I sponsored in Menlo, when I did my first session. And it was like, oh, wow.
Oh, so was that the Outbounder we did?
Yeah.
The Stanford dish?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, good.
And then I was there for the spoon bending. And that one blew. I bent my first spoon with Angela Thompson-Smith last year on the cruise.
Oh,
that was like, whoa. That one really tripped me out. Like, it sits on my shelf of tchotchkes behind me on my show. Because, like, I bent a spoon with my mind. And I've seen people, like, curl the cup of the spoon. Like, it's wild. And it really is one of those, when you see it, you will believe. And it's interesting to see. One of the things I talk about in my presentation is quantum entanglement winning the Nobel Peace Prize, and the fact that since then, science is rapidly running to the world of paranormal. And it's really
getting
interesting
closer.
to see
Let's just say it's getting closer.
Getting more comfortable with the topic, at least. And it's really interesting to see that, and interesting to see the research that's going on with the quantum connection of all these paranormal topics, all these parapsychological, everything from ESP to possibly Bigfoot, possibly, other paranormal activity. It's really interesting.
You mentioned this, and I have said several times during this get-together that something like PsiGames would have never worked 5 years ago.
Nope.
There's been a sea change in between, and I'll tell you, I think it's the UAP story.
Yeah.
Because we now have just incredibly strong evidence that they're real. Yeah. And that gave us permission to believe that some of this other stuff might be real as well, right?
And, a lot of people are angry about the change from UFO to UAP. I am a fan because it brought science in kicking and screaming. You have to eliminate anomaly from your data set.
Well, they didn't, though. Okay.
No.
But there is a reason for this. I don't know if you want me to go forth on this. Okay, so I've got a PhD in philosophy.
Absolutely.
And there's this term in philosophy called theory laden. What that means is you have a term or a concept that seems innocent or seems neutral on the surface, but if you actually dig into it, you realize it's based on these preconceived ideas about what's going on.
Absolutely.
UFO is a very theory laden term. Now, there's no debate about unidentified. That's pretty straightforward. But flying? Well, we don't know if it's really flying. It's propagating through space in some way, but maybe not in the way we ever think of as flying, right?
Sure.
And then object, there's a reason to believe at least some of the things aren't objects in a sense that we really understand the term object.
Yeah.
And so the idea of UAP was to try and avoid that theory-ladenness.
Yeah.
I don't think the UAP term is perfect. I'm trying to think of a better term, but it was an unidentified aerial object. Then they realized, oh, there's more than just the air. These things are associated with more than the air. So unidentified anomalous phenomenon. You avoid this object limiting term object, and you allow it to open up the field to entertain other ideas of what these things might be.
Yeah, precisely, because, and this is something I say all the time with Curious Research, is the fact that, as experiencers and researchers of the paranormal, we need to be ready to meet science on their terms where they're at, and they need to be ready to open their box of science. Like, we, for a long time, UFO, UAP, all of this stuff was just thrown into the catch-all bin of paranormal. Science doesn't like a catch-all bin. Everybody calls this a Kleenex. They don't like that. There's 1,000 products called facial tissue that are made different ways. Let's talk about the categorization of them.
Now,
That's science.
This is a good point. And it does bring to mind a critic that I quoted in my dissertation years ago. It was one of the rare philosophy dissertations involving empirical data. I used actually the well-attested, and there is well-attested evidence for various ESP paradigms in it. And one of the critics I quoted, and I can't remember who it was right now, but he said, I could more easily believe in UFOs than I could believe in ESP, because at least UFOs are some kind of physical manifestation of something, right? And it's interesting, yet they lump it all together. And they'll even do that with ESP kind of things. Like astrology gets lumped in there. It's not really ESP, right?
Not at all.
Astrology gets lumped in with remote viewing, with scrying, with channeling, with all of these things.
Runes and tarot get
it gets thrown into it too.
It's like, it's not really the same thing.
And I'm not taking a position on which of these are right and which ones are wrong, but they're different things. Sometimes dramatically different things.
Absolutely.
And yet the mainstream wants to lump them all into the same category, along with UFOs. And they're all ontologically, to use a fancy word for it, ontologically, some are similar, but many of them are ontologically different from the others.
Absolutely.
And that's what we call a category error. To include them all in the same category.
Exactly.
Right?
And the example I give, because I've took classes with Lynn Buchanan, I've done many exercises. I took some classes with Carl McClelland and Michelle Freed whenever they came to Austin. And it was a great class. Most of the people there were mediums. Now, it was very interesting to see the way that they treated a reading and the way that they treated the data that came out in a little bit less of an objective way. You know, it was very, because when you're a mediumship, there's a lot of certainties. You know, like, this is
they experience it as certainty.
Exactly. And they tend to express it, many of them, as certainty. And it was one of those, I found it very interesting to hear that, especially with, like, the health reading that we did on Target, that kind of stuff, where it was like, this is what it is, as opposed to the open aspect that's taught in most remote viewing, where it's like, you aren't giving a concrete, you don't want to give a concrete, you want to give impressions and things like that. So how do you go about, kind of in your trainings that you do with ourviewer.com, how do you go about teaching that modality and kind of backwalking people from that mindset?
Well, first of all, you make very clear that remote viewing isn't 100%.
Absolutely.
And none of these other modalities are either.
No, they are not.
But they often treat themselves as 100%.
Exactly.
Right? In remote viewing, we try and be as pragmatic and down to earth as we can. Recognize the shortcomings and the failings and the faults, while at the same time trying to maximize the strengths and the positive aspects of it. When people say, well, what do you teach when you teach remote viewing? I say, well, that's easy. It's easy to say. That is, I teach them three things. How to recognize the very subtle signal that's coming in. It is very subtle. It takes some experience to recognize it. How to recognize the mental noise. It's all the racket that's always going on in our minds. Our left brain's trying to guess what the target is, that kind of thing. That's all noise. And what to do about it. Those three things, right? Or how to tell the difference in what to do about it. And you develop some real humility in the process. When you start, you go for a target, you get some stuff right, and you get some stuff embarrassingly wrong. And if you do that over and over again, you get to the point where you start not to be so full of yourself. Right? And that's very helpful, because the more humble you are, the more likely you are to start having success. I tell people remote viewing is really a kind of a Zen practice.
The loss of ego.
In Zen, the idea is, don't focus on the outcome, focus on the process.
Focus on the now and what's happening.
What you're doing, right? As soon as you start worrying about getting it right or getting it wrong,
you're wrong.
And that's where the ego's involved.
You're wrong.
You are almost certainly going to get it wrong.
And you know, one of the things that I say all the time to people who are beginning is, your misses are good. Your misses are great. You know, much like you miss a shot in basketball, it's not that you failed, it's that you now have a chance to learn how not to miss that shot again.
We talk about failure a lot. The failure is a better opportunity for learning than success is.
Exactly. And that, once again, is that loss of ego in that kind of way. So when you're training people and when you're getting people ready to go out, once they're through training, they're ready to go out and meet clientele, they're ready to go out and do things. How do you prepare them for that part of the remote viewing world, being able to give a client a proper summary, that kind of stuff.
So that's a piece of it that I don't really do a lot with.
Okay.
I'm not a job placement.
No, sure.
And frankly, there's not many jobs out there yet. We're a frontier field, pioneering field here. But a number of my students, which I do encourage and mentor as much as possible, are starting to set those kind of opportunities up for others. And so I have my full plate just teaching people how to do it. But I'm happy to see other folks out there that are, my folks, who are opening up the field more to give people a practical way to apply it.
Yeah.
And so, we're moving that direction. It's still, relatively speaking, a very young field.
Yeah.
I think so. Remote viewing first became public in late 95, early 1996.
Yep.
And that's not, between now and then, isn't a lot of time for it to develop maturity, especially the problems that suffered during that time, which is people wanting to turn it into more than it is, people wanting to sensationalize it, people wanting to connect it up with other paranormal phenomena prematurely and probably inappropriately. All those things is, I think, to some degree, held back the progress of remote viewing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I bring up in my presentation is actually the fact that the silver headlines. This is how people say they see Stargate and they see silver headlines. That's how most people know remote viewing.
Yeah.
And it's like we
or
need to
the end of the world.
Or the end of the world. Or like we viewed this Bigfoot attack. Things like that. And even that's a very front-loaded situation. If you're talking about somebody's actual story. That you got a lot of detail there for a remote viewing session.
There are too many people out there who are approaching remote viewing from I'm going to say, incoherent perspective, and it doesn't do the field any favors.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And like you said, very, very young in terms of public study, things like that. It started in a lab, sure, but at the same time, as far as public access to all of it, public lab work, things like that. There are great people like Monroe who've done work for years, and others, Pear, all kinds of things. But when it comes to that, when it comes once again to the marrying of remote viewing with other paranormal, what do you think that, of course, other than scientifically, what do you think the caveats of that are? What do you think the actual dangers of that for the remote viewing community are? As far
of which?
Tying it to other paranormal, that kind of stuff.
First of all, it dilutes the attention to the phenomenon, right? To the skill is really what it is.
Sure.
It raises people's expectations in ways that aren't realizable. They develop these expectations about it based on tall tales they hear. And when they find out, it doesn't actually do what so-and-so claims it does, then they get disappointed. Unnecessarily, because it's still magical. And my old Army buddy, Bill Ray, who commanded the unit for about 18 months, he said, people say, well, how does it work? And he just says, this is magic. It's magic. Now, that's tongue-in-cheek, because obviously there's something a little more than magic at work here, right? But nonetheless, even if it isn't magic, it is magical in a way.
Absolutely.
When it works under conditions where you ought to be getting anything according to science. At least according to science as we know it today. It's mind-blowing. It really is.
It is. And it's life-changing, quite literally. Like my remote viewing journey thus far has utterly changed my life, changed my perspective on numerous things. How do you, once somebody is interested, how do you onboard them into the process of learning, and how do you go about teaching the process of viewing to somebody?
I
don't want you to give it all away. That's okay.
The problem is just condensing it down. So, the simplistic answer would be you just put them in, you teach them the basics, you put them in an environment where they either are remote view or they don't get anything, and then you turn them loose. It is way more complicated than that, obviously. My courses are a mixture of lecture, essay writing. Yes, you have to write essays. It's a way of internalizing the information.
Yeah.
Exercises and drills, various features of it to get you familiar with the process, and then hands-on remote viewing sessions. And my class, they're one-on-ones. So you have a monitor and you have the viewer. You don't have a whole classroom full of people working the same target with some person up in the front giving you the testing number, right?
Yeah.
And you do a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So.
And that's an interesting concept because, number one, I love one-on-one. It's beautiful. It's amazing. But you also eliminate an anomalous part there because even the fact of monitor, you have to be very careful during a session that you aren't reading your monitor. You know, that you aren't reading the person who maybe put the target together. Things like that. So the fact that it's just the two of you narrows down the possibility that you're reading the person next to you, or that they're muddling your signal.
Yeah, and when you say reading, there's of course a couple of sources of error that come from that. One is that non-verbally if they know what the target is, they communicate some information inadvertently to you.
Yeah.
I think that's less of a problem than a lot of scientists make it out to be, but whatever, we won't argue with them. Yeah, it is a possibility. The other is that you'll non-verbally read the actions of the monitor in a way that misleads you to the target. And I've seen that happen so many times that in fact, it's happened to me. I'll be working in the monitors there, and I don't know if the monitor knows what the target is or not, but they'll act enthusiastic about something, not about something else. And I will. It's inevitable because of human psychology. I'll start reading that as endorsement or whatever something I've said. Turns out totally wrong.
Totally wrong.
The monitor didn't know what it was, and I was misinterpreting what was going on. Screwed up the session totally, right?
Yeah.
As a viewer, you have to learn how to ignore all of that stuff.
Yes.
As a monitor, you have to learn how to suppress that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and how important, because there are people who remote view with the monitor, there's numerous modalities, AR, ER, all kinds of things.
EIO?
Yeah, absolutely. How important is a monitor to the process of remote viewing to you?
So, probably most remote viewing done today is done solo. That is, just the viewer sitting in a room doing his or her thing. But the research at SRI showed that monitors can enhance the process, even when they don't know what the target is, especially when they're double blind. And for a couple reasons. First of all, they can pay attention to make sure you're doing things properly.
Yeah.
And the second thing is they can encourage you. If viewers are lazy, they get to certain points, and I'm done, when there's still yet more that could be found out. And if you have a monitor there, you're less likely to do that, and the monitor can encourage you. They'll say, well, you really haven't produced very much data in this particular respect. I don't know what the target is, but it seems to me there ought to be at least more data. Right? And so kind of try a little bit harder, do a little bit more work, and encourage them to keep going until they really are tired. At that point, you do want to stop.
And the example I give, my monitor Tommy, lives in Hawaii, and she watched my show before she became my monitor. So she's used to seeing me on camera. She's used to me thinking about something while a guest is talking, seeing me have an idea while the guest is talking. So she's used to facial tics of mine. She's used to seeing my face when I have an idea, and she'll be like, no, you caught on to something while you were saying that. Let's go back and revisit that. So that idea of that good, close relationship is very important, I think. And not only that, but the fact that science does not happen in a bell jar. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. You've got to have somebody that you can trust to be able to give your data to and trust their feedback on your feedback.
That's absolutely right. Of course, then they have to earn that trust.
Absolutely.
Because there are people you trust that may not be so reliable, and I'm not saying they're trying to be deceptive or anything, but there are people who are doing their best to be trustworthy but aren't.
Yeah.
So they have to earn it.
You know, and that's something very important to bring up. It doesn't matter what side of parapsychology or ufology it is. There are snake oil salesmen out there. There are people that will take your money for classes, take advantage of you, teach you things that may, believe it or not, psychologically bring harm or psychically bring harm because you aren't protecting yourself properly or asking consent of a target before you do things, or even the most important thing of all, closed session. Like, end the session, write it down. In session, you know, that cutoff point. So, in the last couple minutes, let's get into your classes. What kind of things people can learn? What kind of classes you have at crviewer.com?
Well, that's rviewer.com.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. There's a lot of these websites out there. Yeah. So. Of course, my methodology, I teach the original methodology that I learned from Ingo Swann and Hal Puthoff, the people who originated in the first place. And not all kinds of controlled remote viewing are created equal. There's the various flavors out there, people who call it CRV, but they've changed things up a bit. I try and keep it as close to pure as possible. And I teach it, so CRV I teach basic, come in and learn the fundamentals, intermediate, and then advanced, okay? And so my classes are essentially almost 6 days long, a whole week.
Wow.
You come, you're in class for, I would say on average 10 hours. Sometimes it can be 12, or I've even had a 14-hour class.
Wow.
Partly it depends on how well the students master the material, right? And then you have homework. After you're done, you go home, you have homework. Come back, we do it all again. We do field trips. When I'm in Utah, I leverage the real estate, which in Utah is really quite stupendous.
Yeah,
and use it for actual training purposes. You can learn principles by going out and experiencing things.
Interesting.
Yeah. And you do, well, a minimum of 12 remote viewing sessions in my course, one-on-one with a monitor. And then you have homework when you get home. Before you complete the course, you have 10 sessions you have to work.
Wow.
And each one, you work it, you send it off, it gets scored, sent back to you with the next one. You do this 10 times, and then you get your diploma, right? As long as you've shown mastery of the process.
Yeah.
But I also offer what I call specialty courses. One is associative remote viewing, how you learn to predict the future in a certain kind of a set.
Sure.
Another one, which I haven't done in a long time, but I'm going to schedule one soon, is dowsing. It'll be about a 2-day course.
Nice.
And I have some other smaller ones that I usually do in conjunction with some other conference, like sketching for remote viewers and target selection for remote viewers and for ARV and such like that.
Yeah.
So, and we also now do ERV as extended remote viewing.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. We did one. You're probably familiar with Pam Coronado.
Absolutely. I love Pam.
Yeah, Pam. I helped her out with an ERV class because she was working with Bill Ray, who's also an ERV guy.
Okay.
I mentioned Bill earlier. And he had a heart attack.
Oh, no.
And so she didn't have anybody to help her with the class, so she kind of desperately called me up and said, help.
Please, God.
And I said, okay. I did. And it was a great experience. And I had played with the idea of doing an ERV course, and that was such a great experience, I decided to go ahead. I haven't talked with Pam, maybe in partnership with her, likely in partnership with her, but that's another thing we're going to offer.
Absolutely, and I advise anybody who wants to get into this, study with as many instructors as you can, study as many modalities as you can. I give it the equivalent of a carpenter. A good carpenter has many different types of hammers, and they're all used for it. Like, you do not use a finishing hammer for framing, and you do not use a framing hammer for finishing. all
You
these
can,
things.
but you'll be sorry.
Yeah. The work's going to be real hard, or you're going to destroy it. One of the two. So there are different tools and different modalities for different results. And hey, folks, you know, much like you may be a better outfielder than a catcher, you might be better at ARV than ERV. You might be better at CRV than ARV. You know, you might be better at finding objects and colors than people and places. So
That would be the dowsing class.
In our last minute here, Paul, what is your advice to anybody that wants to consider learning remote viewing? What's the one thing you would tell them?
Well, first thing is do your research. Go out and look and examine a lot of possibilities before you decide on one. Have an open mind, but not too open. Assess and evaluate claims that you hear. Don't actually believe anything until you have substance. You have a reason, more of a confirmation that it's worth believing.
Yeah.
And that even goes for me. I mean, I tell stories, I make claims and such,
Sure.
And I encourage people to check up. I try and document everything that there is documentation for.
Yeah.
And although it may not be obvious when you hear the story, talk to me. I'll tell you how you find out whether it's true or not, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of folks out there who tell stories that don't have any foundation, and that's the reason you have to be careful.
Yeah,
right? So
absolutely.
I'd say that's probably the starting point for those two things. Do your research and don't believe everything you hear, but don't disbelieve everything you hear either.
That's right. That's right. Well, Paul, I want to thank you so much for your time on this very, very busy inaugural Psi Games. And great to finally get you in the chair and be able to chat with you at one of these events. You're always so entirely thronged and busy with questions and students asking you things from class. So it's always awesome to see you operate and to talk to people and be so open with sharing this discipline.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. You know, this is a topic I obviously love. So
yeah,
I'm happy to talk about it. You gave me the opportunity, so thank you.
Absolutely. Before we go, let everybody out there know where they can go for classes, everything, Paul.
Okay, well, the best one-stop shop would be my website, which is, you know, with all the HTTPs, all that stuff, R Viewer, that's the letter R in the word viewer. Like the remote viewer without the emote, right? So rviewer.com. And from there, you can get pretty much anywhere you need to in my particular part of the universe.
Fantastic. Well, thank you once again. I greatly appreciate it.
You betcha.
Absolutely. While you are online, everybody, checking out everything from Paul H. Smith and rviewer.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com and curiousresearch.org. That is where you can not only find all of our episodes, but that's also where you can find all of our Knowledge Vault documents. That's where you can find our copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log, as well as the all-new Remote Viewing Session Journal. Stop on by and check that out. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will be talking with more people right here at Psi Games 2025 in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realms continuing coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We are so pleased to be joined by Amy Westmoreland. She is from Illuminating Joy, a company that is all about manifestation.
Yes.
How did you, it's a topic that we talk about regularly on the show. How did you come to the world of manifestation and teaching manifestation to begin with?
I really lucked out. My parents kind of knew about it in the 80s when I was a kid. They were into manifesting for business and money only, it seems like. So they had books laying around the house. And as a teenager in the early 90s, I was like, wait a minute. Why can we only apply this to money? I want to apply it to other stuff. So I started experimenting with it from high school through college just to see what was possible. And it became obviously part of my journey in life here.
Now, when you say you started manifesting in junior high, high school, things like that, what kind of things were you manifesting?
Well, like any teenager, the first thing I manifested was to get my high school sweetheart back after we broke up.
All right. How'd that work out for you?
It worked out great. We got back together. It was a great relationship. And when it finally ended, it ended naturally, and we are still friends.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, let's get into a few things. Like, let's begin for those out there that may not be familiar or may have muddied waters with this, because we like to demystify things. What is manifestation?
So, the simplest answer I've come up with is being able to put your attention and your focus on the thing that you want, the target, the desired result that you want, in a way that is effective to produce it in your physical 3D reality. Because you can think about the thing that you want in ways that don't produce the physical manifestation. So it's about figuring out, and there's tons of methodologies out there, and so many of them work, to be able to identify what it is you want, put your attention on it as though it's already happened, and then you line up with it, and as you move through your physical reality, you encounter it somehow.
Now, you bring up a very important point, and that is the idea of as though it's already happened.
Yes.
Break that down for us real quick.
Yeah, and I do want to say you can absolutely manifest without doing this piece of it. People naturally manifest all the time without doing this. But if you really stop and think about it, a lot of the things that we've naturally manifested, we start imagining being in that scenario, right? We're like rehearsing it in our mind. So when we do it deliberately, I have found the most effective way is to either visualize in your mind, write it out, speak it out, think it. It doesn't matter how you do it. And you identify what you want, and then you're like, well, what would that look like in my physical reality if it were happening?
Okay.
And then you can like journal entry from it, like, oh my God, this happened today. I got the money, I got the job, whatever, stuff like that. But what happens is, I believe it takes it's like a little blueprint that aligns your consciousness to like, I want to go into that space. And then it's like a little GPS routing that takes you there.
Yeah. Okay. Now, when it comes to these things, of course, a lot of people are going to bring up karma, all kinds of stuff. We were having a conversation yesterday before the dowsing competition about how these topics are, but I think since The Secret, it's been very interesting to see the curve of this change. Of course, people like Joel Osteen and the Osteens have talked about this kind of stuff for years, but it's interesting to see more pastors talking about it, more people in general talking about it. The conversation about it has become much, much larger over the last decade.
Yeah. Well, so a lot of the Bible has manifesting stuff in it.
Sure.
And what I tell my clients, because I'm a coach, is all things are possible with God. And that's a Christian thing, right?
Sure.
All things are not possible with man. So I think there's like two different ways to do this. You can identify as one with God, your God consciousness in human form.
Sure.
Or you can identify as, like a lot of the Christian faith does, I am a child of God. But as long as you have God in the mix, God who can do anything, created the heavens, the stars, all that, then you have that oomph to get over it. So sometimes when people are manifesting and they're like, but I want this and I can't quite get it, I'm like, step back into, like, do you have a higher power in the mix?
Yeah.
And it's not even a religious-based thing.
No, absolutely not. It could be the dog next door.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And So if you're ever feeling stuck with something you're manifesting, just be like, do I have this, the thing that made the heavens and the stars and all this, do I have that in the mix?
Yeah.
And you don't have to identify with it. You can see it outside of yourself. It doesn't actually matter. And I think like people like Joel Osteen and stuff, they are tapping into it in that direction, like, you know, the religious God.
Sure.
Yeah.
And hey, once again, if that's the God that you identify with, then let's use that one. If it's
100%.
capital U universe, then let's use capital U universe. Whatever is going to work for the modality, let's make it happen.
Yeah.
And, this brings up an important topic that I think bears to be brought up, and that's negative manifestation. And much like negative thoughts are much easier to dwell on, it's the fact that we learn from negative reinforcement. You will learn faster that fire burns you by touching fire than you will by learning that fire will cook you an egg and save you.
Yes.
So how important is it when it comes to those things in your life for manifestation to begin literally changing that point of consent of where you send your energy and what you give your energy to?
Yeah, that is a journey for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Some people naturally can just be like, oh, I can stop negative thoughts. And I'm like, oh, hello, unicorn. That's so
yeah.
But for the rest of us, what I do is I loophole it, because I have found sometimes it's more difficult to try and get rid of a negative thought or to overcome it when you could just be like, wait a minute, what if I can have this negative thought and still get my manifestation and still be positive? So I call it loopholing.
Yeah, sure.
But so that's if you're doing like the modality type of part of it. But in general, identifying what you don't want to switching to what you do want is a really great practice. I didn't come up with it. It's been around the manifesting community for a long, long time.
Yeah.
But so get a piece of paper, write out, all the things you don't want, and then you'll realize, oh, I've been focusing on what I don't want. Switch it immediately to what you do want. Like, I don't want to be broke, I want to be rich. I don't want to be unemployed, I want to be employed. And what happens is the more you learn little tricks like this, then as you're moving about your day, you become more aware of your negative thoughts. You're not so merged with them, you can see them and just gently kind of like let them go. But there's a lot of ways to let go of negative thinking. But the idea is learn how to be target based, right? Because like if you're putting a GPS destination in, we all do this. Like, here's the address, this is where I'm going. It routes you, just like manifestation does. It routes you. But then a lot of people start talking about where they are. Well, I'm at home, I'm at work, I don't like it here. And now you're not in the car moving towards the destination.
That's right. You've lost the point of action and now you're at stagnancy.
Yeah.
And we were talking about that yesterday, the whole idea of moving through the universe, doing that kind of stuff, the idea of being able to let go of these things. And once again, the point of consent. What are you consenting to get? If you'd like to keep fighting with the person, does it matter what you're fighting about?
Yeah.
Is it important to be right? No, not at all. Once you learn that and you're okay with it and you release that consent of, I don't have to argue at all. I don't care if anybody believes my experience.
Yeah.
It's my experience, my own personal experience. I shared it. You don't like it? Well, sorry to hear that. I'd love to hear your experience. But the idea of what are we giving over to and how much power are we losing by doing so?
Yeah. And there's so many different ways. I've been coaching for about 24 years now, and I've talked to so many people of, men, women, business people, homemakers. It doesn't matter. I've talked to so many different people. And what I recommend is finding, the internet is a huge resource. Go on there. It doesn't even have to be under manifesting. It just be like, how can I think better? How can I change my thoughts better? There's so many cool things. Find something that resonates with you. But I have not heard the word consent before in this context. So like hearing it from you, I'm like, oh, it's another tool in the toolbox to help people.
Yeah.
So if that word doesn't resonate with someone maybe listening, it's like, just realize what we're talking about is this idea that you are not your negative thoughts.
That's right. That's right. You can, and as an anxiety sufferer, panic sufferer, it's one of those things of you have to identify them. You have to give them their credence. They're part of you.
Yes.
Don't deny the negative thoughts, but it's also a passing train. Feel free to let the train pass. You can't go through the train.
Yeah.
You're not going to speed through the train because you're wanting to get there. You got to let it pass and be okay with it. you know, and not dwell on it, and instead turn it around and go, okay, this negative thing happened. Much like in remote viewing, a miss isn't a failure. A miss is your chance to learn.
Yes.
A miss is your chance to get better.
Yeah.
You know, and learn why you missed and how you can get closer to the hit next time.
Yeah. It's about reframing what negative thoughts are.
Yeah.
So, for instance, in one of my coaching modalities that I learned is welcoming the negative thinking, welcoming the negative thought. Not necessarily the negative experience, but like the internal part of it.
That's right.
Because you drop resistance when you do that.
Yeah.
And it's part of you, but it's not all of you.
Well, and you have to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
You have to be okay. It's much like with anxiety. Aversion therapy does you zero good. Like leaving the anxious situation ain't going to help you learn to get through the anxious situation.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to get through it. So you've got to acknowledge the negative thought and give it its space and give it its credence and know it's part of you and it's okay. But it doesn't mean that it has to define you.
Yes.
In that kind of way.
Yeah. And I have a signature 4-step process. It's available widely on the internet for free if you want to check it out.
Awesome.
On my YouTube channel. So my first step is get clear about what it is you want and focus on it. So that's your destination. That's the manifestation. The second step, is real quick, is you tell yourself, of course that can happen for me. That's the belief in the possibility.
Right.
Not the belief that it will happen. That's hard for a lot of people to hold on to.
But even the fact that you deserve it.
Yeah.
That you're worthy of it.
Yeah, so you just say, of course that can happen for me. And that leaves room for, I don't have to believe that it's going to happen.
That's right.
My step 3 is releasing resistance. And the superpower for that is acceptance. So I'm like, accept the resistance. Oh, I have doubt. Okay, I accept that I have doubt, right? You've just related to it differently rather than, oh, doubt's going to block me. No, doubt's allowed to be here. And also the loopholing. I can have doubt and still get my manifestation. And then the last step I have is detaching. But detaching is interesting because I go from the feeling of need to desire, to want. So you do these together. So it'd be like, I want to manifest $100,000. So that'd be step 1. Then you would imagine having it somehow, right? Then, of course, that can happen for me. Of course, I can have $100,000. Oh, my God, that's never going to happen for me. I don't believe that. Oh, that doesn't work for me. That hasn't happened to anyone I know. You know what? I can have all of those thoughts.
Nobody in my family's ever had $100,000. I won't.
Yeah. Like, in whatever comes up, and then you just let it be there. You accept it. And you're like, I can have all of that negative thinking and still get it. And then the last step is, I really want $100,000, but I don't technically need it.
Yeah.
And you get to keep the desire, and just using that vocabulary helps. So my the last 3 steps of my 4 steps are about dealing with negative thinking because, and there's only one step for the positive.
That's right.
You notice it.
Yeah. Well, and especially that last step, the idea of flipping that idea of loss, the idea of, well, if I don't get it, like I didn't need it to begin with.
Yeah.
If I get it, bonus. If I don't, I'm always reminded of my Dominican spiritual director in the seminary, who would ask me regularly, so how'd that expectation work out for you?
Yes. Yes.
So we still looking at that expectation this month, Chris? How's that going?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, because if you set the expectation, then you've set yourself up possibly for the disappointment. Whereas if you set it's the same thing with prayer, where it's like, my prayers don't get answered. Well, were you looking for the specific definition of your prayer, or did you leave things open-ended and see the fact that maybe your prayer was answered because that isn't what you actively needed?
Yes. Yeah. And there's all these, it's so cool that more people I encounter who understand manifesting to the core level, which clearly you do. And
I try.
Yeah, and people describe it so differently.
Took me years to understand it and
does.
get why I wasn't moving forward in life.
Yes.
I could help people for decades and go nowhere myself.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to see, and that's a really good point. Sometimes even the best manifestors, it's you want to have someone that can reflect back to you kind of what you're saying or what you're doing, because we tend to overlook things when we're manifesting. And I don't say that to discourage anyone, because you can totally figure this out yourself. But don't be shy about talking to someone who knows about it, because they may be able to pinpoint exactly what's going on.
Yeah, precisely. And even flip that box for you and go, well, look at this side of the cube.
Yeah.
You know, where it did happen in this kind of way. Once again, it may be the fact of what you were trying to do, it may have ultimately ended up in something that isn't healthy for you, or may have caused harm or discord for somebody in your family or something like that. So in a larger picture sense, not the healthiest outcome for you.
Yeah.
And even when you get into that, the conversation we were having yesterday, the whole Gen concept of be very, very specific.
Yes.
And don't be specific in what you're looking for, but be very specific in what you ask for.
Yes.
Because, you ask for 1,000 pounds of gold, it may fall out of a plane on top of your car.
Yeah, the tricky genie is what I call it from
Yeah,
the genie stories.
Absolutely.
So a lot of people I encounter, they want to go super general with their manifesting. I lean more specific.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with general manifesting if you're totally okay with how 1,000 pounds of gold falling out of a plane.
Sure.
But what I have found is the more precise I am, the more likely I am to get that exact thing. It's a more precise, like, do I want to go to Charlottesville, Virginia, or do I want to go to
the Omni
at Charlottesville, Virginia?
Yeah.
Like, they're the same but different.
well, and you've given a much more specific definition, which narrows quantumly the possibilities of stray threads.
Yes. Yeah. And that takes practice, that takes experimentation, and I highly recommend anyone who's learning manifesting and wanting to deep dive into it, use the word "I'm experimenting."
Yes.
And
yes.
It's okay to be like, I'm doing this, I'm manifesting this, but like, if you use experimenting, I'm going to see what happens. It creates a space. You can still be super specific.
Yeah.
But that's been a very helpful word. If you don't like the word, don't use it. But it's it's very helpful for a lot of people.
Well, and to deep dive on that further, how does somebody get to that point of being able to open themselves in that kind of way?
Into experimenting with
it? Yeah.
So we all have the things that we love and we want, and we're not going to experiment with. We're like, no, I want that.
Yeah.
I'm not listening to that lady on the podcast telling me to experiment with it.
Yeah.
So what I recommend is keep those sacred for yourself, and then experiment with things that you don't really care about.
Sure.
Little stuff, medium-sized stuff, big stuff, because then you can start to see you're more detached. We don't have that need around those things. It's not about not caring, it's about not having the need. And so you suddenly start seeing these manifestations play out, and you're like, oh, I see, like, I didn't have to be perfect. I did have doubt. I didn't know it was going to happen. I was half asleep when it happened. I don't have to be happy all the time. Like, you start to see through just the sheer volume of them. That carries the day on the bigger things. So, I know it works here, so it could take maybe a little bit more time with this bigger thing. Some of my biggest manifestations took longer than I thought. I had to fine-tune and adjust, but they were worth it. So experiment with the stuff you aren't that interested in, but to practice.
Well, and let's explore that concept real quick of fine-tuning a manifestation.
Yes.
How does that work?
So I actually use my 4 steps to go through my manifestation process. And then when either nothing happens or I get a partial match to it, like if I'm like, I'm going to the Omni and I end up in an Omni in a different city.
Okay.
Right? And I'm like, well, that is an Omni, but it's not the one in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
The Omni Hotel. Not sponsored. We're just here.
That's right.
So then I'd be like, okay. I go back through my 4 steps and I'm like, did I specify that it was the one in Charlottesville? Did I do this? Did I have some resistance I didn't notice? Like, oh, I can't go to that one. Did I have some need around it? And I fine-tune it, and then I imagine it again. I focus on it again, and then I see what happens. And sometimes this takes several tries before you end up where your original destination was.
And how do you during that process, I guess, keep the disappointment down? How do you, with your students, enforce that concept of keep at it?
Yeah, so I say keep going because you're worth it rather than the manifestation. I mean, obviously we want the manifestation, but you're worth it, and I allow people to have disappointment. I'm like, okay, you have the disappointment. It's allowed to be here. Take a few moments, have it, and then even though I've had this disappointment, I can still focus. And some people don't want to keep going, and that's totally fine. But usually for the important stuff, people will gather themselves. And I love the Japanese proverb, fall down 7 times, get up 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because it is one of those, much like we talk about regularly with the topic of remote viewing, your misses count more than you think.
Yes.
Like that, missing the basket is how you learn why you missed the basket.
Yeah, that's a great point. I reverse engineered my successful and my unsuccessful manifestations to get to that formula, because I'm like, okay, well, what was I doing here that didn't match what the ones that worked? So yeah, when you see something not play out the way you wanted, again, be human, have the disappointment, but then be like, okay, in comparison to something that did work, that gives you a lot of information.
Yeah. Now, amongst your students, amongst the people that you have taught these principles to, what are a couple of the most amazing manifestations that you have seen occur?
Oh my, I had a woman years ago who she was pregnant. She was, first of all, she manifested marrying the man that she wanted to marry. And then I went to her wedding. It was lovely. Then she got pregnant. And 6 months in, she lost the baby. So it was pretty devastating.
Yeah.
And when that happened, she was told that it was due to something she had genetically and that she would be able to get pregnant but not carry a baby to term.
Oh, man.
So they're like, we don't recommend it.
Yeah.
And she was obviously very upset. So we worked on it, and I had her imagine holding her child. And she was so scared for like a year to even try.
Yeah.
And then I think her son now is like 12 or 13. Like, it worked.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
She got pregnant. She carried him to term, and that's one of my favorite ones, because she wasn't even trying for that first year afterwards. She was so heartbroken.
Yeah.
And scared.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And once again, those are life-changing and life-beckoning moments that are one of those, like, it changes you when it happens, and it changes you when you see it happen.
Yes.
How have your teachings, how have your students changed you? How have you changed this process through your students?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. People who watch my videos have had my channel for over 10 years. Like, one guy came to me. He's like, I made $1 million on a stock trade by applying your principles. That's something he was interested in.
Sure.
I have no idea how he did it. Don't ask. But, like, he just gave me the summary of it.
Yeah.
So, to me, I'm like, these are not things that I'm manifesting, like the woman with the baby and that. And so it's so fascinating to see these are really important things to these people, and that it works across the board, because I'm limited in what I'm manifesting. I'm not going to manifest an infinite amount of things in this lifetime. I don't want them. So it really touches me to see how these principles can be used, different people, different walks of life, different modalities, and it's so meaningful to them. So it's really made me feel like I'm walking my path to be able to help these people.
That is truly beautiful.
Yeah, thank
you. And the fact I've always told the kids I taught, like, it's been a great year. I want you to know I learned from 30 teachers this year.
Yeah.
I learned way more than you ever did this year.
Yeah.
Because I had 30 of you to learn from.
Yes. And it's great, when I coach somebody and I see that they are going through a negative feeling, a negative emotion, and then they get their manifestation. It reminds me I don't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I learn a lot from my clients, yeah.
That's awesome. In the last couple of minutes, how important, I'm big on Maslow's pyramid.
Yep.
Needs. Even my 8-year-old, I explain to him regularly, you need food. You want ice cream.
Yes.
How important is it to separate need from want when it comes to manifestation?
Great question. So I get this question a lot from people because I have the I want it, I don't need it phrase.
Absolutely.
Some people are like, no, but I need this. I go, if it's a physical survival need and it's in Maslow's need category, then just say, I actually need this.
Yeah.
But you don't need a Louis Vuitton bag. You don't need a new laptop.
You don't need $1 million
you don't need
transaction.
You don't. It's actually being able to identify between a need and a want.
Yeah.
And if you need it, go ahead and say you need it.
Yeah.
For real. But most of the things people are coming to that they want are not needs.
Yeah.
And again, that takes practice and identity. So I always say, like, if I will physically survive the week without this thing, is it a want or a need?
Yeah.
Like,
and is it worth putting the effort and, once again, consenting to releasing your energy to try to manifest something that you actively don't need in that kind of way?
Yeah. Because the other thing, too, is I find when and the tricky thing in English, the English language, is we use the word need and want interchangeably.
Yes, we do.
So you'll be like, oh, I need to go get a pizza. No, we just said the word, right? Or I need to figure out what I want for dinner, or I want this. So I recommend, being aware of those words, and that when you are identifying that feeling, we don't often use the word need or want when we're thinking about it to say, I really, 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 really want this. Like, exaggerate it, but I don't need it. Because the feeling is not the issue necessarily. It's that we're labeling the feeling as need.
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. Which not only muddies the waters, it totally discombobulates the frequencies. Like you are mixing the frequencies of two things that are totally independent and separate.
Yes.
As far as at least as far as the universe is concerned.
Yeah.
Like I was saying in our conversation yesterday, you can pray to God to help you pass your geometry exam all day long. What God wants is for you to study geometry, dude.
Yes.
Like, the universe wants you to do your work too.
Yeah.
It wants you to put your effort in. How do you teach that concept? In the last couple minutes, how do people get to that point?
Yeah, and I always say the standard is we want something. We often think we need it. We find manifesting. Oh my God, this is going to be great. I'm going to get it in a heartbeat, and it's going to solve all my problems. And you'll get stuff like that in manifesting. But the stuff that it takes a little bit longer is because there is something else about it that is important that you may not be aware of. And when you get to the other side and then you get your manifestation, that's when you're like, oh, I get it. Like, I wanted to be debt free, and I wanted a lump sum of money to come in. Didn't happen. And when I finally was like, well, I'm just going to focus on being someone who doesn't generate debt, like, magic happened.
Yeah. When you focus your attention on actively using that manifestation to break your bad pattern.
Yes.
Instead
and I got
flip it on itself.
Huge manifestation.
Yeah.
I became debt free, and I won this big global contest doing it. Like, it, I got like 5 amazing things from it, versus like how much more fulfilling was that than just like, here's the money.
Well, and such an easier manifestation to I'm gonna manifest myself to think about this in a different way.
Yes.
Than to once again try to drive through the train to get to.
Yes.
And that brings up the idea of hurdles and recognizing hurdles and like, hey, if the hurdles keep popping up in your manifestation, think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
And it's not, I don't like the word lesson, but it's something that you actually want that you're not aware of, that when you get through it, you're like, oh, thank God. Like, I'm so glad that I went through a 10-month journey to become debt-free, because I changed my habits to spending. I changed my habits to all sorts of things.
Yeah, it probably changed your health habits from not buying junk food or Starbucks 3 times a day and all that kind of stuff.
It's what launched me to make a YouTube channel all those years ago.
Beautiful.
And so it also launched me being in the public sphere.
And I'm glad that you were out there, because there are so many people, once again, when it comes to any of this stuff, paranormal, parapsychology, UFO, UAP, even manifestation, there are some bad actors out there. There are some people out there that are trying to teach you something for their own selfish need and want, and aren't really there to give you the right kind of information, aren't really there for your best interest. So I'm glad that there are people like you out there that are doing this. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more, where they can go to become part of Illuminating Joy.
Yeah, so I have a YouTube channel, Illuminating Joy. Same name on Instagram. I have some free content tutorials on there. I basically do not gatekeep. I share all my information there.
Good.
And my website, amywestmoreland.com.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for your time during this very busy conference.
Yes. I'm so glad that we met.
Same here, and I want to have you on again and again and again. This is a topic that I preach and teach to people on the daily outside of my show. It's one of those, like, you can change your life. It's fully possible.
You
I've done
absolutely
it.
can.
So thank you again for the time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank
While
you.
you are online, checking out everything from Amy Westmoreland, folks, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com. It's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find the embedded YouTube channels of all of our guests for easy following, stuff like that. Stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the last part of our coverage for PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the waning coverage of Curious Realm here at PsiGames 2025 in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Dalbus Jordan of DalbusVideo.com. How are you doing today?
Good. I actually did just visit my friend.
Great.
Which I had a really great time. I had a sleepover.
Well, you know, that's an important thing whenever you're traveling on the road, to be able to hook up with people that you know, stuff like that. Now, you were actively here. One of my favorite things about PsiGames is that they have participation for children. They're testing mind sight. They're testing all kinds of different psychic abilities with kids at this event. It's so fantastic. Tell us a little bit about the mind sight with the blindfolds that you experienced in the kids' room.
So, whenever I first did it, it just looked black, but there's really actually some kind of hidden window that you're supposed to see, and there's like and it's like, tell me whenever you see the light, and whenever you see the light, you say, I see it, and it's like, then whenever I saw it, it's like, oh my God, I saw that is a red piece of paper, and he said red, and they were like, correct, and then like shapes.
Really?
Closed triangle. And then one time I actually helped somebody do the blindfold.
Okay, so when you were wearing the blindfold, did you see the color before? Did they show you the color before they put the blindfold on you or anything like that?
They put the blindfold on me. And then showed me things with a flashlight so I could see it a bit better. And then then they shined the light.
Shine the light through the mask.
Well, yes, but they also shined the light on the piece of paper.
Okay.
Like, for example...
But your eyes are closed at that point. You can't see the paper, right?
Well, you're supposed to keep your eyes open.
Sure, under the mask, yeah.
So, for example, there's a red piece of paper, they're shining a light on it, and then, you look through the window and you see red.
The window in your mind's eye. Right?
Well, no, the secret window in the blindfold.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And then it's like you see red there, and it's like then you know it's a red piece of paper.
Interesting. And did when you saw the red and the mask or anything, did it make you feel anything? What did you feel when you saw that?
Well, I felt really surprised and really felt like there was something like if there was like one part, I didn't know there was a window there whenever I first did it.
Okay.
So usually it's just like, well, I didn't know. So I just looked through there and it's like, I didn't really know I didn't really know what I felt. It was kind of really surprising that I was able to. So I felt surprised.
Sure, yeah. I mean, did you expect the fact that you would able to, when your eyes are closed and blindfolded, that you would be able to see part of the world around you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually really surprising.
Yeah. Now, when it came to the shapes, when it came to the cards with shapes and things like that, how did that work for you?
Well, how it worked for me is I would hold it and they'd put a shine the light on it for just like the colors. It's like some of them are like open triangle, closed circle. Like closed circle means it's colored in black.
Okay.
Open circle means like just an outline of a circle.
Okay.
Just an outline.
And were you able to identify those different kinds of shapes from each other?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. And how did that appear when you were in the mask and you couldn't see? How did that appear in your mind?
Well, I saw that through the little window.
Okay.
My eyes weren't really closed.
Oh, yeah. But they're covered with the mask.
Yeah, but they're covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like I saw it with the window.
Interesting.
With the window.
And what do you think made that happen? How do you think that worked?
Well, I did actually think it was a window after a few times, and then they told us it was. So that's whenever I found out I was right.
Okay.
So I thought it was a window after a few.
Okay. And do you think that outside of that situation, that you would be able to do that stuff again?
Yeah.
Yeah? What do you think makes you be able to do that stuff? Be able to see through the blindfold and see those things? How do you think that works?
I mean,
because
how I think it works is there's a window.
Sure.
I found that out. So
sure.
Technically, the way is.
And I mean, they were telling you like listen to your tummy, like listen to your gut. You know, you're gonna get impressions in your head.
But it's like they said like if you smile, you're able to see through the window easier because it gets a bit bigger and the window gets a bit bigger.
Okay.
And it like pushes it up a bit, which makes it go bigger. If you're not smiling, it's just like the normal size, but this is like not smiling.
Okay. And when you were in there, did you see other kids go through this too? Were all of the kids in the room able to do this, or were there some that weren't?
All of the kids were able to.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? And what do you think that means? That every kid was able to do this?
Well, I was actually teaching one of the kids that after I learned it.
Okay.
So then, actually, I taught them and like I showed them like, tell me when you see the light, and it was like right here on the blindfold, and then I kept showing them colors, but they kept saying I don't see it.
Interesting. So there were kids that were not able to see the color.
Yeah, some kids weren't able to.
Interesting. And what do you think that means that they weren't able to see the colors the same way you were?
Maybe it's because it might have been the type of blindfold that might have not had the window, or maybe they didn't really see the window.
Sure. Now, did it take you a lot of concentration? Was it hard for you to see these things?
Well, I mean, technically they said for the kids, it's a bit easy, but for the adults, it takes a really, really, really long time. And it was a kid older than me, so it makes sense.
Okay. And why do you think that it's easier for kids than for grown-ups to use MindSight?
Well, they told me.
What?
Because it's like, well, they told me, and I also found out because it's only like I was able to see it. Like the colors, the shapes, the pictures they also showed me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And you know, like they said, it's harder for grown-ups to do this than kids. Why do you think that is?
Well, it's because usually whenever you grow up, you sometimes actually while you're growing up, like while I'm growing up, sometimes my leg hurts because it's like getting bigger.
Sure.
That keeps happening as it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Okay.
Of course, while you get older, did you know that actually it actually gets a bit easier for diseases and things to actually get into you?
It absolutely does, most definitely. And, you know, that brings up an important point, and that's the fact that as we grow, our bodies change, our brains change. You know, an example I give regularly is a lot of kids have imaginary friends. Does that necessarily mean that that imaginary friend is not real? Just because me as an adult can't believe in that imaginary friend?
No.
No, absolutely. You know, so it's an interesting concept to think that when we grow up and when we get older, that we kind of start putting a box around the way our brain thinks and reacts to things. Whereas you as a kid, you don't have 50 years of life putting things in a box for you. You still have imagination in a different way. You still see things and process things in a totally different way than a grown-up does. You know?
Well, I mean, yes, that is true. And, of course, that is really true. And I literally actually did know all that, and yes.
Yes. Yeah. You know, so if you were to tell, let's say you're getting ready to start school. Yeah. You know, when you go to school and you tell your friends about this, how are you going to explain it to them? How are you going to explain the fact that I was wearing a blindfold and I saw things in the world with my eyes covered? You know, I was able to see them with my brain without my eyes seeing them. How are you going to explain that to them?
I mean, it's really hard. I'm kind of usually going to do it the same way I did it to you because, of course, you believed it.
Sure. But I also believed it because I'm here. I've seen some amazing things here. Yesterday, I saw a girl who is nonverbal. You know, that means that they don't really talk that well. It's very hard for them to talk. So they use what's called a letter board, where they point at letters and spell things out. This girl answered a question that she did not know. The host of the show in there wrote down a question, gave it to somebody in a sealed envelope. She answered the question when they were like, "Do you have the question in your mind?" She spelled out yes. And they were like, "What is the answer to the question?" She spelled out Y-E-L-L-O-W. Yellow.
Yellow.
The question was, what color is the sun? She was able to answer that question without ever hearing it, not even knowing what was written down. That's pretty incredible. That's a totally different level of psychic skill, to be able to know the answer to a question without ever hearing it. You know, to be able to pluck it out of the ether in that kind of way. What do you think about that? What do you think about somebody who has that kind of ability?
I mean, they might be really skilled. I mean, that girl is really skilled.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. I watched people yesterday using dowsing to find metals that they didn't know where they were. There were people moving things with their mind, all kinds of stuff. It was really fascinating to see these things. How do you think, moving forward in your life, how do you think the lessons that you learned from the blindfold experiments you did, how do you think those will change you and the way that you think about the world all around you?
Well, I mean, it would make sense. I mean, technically they did say it's also because, like, you're able to use your other senses. Smell, hear.
That's right. Yeah. Kind of the way a blind person can hear better than we can, or can feel things better than we can. You know, and it's interesting when you think about that repulsion of electrons that we have in physics, you know, the way that are we actually touching a table, or is that just my electrons and that thing's electrons, you know? Do you think that there are other dimensions, that there are other things out there that we might be able to tap into?
Well, I mean, one time, this is about Ollie again, of course.
Sure.
Like, my friend Ollie was just we like climbed up this little dirt hill at this playground right next to his house, right next to a park.
Yeah.
The park right next to his house, and then we went on a little dirt hill right next to the park.
Okay.
And then we climbed up and he said it was just a new dimension. And he said anything you believe actually will come true in a dimension.
You know, we were just talking about that with Amy Westmoreland a little while ago. The idea of manifestation, the idea of we are connected to the universe around us, and it's kind of like a slinky. If you push it, it comes back. It does other things, you know. So the idea that we can affect the world around us with how we think, that's pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you were to tell any of the other kids out there, what would you want to tell them about their possibility of having psychic powers?
Their possibility? I mean,
do you think it's something that all of us have the ability to do?
I mean, every single person is always actually be able to do vision without actually using your eye vision.
Yeah, and that's just it. It's something we're kind of like baseball or basketball, where there are some people who pick up a basketball, they're just good at it. There's some people who have to work a little bit, but we can all play basketball if we try, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing. We can all have psychic abilities. We all have the ability to do it. It may take some of us longer and a little bit more effort to make it happen, right?
Yeah.
So did you have fun? Was this a great event for you? Would you recommend other kids come to this event and take part in the children's room and the psychic experiments that are going on in there?
Well, I mean,
or psychic games.
Lots of other kids were in there and actually was able to.
Would you encourage other kids to come to this conference?
Yes,
Yeah?
I would.
Awesome.
Like my friends Liam and Logan.
Totally.
And Saharsh.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you so much for your time today. I know it's been a very busy day, very busy weekend for you. You're getting ready to go back into the kids' room, maybe play a few more psychic games. I hope you learn a whole lot more, not only about psychic abilities, but about yourself and where those might come from. So thank you so much for your time today on the show.
Okay.
Before we let you go, look right at the camera. Tell everybody where they can go to find out more about Dalbus Jordan and the videos that you make.
Yes. Make sure to go to dalbusvideo.com and subscribe to Curious Realm and mine.
That's right. Thank you so much for your time again, young man. While you are online checking out everything from dalbusvideo.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. Like, follow, subscribe. Make sure to get your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log, as well as the all-new Remote Viewing Session Journal, both of them available at curiousresearch.org. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our waning coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's waning coverage of PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great joy of being joined by Jonathan Bankert. You actively do some work at the Monroe Institute, things like that, but you came to the world of remote viewing and Monroe and brainwave work, things like that, through a very interesting process. You are one of those who came to this through the world of police work and detective work. You were actively a detective. Was it here in town? Where were you a detective at?
Yes, Orange County Sheriff's Office, which is just right outside of Charlottesville.
Okay. And how long did you serve on the force?
About 15 years altogether at
wow.
2 different locations, Pennsylvania, then over 9 years here in Virginia.
Okay. And how long were you a detective?
Last 6 years of my career, I was a detective and forensics specialist as well.
Oh, okay. What kind of cases did you specialize in?
Financial and fraud cases, primarily because of my business background. But otherwise, small department, we had 6 detectives, and we each gave each other the gift of specialization, doing what we wanted to do. And that was me doing financial and fraud. Mm-hmm. And otherwise, we were just general assignment. So we all got a little bit of everything.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know a detective out there, regardless, that hadn't seen some horribly horrible things at some point in their career.
Yes.
And to know, I've known a couple of police officers that have come to the world of remote viewing. Last year, we had a couple folks that actually actively did polygraphs and things like that for the sheriff's department. So that kind of stuff that came and went on the IRVA cruise. And it's always fascinated me, especially since talking with Pam Coronado a couple years ago at the IRVA conference, the idea of cooperation between remote viewing and remote viewing groups and remote viewers and the police department and even federal agencies. It's really remarkable. Yeah. How did you first hear about remote viewing? Was it before you were a police officer or after?
Well, during.
Okay.
And completely out of character for me, I was attracted to the Monroe Institute, practicing Christian. I didn't have any belief in any of this, and all of a sudden I saw an advertisement in a local newspaper, Monroe Institute open house.
Interesting.
And I went to the website, signed up. A couple weeks later, went to this open house. And the open house, we did a couple of the Monroe exercises, and they opened the bookstore. So everybody's buying books from Bob Monroe.
Yeah.
I grab a book from Joe McMoneagle, Remote Viewing, and I read it, but I don't think I digested it too well, but at least I read it, got an idea of what it is.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating. And then several years later, I started having premonitions, seeing things happening before they happened.
Sure.
And that was amazing. That's what got me really into the rabbit hole of what happened. Why did I have this? What was that? Can it be replicated?
Yeah.
And I started studying. I'm a detective. What do I do? I detect. I'm an investigator. What do I do? I investigate. So I investigated what the heck happened. And that got me back to Monroe with what Bob Monroe was doing. And this is all, I'm working my day job, so to speak, and I'm studying this on my own time. and to figure out what happened. Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
And of course, never got the answer to that, but took me down an amazing rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Fast forward a few years, my boss, my captain, Brad Darnell, great guy, he and I got assigned by our Commonwealth's attorney at the county.
Okay.
You're going to help the town of Orange with this case. You're not taking it over, just give some fresh insight.
Yeah. An assist.
Yeah. And it was double homicide, murder.
Ooh.
Or double homicide, missing person. One of the victims was from our county. The other was down in Nelson County, which is where Monroe is, ironically. And when we got back to the office after the meeting with the Commonwealth, the first time my boss ever looked at me and said, ask me what we're going to do. We always go to Brad and ask him what to do. He's the one who always has the answer.
Yeah.
This is the first time he ever looked at me and said, Jaybird, what the hell are we going to do? How are we going to do this? That's when I said, it just came to my mind, and I said, hold on, I'll be right back. I went into my office, shut the door, got online, found the Monroe Institute. I They answered, and I said, I'm looking for Joe McMoneagle. I didn't even pronounce his name right.
You did, phonetically.
Yeah, and they said, silly detective, he doesn't work here, he just teaches here. I said, all right. They said, give me your contact information. If we see him, we'll see what he,
Sure.
Yeah, and 20 minutes later, I get a call from Joe.
Wow.
And I didn't expect it. And I got the call. We talked. He said, email me some stuff, just he told me what to send him. And it was just cursory information, just a few, not even identifiers, just a couple. Well, now I know, some gestalts, just, some prime information that you can't really tie to what we're calling about. And he sent me a report, and then he followed up with like a map of what he thinks he saw. And we ended up going down to the Monroe Institute, meeting with Joe, meeting with Scooter, his wife, Nancy McMoneagle, and who was really part of the whole case. She's the one who facilitated all the get-togethers we had. So she gets half the credit here, if not 3/4. Yeah. And we would go down there, talk to Joe. We would put him in a squad car, or put him in our unmarked. We would drive around to these different crime scenes. And he would just get out of the car and tell us what was here, what was there. And the guy I'm working with, the guy who was the prime investigator, the lead investigator on this, he stopped giving me information because he didn't want me to front load Joe with anything.
Sure.
So we get out of the car at this one location. Joe walks around the car and he's looking at the scene and he says, there was a camper right here. And that little impression in the ground over there, that's where her dead body was. And Joe says, I'm going to walk down to the lake. And he turns around and walks away.
Wow.
Evans Okerson, the detective who was the lead on this, he looks at me and says, how did he know that? And I said to Evans, how the hell did he know what?
Yeah.
He says there was a camper right here. And he says the cadaver dogs hit on that little spot where he indicated the body was.
Interesting.
So he was picking up on things like that. We were driving through a trailer park, and those two were talking guy stuff. They were talking about Dodge pickup trucks that they both owned in their lives. And as they were talking car talk, out of the blue, they're talking car talk, and Joe just, and that's his single wide right there. And then right back to talking about pickup trucks. And I said, hey, what? And Evan says, yeah, that's where he was living. Just out of the blue.
Wild.
And after we got through this case, the suspect's in jail for 3 life sentences.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Congratulations.
And it wasn't so, it was, we had some help with the FBI and we were working in conjunction with, but a lot of Joe's guidance led us in those directions. But after this was all, after I got through a lot of this, as a thank you, I wrote a letter to Scooter and sent her my application for Gateway and said, as a thank you to you and to Joe, I want to come do Gateway.
Yeah.
And that's the foundation course at the Institute, at the Monroe Institute.
Yeah.
I did that, ended up 4 months later doing MC squared, which is psychokinesis. And then Scooter says, why don't you come down and be a greeter? So, and I said, I'd love to volunteer. And she says, oh, hell, we'll pay you, too. And I'm like, even better. And I've been down there for about 12 years, just welcoming people, carrying their suitcases, showing them around the Institute, integrating them into their week-long program.
Yeah.
And that, to me, it's very enjoyable.
I would imagine so, man. Especially the journey that you got to get there. Because now let me ask you this. A few questions popped up in my mind. Number one, before that moment where you were asked to help with things, before that moment that you found the Monroe Institute and anything, had any of these things, any premonitions, anything like that ever happened to you before?
Well, like I said, that's what started the research. I was having some of these premonitions and everything that were...
Well, but was it like 15 you had these things and just ignored them?
No.
Things like that? No,
it just happened suddenly.
Any trauma beforehand? Like, I suffered a bullet wound. He'd spent a week in the hospital.
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was spontaneous.
Wild.
The first one I had driving home from the grocery store.
Yeah.
And I've got this bag of groceries on the seat, and I'm literally driving down Route 33 Route 22 at that. Yeah, regardless. But I'm driving along taking mental note of my refrigerator inventory. And I'm thinking, I've got leftover pork chops. I've got this rice blend. I know what I'm making for dinner tonight. And all of a sudden, just like a video, like a heads-up display in an airplane, like a fighter jet. It's like there was a movie being played in front of my eyes of a guy walking around the front of his car, a burgundy Volvo. He's wearing a cardigan sweater, corduroys, gravel driveway, and he's walking around the front of his car and reaching for his mailbox. I know the guy. John Haney, author of the book Secrets of the White House Kitchen. He was a White House chef.
Yep.
I'm thinking about food. I don't know if it's related, but all of a sudden I'm thinking about John Haney walking. I know him, but I don't know where he lives.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I have this view of him walking around to his mailbox. And it was so vivid, I had to shake my head and like blink my eyes, and I thought, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
That was the first one. And that was weird. And then I just continued driving, thinking about what I'm making for dinner. Go around the bend. Right there is John Haney, a cardigan sweater, corduroys, walking around the front of his burgundy Volvo, walking over in a gravel driveway, reaching for his mailbox. And I thought, oh, my God.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, I started having these regularly.
Yeah.
To the point where I gave it a name. I called them stray bullets.
Sure.
I'd go home and...
Something that just comes out of nowhere and whacks you.
Yeah. My then wife, I went home. I told her what happened. She wouldn't think any different of me, thinking she already knew I was half crazy. But, and she's on this wavelength now, so it's all good. But I told her about it. And then the next day I had something, and then a couple days later and it just kept coming. And then it slowed down. And that's the thing. I mean, when I got to Monroe and learned Gateway, this is how everybody can really can really stimulate this.
Yeah.
Gateway is a good conduit to really teach everybody how to really use your mind. Yeah, let go. And receive.
Yeah.
And these things start to happen.
Yeah. Absolutely, because we are constantly transmitting, receiving. The only question is whether or not we are consciously processing that data. You know,
Yeah.
That's literally why we dream, is
Well
so that
put.
we can process the things that we just autonomically went through during the day.
Yeah.
That may have, rung up a trauma from earlier in life that you were just like, oh my God, what's that about Uncle Dave? Go away. I got to get back to typing.
Yeah.
You know, so things like that. And it's interesting that you, especially as a police officer, we're having these because one of the things we talk about regularly on the show is the reticence of police officers to report such things, whether it's a UFO UAP sighting that somebody had a report on, or a paranormal thing that they saw at a murder site, something like that, because it can literally affect cases that you have put up.
And credibility.
Oh man, a defense lawyer would shred you.
Yeah.
They would shred. So I understand you do remote viewing. That's really interesting. You know, so you believe in a lot of make-believe stuff, huh?
Exactly.
You know, and not that it's make-believe. Believe me, folks, I'm a remote viewer. But that is where they would go with it.
Exactly.
You know, and especially you growing up as a Christian, having a very Christian predilection to your faith, to your life, things like that. One of the things I come up against, the first ad I put up for PsiGames, I leave most of my commenting open on stuff. I love to see what people say, love to respond. It was probably about a month after I had that ad up, a couple weeks. The only thing I saw on an alert was Randy Jordan left a message. Like, he made a comment. And it was like, oh, let me see how my brother commented on my post. And it was like, the comments on this post are gold. And I was like, oh, my God, what are people saying about my post? And, buddy, it was, you are a demon worshiper.
Yes, indeed.
You are a Satanist. This is from the devil. One dude, as a former Catholic seminarian, it cracked me up because the guy started straight, like, here's a page and a half from Revelations. And I was like, you mean the guy who may have remote viewed the end of the world? Interesting. Let's talk more. But the idea of that, the idea of you embrace this, not just you embrace this, but now, was that your just direct head, or was that the chief of D's that was like, let's give this some credence and look into this?
Well, my boss, Brad, Captain Darnell, he was, when I told him what I'm doing, getting Joe.
Sure.
Of course, he was like, what does he do? And I said, well, you know, he was a remote viewer. He was with the CIA, this thing called Project Stargate, and, you know, so on and so forth. And he kind of unofficially blessed it because his brother-in-law, Stephen, is clairvoyant.
Oh, wow.
So
Interesting.
His wife grew up with a clairvoyant, her brother.
Yeah.
So, you know, to the point where the story that...
So he had seen things before, so he was no stranger to the topic.
So when they were decorating for Christmas one year, they couldn't find their elf on a shelf. So Brad said, or maybe Brad said to Jamie, maybe Jamie said to Brad, you know, we need to call Stephen. Stephen's in Las Vegas. That's where he lives. They call him and said, we have a crisis. We can't find the elf on a shelf. So here's Stephen with this God-given gift and, you know, world peace.
Yeah.
Cure cancer, something.
Or an elf on the shelf.
And they're calling about an elf on the shelf.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
of course he knew right where it was.
Interesting.
So with background, and that's not the only story.
Sure,
that's one of many.
Sure.
And then with me bringing Joe into this, he was perfectly fine. But we did keep it down low and called, if anybody asked, we said he was a retired CIA agent. He's a consultant.
Okay.
And word did get out. And one day I'm coming into the office and Brad, Jaybird, come on. What? Sheriff's office. Oh, shit. Anytime you're told to go into the sheriff's office, that means usually means something bad.
Yeah, yeah.
We go in, chief deputy is sitting there with a legal pad, and I'm thinking, this ain't good. Brad comes in with me, they shut the door, and I sit down, and Sheriff Mark Amos, probably one of the best employers I've ever had. Just such a strong leader and just a great guy. But anyhow, Mark says, tell me about this guy that you have on the case. Oh, Joe. He's a consultant. Well, what does he do? Well, he's a remote viewer with the CIA. He's a GD psychic. I said, no, sir. He's a remote viewer. He did this for the CIA. And he just yelled, he's a GD psychic. And I said, again, no, he's a remote viewer. He was with the CIA, just giving this candy-coated version of what Joe did.
Yeah.
And finally, he kept retorting, he's a GD psychic. And finally, Brad just jumped in, and he just very quietly said, Mark, what do we do if he gives us a lead that sounds good?
Good data. What do you do if he gives you a solid lead, man?
And then the sheriff...
Say no?
Yeah, the sheriff just leaned forward and said, well, if it sounds good, follow up on it. We're like, okay.
That's what we're doing.
And then the meeting was adjourned at that moment, and we left. And then at the end of the year, at the Christmas party, I didn't make it. I had something going on. I think I was on call, and I was out on a case. I was on, out doing, working. And Brad was at the meeting, or at the Christmas party. The gift that the sheriff gave to Brad was a magic 8-ball and a big sequined genie beanie. So just
at least he's a sport about it.
Yeah,
at least he's a sport about it.
It was dealt with then with laughter, and it was fun. We had fun with it.
And one final question, because of course whenever any murder happens, it's one of those immediately around them are immediately suspect. As well as, sadly, anybody that comes in, and even if it's a false report, you're going to be looking into it. Did Joe become a suspect at any time with any of the data? Because, of course, you came to him, but still.
Not on this case.
Yeah, because
not on this case.
Other
But
cases?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, because at some point, it's incumbent upon you as an investigator to ask, like, wait a minute.
How did you
This
know that?
dude's getting a lot of data that we ain't released.
Yeah.
How's that happening?
Yeah. Because
so you at least got to eliminate that
Joe
quandary.
being down here in his county, in Nelson County, word got to him that there was a child missing. And I think from the local resort or something, he had wandered off and whatever. I'm not sure what the details
And like
were.
a good viewer, he just went after it.
Yeah.
He just went after it like a dog.
He saw that the kid was like at a hunting cabin at the base of the mountain near, he gave some specific details. And either he called or somebody else called on his behalf and said, hey, we know where this kid is. And sure enough, that's where the kid was found. Next thing you know, there's a knock at his door.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, we got to. Now we got to talk.
And he was taken in for questioning. How did you know this?
Yep.
And this, probably the same thing. Well, I'm a consultant.
Yeah.
See, I was with the CIA. And probably, and you're a GD psych.
That's part of my favorite. One of my favorite parts of Pam Coronado's story is that she had a premonition dream. She had a dream about a murder suspect that happened. Mm-hmm. And she called the police to give them information. And, they did what police do, until they cleared her and were like, okay, well, how did you come by this?
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to think about that.
Well, we had several psychics come to us. Just none of these people knew each other.
Yeah.
But they would just call.
Yeah.
They would just stop in and, I'm just having a feeling about this area. And next thing you know, we're out where we had searched for something relating to that case.
Yeah, where you'd done a line search or something like that.
And
everybody combing the area.
Yeah, and the neat thing about that was, I think it was 3 different individual psychics that came to us, and they all had something very similar to say.
Yeah.
That showed that they were, I truly believe they were on a specific the same wavelength, so to speak, to put it in layman's terms. I think they were all listening to the same source of information about what was going on, and they just came forward and said, were feeling this.
Yeah, tied
And
into the same frequency on it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They were 3 separate radios tuned to the same channel.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. And, you know, it's interesting because, once again, things like this happen to you. Things change. Your perspective changes.
Yeah.
And even the fact of you going to work with Monroe and pursuing this personally afterward. How has that worked out for you? How are you in your remote viewing journey? How are you with all this? Are you out practicing right now?
Not necessarily practicing, but the thing about it is, here at this event that we're at.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Absolutely. And I know probably about 25, 30 people just from being in that space, just from being the greeter. There's about 25, 30 people whose suitcases I've carried across the threshold over there at Monroe. And, you know, I'm here with some folks that I met there, and it's just the people I've met are what really makes the difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But, you know, someday I'm going to, you know, I've done 4 programs, and I'm looking to continue and perhaps go on. I'm already accepted into the instructors program, so move forward with that when I get the time. So
yeah,
but the
that's
thing
great.
is, you know, with people who want to really learn how to get in touch with that, with their psychic side, with their own spiritual side, Gateway is amazing. Because, you know, a lot of people go with the preconceived notion that I want, you know, an expectation. I'm going to go there to learn how to have an out-of-body experience. Don't go with an expectation. And you go and you have an experience. And these experiences that people have are completely different than anybody else in the room, and it's for you. I had these experiences there that, you know, I think of myself as moderately creative, but the things that happened to me, I'm thinking, there's no way I would have come up with that.
Yeah.
No way I imagined this. The things that happened were so real that it just, to me, it proves that we are more than our physical body.
Absolutely. Same here.
We certainly are. And it, for, you know, as a practicing Christian, it just, to me, says, this is my soul.
It's only more wonder and awe.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it just compounds the fact that, you know, I believe what I believe, and this really makes it a little more believable.
Yeah. Yeah, precisely. Precisely. And, you know, it's one of those, we all have a different journey of how we get here. We all have a different journey of how we apply this stuff, and how we apply these teachings and principles that we've learned along the way during a remote viewing journey. So thank you so much for candidly sharing your story and your experience.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let everybody know where they, because, I mean, I love Monroe Institute.
Of course.
Let everybody know where they can find out more, where they can go to sign up for the Gateway program.
All right.
Where can they go to find out more about Monroe Institute?
Website.
Okay.
Yeah. And
what is the website?
Monroe.com, I think. MonroeInstitute.com, something like that.
Okay.
But they, with the popularity of like Joe McMoneagle on a lot of these podcasts and different shows, that's really booked the Institute solid for Gateway. They've added Gateway programs, and they have the home version.
Yeah.
The online version.
Yep.
And some people say, oh, I don't want to do it that way, and, you know, I want to be there. And yeah, there is a good feel when you're at the Institute itself. Yeah. But one of the benefits of doing it online at home at your own pace, when you do these exercises, like at the Institute, what happens, like when you fall asleep, their terminology is, oh, you clicked out. You dozed off during the exercise.
Yeah.
You missed it. You can't go back and do it again because the show must go on. You know, the program keeps marching forward. But the home version, you click out. Damn, I fell asleep.
Give it another shot.
Tonight, I think I'm going to try it again.
Yeah.
And then you can pretty much guarantee that you get the full experience.
That's great. That's great.
That way. So
Incredible.
that's a good way to look at it. And a lot of people I've talked to that did the home version, the online version. That's exactly what they did. They didn't miss anything, and they got a very good, deep experience.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Well, once again, thank you so much for your time and your candid candor about all of your experiences with this.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
While you are online checking out everything from the Monroe Institute, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find the embedded YouTube channels of all of our guests. That's also where you can find our events page, CuriousRealm.com/events, that has all of the coverage from all of the amazing events that we both sponsor, attend, and cover throughout the year. So stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the final parts of our coverage from PsiGames 2025 right here in Charlottesville, Virginia, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to this final bit of coverage coming to you directly from PsiGames 2025 here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We have the great joy of being joined by Keith Glick. He is a human behavior consultant with apemindset.com. We've been having some great conversations. We had a chance to get into some really deep stuff at dinner, and that's why I wanted to have you on. How did you first come to the world of behavior consultancy?
Well, one, thank you for having me on,
Absolutely.
and two, dinner was amazing, meeting you and your family. You know, you have a son, I have a son, so we already had that connection going anyways. And what got me here was, I think, what most people want to say but never say, and it's understanding yourself better. And I really wanted to do that because I was someone who had anxiety, and anxiety is something, high five on that. Anxiety is something that a lot of folks have, and sometimes they don't know what it is and don't know what to do with it, don't know how to cope. Well, everyone says coping and all that, but there's so many alternative ways to deal with that and to get through it. So truly it was understanding myself better, and then I just went down the rabbit holes. Speaking of rabbit holes, like this weekend here, right? Oh my God, PsiGames. So that led me to some of the greatest minds in human behavior, and I've been able to train with the #1 leading experts in the world on human behavior, mind control, things like that, persuasion and influence. And I fell in love with it, and I do have a background in psychology. So traditional psychology really wasn't, getting my fire started, and but once I started learning the other ways and truly learning how humans operate and how our brains and central nervous system operate, it took the anxiety away when I went out and when I could talk to folks and being here, right? This is huge. It's a lot of new people. And this is an environment that maybe 10 years ago I probably would have missed out on.
Yeah, that you would have skipped. Been 100%. Like, I'm good with being in a room with 500 people.
Well, being an introvert. We talked about that last night and trying to really navigate that, right? But here we are, and we're sitting in the middle of the hallway here with people surrounding us, and we're doing this interview. And again, but meeting folks like you make this easy, and you make that transition it back into the world where you don't have to be anxious and have you can be an introvert and thrive. And like this. So
no, exactly. And coming to that point of understanding of not only oneself, but the way that you react and interact with the world around you. And believe me, folks, we're going to get into how this relates to remote viewing, okay? But first, much like any good remote viewing, you got to be in touch with you, you know. And one of the big things in the world, period, is happiness. Being self-satisfied, being okay with what you have, knowing that Maslow's pyramid of needs concept of this is what I want, this is what I need. Like I tell my kid all the time, no, you need food. You want ice cream.
Yes. Yeah, you need.
You can't live on ice cream. It could get you through a few days, possibly. But you need other things. You know, that's the difference between need and want.
Yes, and some of those other needs is that sense of belonging.
That's
and
right.
That security, too.
That's right.
And you're talking about remote viewing and, being here. We had some remote viewers for the first time, I think, ever. They were up on stage, and they did it in front of a live audience.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone else has seen that other than the 600 folks that were here with us this weekend. I still don't know how to process all of that, and I'm someone who studies people, and I collect information off of everyone that I talk to, and I don't know how they were up there and were able to perform in front of that audience and do what they did. I'm still blown away.
It's interesting because one of the things I brought up the horse analogy for you the other night. It's how I explain to people all the time. Like, if I am working, I can get through anything if I got a grip of cables in my hand. Because my blinders are on.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Doesn't matter if I've got a conference of 10, 30,000 people. I have a task. I am focused. That's what I'm on. I'm not soaking up the vibe of every person around me. You take me into a busy club, and I'm not behind the soundboard that night, it's going to be a little bit of a different story.
I'm going to shut down a little bit.
And I've gotten a little better, honestly. Like, I went to some panic therapy for a little while, for a few months, and honestly, my ayahuasca journey got me to a huge place of acceptance with me. And just the idea of the comfortability of I want to experience this so much that I am willing to sacrifice my daily meds.
That's true.
And try to change something about me intrinsically so that I can have this experience. Because the way I am right now in doing this, I can't have it. You can't go on ayahuasca if you're on sertraline daily. Like, you could have toxic serotonin. It'd be the best trip in the world, but it'll be your last one.
It might be the last one, or who knows, right? But and going back to some of that, being in crowded rooms and things like that, a lot of what I talk about is situational awareness too, and not so much from the tactical standpoint, but truly from that. Making the individual more comfortable in those situations out in public. So the more you're prepared to predict violent behavior, the more you're prepared to notice the things around you that just don't seem right. The less anxiety you're going to have, the better you're going to feel, the more relaxed you're going to feel. It's gonna be, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a better time for you and your family.
Absolutely.
Because you're not freaking them out, right? And they're just like, let's go have fun, because they're clueless. They're doing their thing.
They don't know. They don't know why you're all wired up. They don't know. They're just experiencing you being wired up.
Yeah, and you don't want that. You want everyone to enjoy it. That's our job too. So helping individuals understand that and navigate the world is something that I'm truly passionate about. And seeing all of this has allowed me to even be more open about it, because if they can do this in front of folks, and this is stuff that, we talked about it just, 2 hours ago, how most of the world kind of, they try to take the degrees away from folks for this. They try to take their initials away because of this, right? You know what I'm talking about? And here we are talking about it. And
with a bunch of degrees and PhDs and letters up on stage.
So, like, the greatest minds of our time are here. And it's like, we can do this. And we owe the world. Every one of us has something to offer. And, and we got to give it to it. We got to give it to them.
Well, and I truly think whether you are panicked, whether you're suffering anxiety, whether you have social issues, what have you, even if you're just a generalized remote viewer, things like that, I think programs like yours and people like you are very important to connect with because before you start viewing, because you really do need a holistic view of you and a connection to you. Like you got to know why that thing's swirling in your stomach. Is it because you're nervous, or is it because you're excited? And be like, even right now, us talking, I get excited. I'm an excitable dude. I get very passionate about what I talk about. And even right now, physiologically, I can feel my temperature going up. I can feel sweat starting to form on the back of my neck. Those used to be things that would freak me out
100%.
before, because, hey, man, like, there ain't a dude in my family that don't have 1 or 2 stents or a zipper scar. So.
It's funny you say that. We were out to dinner about 2 weeks ago, and my wonderful girlfriend said, I want to pick the window seat to look out at this beautiful view of the harbor, right? So, of course, that's the romantic thing to do. We sat down at the table, and the moment I sat down, and all I can see is this beautiful view, but everything behind me is happening. I'm drenched in sweat. And I'm trying, and I know what's happening because I know now. And I'm trying to, like, be cool and everything. Then finally, I'm like, listen, I'm a mess right now. And she's looking over at me, and I was like, just feel. And she runs her hand down my leg, and it's soaking wet. And she's like, oh, my God. And she was like, dude, it's the window, it's the harbor. I'm like, yeah, but you know.
It's everything I can't tell going on back there. That's what's doing it.
So, but it was neat because she was like, you know what? I'm glad that you're able to show me that side. And she gets it. And we laughed about it. We continued eating, and we left. But it's moments like that years ago would have ruined my day.
Absolutely. And hers.
Oh,
and hers. It would have ruined that beautiful romantic night.
She's like,
because you're just
I'm like, I can't even enjoy
what's he pissed about? You know, for no good reason.
Can't even enjoy the window
Like,
view.
he is red and angry. Like, no, I am freaked out and panicking. Jack is what's happening.
So I'm so glad that is.
Hey, Jimmy Church.
Oh, my God. That's a once-in-a-lifetime
I just got
opportunity.
photobombed by Jimmy Church.
That is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dude, this is awesome. Another high five, man. Chris, it's been amazing, man. It has been amazing.
As somebody who works in corporate AV and attends conferences for a living, this has been an amazing show. Cool. From the jump, it has been stacked. People have been all about this. And even some of the things we're talking about
for sure
right now, the idea of getting in touch with yourself, know yourself.
Yeah, and I had a great story, too, with one of the other volunteers. Obviously, I'll leave her name out, but
please.
She was super emotional this whole weekend, and she truly wanted to see, something. She literally came
to witness.
And she talked about that on our Zoom call, and I picked that up because this is what I do. I listen to linguistics. I listen to tone of voice, cadence, everything. So I knew that there was something there. And I just waited all weekend, and we were in the staff lounge there. She comes in, and she's getting ready to leave, and I said, hey, did you get to see something? And I knew that they'd, last night, but I didn't say anything. She was like, oh, my God, yeah. And I was just waiting I knew there was something, and she goes, now my family will believe me. And I said, that's awesome. I said, well, why are you so outcome dependent on them believing you? And she just, boom. It was just a cathartic release. And she said, well, I don't know. I said, maybe because you've taken on this identity of this whole thing, and they're challenging your identity. And she was locked in on me. Now she turns, she's looking. I know she's focused. And I said, because they've challenged your identity, you're frustrated. I said, you're more frustrated with yourself. It doesn't it's not that they don't believe you.
You can't defend your identity in a way they understand.
I said it's okay, and I said I don't want to leave you in a bad place, but I said you're kind of what's driving this.
That's it.
I said it's okay. I said you got to see what you came for. You know. You're good. You're awesome.
And
and she just broke down, and she was like, "Oh my God, no one's ever." And I was like, "Well, I have an unfair advantage, but this is why
kind of my gig."
I said, but this is why I'm here. But I said, here's what's important is that you have me now for life, and I'm a friend for life. And if you ever need anything,
I'm right here.
Call, and we can talk through it. There's so much more we can share, and that was one of the coolest moments too. And there were a couple other volunteers in there, but I was locked in, and then when she left, they were like, man. And
you bring up a good point that we brought up early with Amy Westmoreland, and that is the idea, and even a couple days ago, with Elly, and that's the idea of failure does not define you.
Yes.
You get to define yourself however you want, and it's whether or not you give consent to the fact that your family. I suffered with it for years. I left the seminary. I was going to be a priest and wear a collar for life.
I remember you saying that
You
last
wanna,
night.
you wanna talk about a point of pressure. There's a lot of disappointment in a lot of Catholic family when you decide to just say, we were all behind you. It's like, yeah, but I was called to leave. You get that, right?
Yeah.
And even that pressure to perform and to keep that commitment for somebody. Like, what is that foolishness?
Yep.
I'm going to go get a collar for 9 years for somebody else? And just thinking about that now, it's one of those, like, how did you even let that lead you to a point of depression, addiction, all of that stuff for years?
Yeah.
Because I consented into letting them tell me who I was supposed to be.
I was told by my mentor, if we don't know who we are, you're leaving a window open to the world to tell you who you are, and that has stuck with me.
Absolutely.
I mean, many things that he has said that have stuck with me that have helped me a ton. But that's so important, and when you share that with other folks, I think it does hit home differently for everyone. But it's powerful. It's just shut the window and start building who you are. You know, take control of it. We have like we see here. We all have that control. So.
Absolutely. We all have a beautiful amount of control with our consent. That's what makes things so great and so powerful.
You want to try to get Ryan to sit down here with you?
We're doing one after this. We've already chatted.
Good.
But
awesome.
it is one of those, like, you have to be open to that experience. You have to be willing to crack the shell of your nut and get to the sweet meat inside.
Yes.
You know, and it's a hard process. It's not easy. And even the idea of using these methods is once again a means by which to begin tuning yourself to receive.
Yes.
Because once you get to that point, you get to a very empathetic point with people, and you'll be surprised how much like you, you can't not hear when people need help.
You can't not unsee it. You can't unhear it. And
exactly.
You're right. I think even leading into this for me, you know, it's that time, that effort that you put into it to allow yourself to not so much try to put what you want into the universe, but whatever's coming in, you process it that way. Don't try to push stuff out. Let it come in. Communicate with it. And you know, be open to it and things like that are a huge help. It helps clears it out, because I'm someone who I just can't meditate. I just don't have it in me. But what I can do is in the morning sit quietly and drink my coffee and let thoughts just come and go. Kind of like that photon collider you were talking about, which I so wanted to say that, because I'm sitting in front of a guy
I am a photon collider
who talks about so much neat stuff, and then I'm in a room with him and he's talking about the photon collider. I'm like, oh my God, this is epic.
Well,
so cool.
It's the idea that there are so many of these concepts that cross over. They are utterly connected. There's a causality behind them, and we are the causality.
I agree.
You know, like it's because, like I said in the presentation, we're 90% empty space.
Yes.
We are commingling atoms right now. The only difference is whether or not our frequencies are forming a chord.
Yes.
By harmonizing with each other. You know?
So cool.
And that's just it. Getting that point of harmony with things. Getting to that point where you understand a sensation when it happens to you, why it's happening, what it's sourcing from, and is it sourcing from you or from outside? And those are all things that are hugely, massively important when it comes to remote viewing, when it comes to dowsing, when it comes to those things. You know,
the dowsing thing blew me away. You know,
that was cool.
I've seen it. You know, some of my family members out in the country, they're you know, they'll
water witching.
Yeah,
water
right.
witching.
I've witnessed that.
Yeah, same.
But what I learned this weekend and what you just said, how it all ties into just having a space to where you're open to allow it to happen.
That's right.
When you're watching that dial reset, and you know you're in a place where everything's clear enough to make it happen.
Yeah.
The influence truly does come from whatever magic or whatever phenomenon it is, right?
Yeah.
But you've cleared that space out and allowed that. So that there's some work, like you said, that has to go into it.
Absolutely.
Before then. And,
you
know, and nothing is easy. Nothing's going to come easy, you know.
Well, and, you know, it's the idea that there are some kids who swing a bat faster and better than others naturally. But with the right practice and the right coaching, anybody can swing the bat like that.
Yeah.
Anybody can.
I agree with
you. It takes treating your body right, training your body right, learning the methods, learning the techniques.
Yeah,
and that even when it comes to anxiety, it's the exact same thing.
Well,
the exact same thing.
The amount of encouragement in this building.
Yeah.
You're saying that now, but I mean the Monroe Institute behind us, right? How many times have they told us you can do it too?
You can do it.
And they're some of the best in the business.
Right.
Across from us, the Vision Without Eyes. Like the encouragement alone is that energy that you're saying you're feeling. That alone is worth admission.
Absolutely.
In a place like this, in this environment.
The one that got I was getting ready to commentate on a dowsing commission. And I had tears running down my face yesterday when the nonverbal girl started answering questions on an answer board, letterboard, like Stephen Hawking style.
Yeah.
A question that's in an envelope that she'd never seen and nobody in her
knew.
Yeah, Jimmy Church, who was just here, folks, was flabbergasted. He was like, I wrote that question. Nobody else has seen it.
Yeah.
And it was mind-blowing. It's beautiful to see that because even, you're talking of somebody who has a diminished capacity in some ways, but has an excelling capacity beyond the norm of the average person.
Like we said earlier, everyone has something to offer.
Absolutely.
And you have to be open to that.
And to see her true joy.
Oh, my
her
God.
moments
she was so
of
happy
true
out
joy.
There. She was
when
smiling
when
laughing.
people were clapping for her. Of she got it. Hey, you're right. Like, oh my God, the joy in her heart when it happened was so
hit
beautiful.
Everybody. That was
so
good
beautiful.
Stuff.
Yeah,
oh,
it was
goodness.
a true feel moment. And that's just it. It is the idea that anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. You have to be willing to do it, and you have to be ready to do it.
You have to be ready. That's right. And like you said earlier, it's okay to fail.
Yeah.
If you didn't get it the first time, try it again.
Yeah.
Try it again.
Yeah.
Try it again.
Yeah.
And
Amy Westmoreland brought up the old the Japanese proverb: if you fall off the horse 7 times, you get up 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
it's about how you recover and about how you treat that failure. Because you heard me say it the other day. I've said it on the show numerous times since we've been here. Your hits are not as important as your misses.
You learn something from
your misses are where you learn.
If you said that in there,
if you keep hitting 100%, your bell curve ain't going to be big.
Yeah,
your bell curve of learning ain't going to be big by being right all the time. You have to fail, and you have to be okay with failing and see the fact that your failure is not a definition of you. It's what helps make you the better person.
When you said that in there, I was like, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
And how you said, you reverse engineer. Okay,
That's it.
Why did I miss? What happened before that? And
That's
go
right.
on. And,
That's right.
And that
was I scared because the guy was in my face? How do I deal with that?
Yeah.
And
see, that's again, it's worth the price of admission. We're talking to so many great minds and great people. I need the great thinkers in my life like that.
That's right.
I'm like, I missed. And all I think about is I got to hit it harder next time. I'm just thinking about hitting the ball, not the process leading to it. And that's where I know opportunities are for me. And the only way I'm going to get better at that is sitting in front of you, being with everyone out there, and putting myself out there.
Well, and it's like Jimmy said. He's like, you want to know why I hang out with smart people? So I can learn stuff.
Yes.
It's like I hang out with people smarter than me because they have something to say, and I need to learn it. And the idea of the drop of ego that you don't know everything, despite, I don't care if you're 89.
Let it go.
You should be learning something today. You should be learning something today. I have been doing what I do professionally for 30 years of my life. And I tell everybody I work with, if I didn't learn something today, that's on me.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my fault. If I didn't put myself out there to either say, I'm wrong, how would you do this?
Yeah.
Or what are you doing? Because that seems like an interesting way to do that. I want to know how to do that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it, man.
Yeah. Now, how can people begin to apply these techniques in their life? How can they begin to follow the road of really looping back on themselves to better understand themselves, Keith?
Yeah, so for me, and what I believe is probably the best approach is start taking time out for yourself.
Yes.
right? So we have everyone, and I get
Please
it.
be selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
Please go be selfish.
Exactly. Like I get it. Everyone's busy, families,
Yeah.
kids, jobs,
Absolutely.
multiple jobs now. Everyone's literally just trying to make it.
That's
right?
it.
However, you have to be the best version of yourself in order to make it. So please take some time out for yourself. I don't care if it's just a few minutes out of the day, but just kind of shut yourself off to the outside world and allow yourself a few minutes, 10, 20, 30 minutes. If you can do an hour, great. And sometimes it can be gym, sometimes it could be physical, sometimes it could just be mental. You don't have to follow anybody else's plans.
Yeah. Go watch a bobber move in the water and don't care if you catch a fish.
Whatever feels good to you, start there.
Yeah.
And but one, allow yourself some time.
Yeah.
And then get really good at somewhat collecting information that's coming to you in that time, because that's really the direction.
Yeah.
And then if you have a goal, whatever that goal is, if that moment that you're just allowing for yourself, if the thoughts and the feelings and the energy coming in is pushing you closer towards your goal, then that's the follow. Yeah, that's the pull. If it's things that are keeping you from that, then check that and go, okay, why? And then get yourself back on track and get back on that goal. Yeah. Almost like collapsing that quantum field, right? Yeah. So right there, allow yourself some time. And once you get comfortable, start collecting some of that data, get yourself toward the goal. And then, same thing I said this morning to the other volunteers, celebrate. Am I allowed to say hell?
Yeah.
Celebrate the hell out of yourself. Every time
you
feel good, you do something good, you allow yourself time, you celebrate yourself.
Yeah.
It can be a fist bump. It could be, hey, Keith, hey, Chris, you did an amazing job yesterday by doing 1 hour of just thinking. You did an amazing job. You were better than you were yesterday. Celebrate yourself.
Yeah.
Talk about it. Allow that for yourself.
Absolutely. Find joy.
Yes.
Find joy.
Enjoyment, gratitude, agency. You're taking back control.
That's right.
Be vulnerable. It's okay. Get it out. Be vulnerable. Those are the, so you have that agency now. You have gratitude. You have enjoyment, some vulnerability, and that generative drive. Again, make sure you're focusing towards your goal with everything that you're doing. Yeah. And that'll get you in that realm. Where you need to be.
And especially that idea of vulnerability. I come from a hot-blooded family on both sides, and I tend to go off my anxiety when something goes wrong. Like when the lady spilled the water on my computer the other night. It was a rough dinner. While I was sitting next to you, my man.
Oh, man.
It was not an easy dinner for me.
You hit it well.
To the fact where I was like, I think I'm good with my drink. I can't eat right now.
Yeah,
I physically can't even eat
you hit it
despite how hungry I am. Because it's one of those, we have to be willing to, but whenever I get angry like that, like my son saw me exhibit some things before we went to dinner, and I caught him before we went out. And I was like, listen, son, come here. Have a seat with me. What you just saw is scared Dad. Dad's not mad. Dad's not angry with you. Dad is scared about something that he cannot control. What you're seeing is a grown man's fear, and that's okay to be afraid.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's what you do with it, and the way I just outbursted in this room was not appropriate. It's not okay, and I'm sorry that you had to see that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to see your dad that scared, but I want you to know it's okay to be scared. What's not okay is to react the way I did.
Those responses,
And that's just it, being able to, once again, take that accountability and that agency, because when I take that agency and that consent back, I now own that moment again, where and it's also driving that home into my head that, hey, man, what you just did ain't cool.
Yep. Yeah, you break.
Very enlightened of you to realize it, but it ain't cool.
You retrain
the pattern.
That brain.
Break the
That's
pattern.
Right. You break that pattern. You interrupt it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Man,
exactly.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
So it's important for us, especially as male men in America.
My God, yeah.
I was asked on the Irva cruise last year when I spoke. One of the people asked me, like, why do you enjoy remote viewing so much? And I said, as a male in America, I get to write down my feelings and impressions on a piece of paper, unabridged, and nobody can tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. It's the best kind of journaling.
Nobody can tell me the feeling that I just had is wrong or misplaced, And that's a beautiful point to come to, where it's like you can freely write down anything you want. You can freely say what you want and be okay with it. That's a great point to get to. So work with people like you help get people to that point.
Yeah, a lot of the folks that I work with, it's getting to that faster.
Yeah.
So it's more efficient. You can stretch it out. You can go months, weeks, years if you want to. But if you don't have to, if you can get the cheat code,
that can be a painful months or years.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes we don't have that. Sometimes we need it now, or we might not know we need it now. But if someone can sense that and they're getting that, and we can help you get there. So helping you get there more efficiently, so you have a better quality of life, better quality interactions.
Absolutely.
And just your world around you. A byproduct is just going to be better everything. So
precisely. Well,
awesome.
Man, Keith, it's been a pleasure the last few days. Thank you so much for hopping in on this last bit of coverage.
Last minute.
Man, I want to have you on again and again and again, because much like I told Amy Westmoreland, I love talking about manifestation, and I love talking about this because it really does bring you to not only a different point of connection of humanity and the world around you, and once again, how you interact and react with that world. And how you learn to recognize the world just beyond that.
Yes.
Because of those connections to yourself.
Yeah, there's so much more out there.
There's
so much, as we're seeing this weekend, so much more out there.
Absolutely.
And there's some big names on that list.
There's
so
some
the
good
fact
ones.
that I'm there with them, that's even like this whole weekend.
Yeah.
It's just mind blowing.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Man, I appreciate it so much.
You are more than welcome.
You have a beautiful family. Yeah, your wife, your son, amazing. Y'all are all amazing. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Well, anytime you want to come on, anytime you want to talk about this, you just drop me a line.
I will do. I'm joined in on the Facebook page.
Absolutely.
So I can't wait, man.
Before we leave, look at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to learn more about Ape Mindset.
Yeah, so you can go to apemindset.com. And there's a ton of information on there. You can follow me on Facebook, follow me on Instagram. I'm always posting fun stuff on there with little pro tips, and you see me and my family just having fun, enjoying life. And, again, once you know me forever, and I'm always going to try to help my best to help you out.
Same here, my friend.
Yeah,
thank you so much again.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. While you are online checking out everything from Keith Click and apemindset.com, everybody make sure to stop on by, like, follow, subscribe at curiousrealm.com. Make sure to visit our videos page, where you can find the embedded YouTube channels of all of our guests like Keith, Amy, Paul H. Smith, and more. Thank you so much for tuning in to this episode of the Curious Realm podcast. Next year, you need to get curious and come on out to PsiGames 2026, folks. It's going to be even more incredible. Thank you so much for your time tonight, everybody. Thank you so much for your open hearts, your open minds. That is what makes the conversation, and without the conversation, humanity does not march forward. So remember, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Awesome. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning into this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. To download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault, or become a sponsor of Curious Realm, visit our website at curiousrealm.com. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast and video services, curiousrealm.com, as well as KGRA Radio, APR TV, and the official Curious Realm app for Roku devices. Curious Realm is a proud member of the Ground Zero Media and Aftermath Media family of podcasts. For more great shows and members-only content, visit aftermath.media today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious, and remember, the other side is always watching.